Psychology of the Unconscious. Illustration, Dr. C.G. Jung, Psychology of the Unconscious. Psychology of the Unconscious. A study of the transformations and symbolisms of the libido, a contribution to the history of the evolution of thought. By Dr. C.G. Jung of the University of Zurich. Authorized translation with introduction by Beatrice M. Hinkle, M.D. of the Neurological Department of Cornell University Medical School and of the New York Post Graduate Medical School. Moffett, Yard and Company, New York. Copyright 1916 by Moffett, Yard and Company, New York. All rights reserved. Translator's note that humanity is seeking a new message, a new light upon the meaning of life, and something tangible, as it were, with which it can work towards a larger understanding of itself and its relation to the universe, is a fact I think none will gainsay. Therefore, it has seemed to me particularly timely to introduce to the English-speaking world Dr. Jung's remarkable book, Wandlungen und Symbol der Libido. In this work he has plunged boldly into the treacherous sea of mythology and folklore, the productions of the ancient mind and that of the common people, and turned upon this vast material the same scientific and painstaking method of psychologic analysis that is applied to the modern mind, in order to reveal the common bond of desire and longing which unites all humanity, and thus bridge the gaps presumed to exist between ancient and widely separated peoples and those of our modern time. The discovery of this undercurrent affecting and influencing ancient peoples as well as modern serves as a foundation or platform from which he proceeds to hold aloft a new ideal, a new goal of attainment possible of achievement, and which can be intellectually satisfying, as well as emotionally appealing: the goal of moral autonomy. This book, remarkable for its erudition and the tremendous labor expended upon it, as well as for the new light which it sheds upon human life, its motives, its needs, and its possibilities, is not one for desultory reading or superficial examination. Such an approach will prevent the reader from gaining anything of its real value. But for those who can bring a serious interest and willingness to give a careful study to it, the work will prove to be a veritable mine capable of yielding the greatest riches. The difficulties in translating a book such as this are almost insuperable, but I have tried faithfully to express Dr. Jung's thought, keeping as close to the original text as possible, and at the same time, rendering the difficult material and complicated German phrasing as simply and clearly as the subject matter would allow. In all this work, I owe much to Miss Helen I. Brayton, without whose faithful assistance the work would never have been completed. I wish to acknowledge my gratitude to Mr. Louis Untermeyer, whose help in rendering the poetic quotations into English verse has been invaluable, and to express as well my gratitude to other friends who have assisted me in various ways from time to time. BMH. New York, 1915. An Introduction to Psychoanalysis and Analytic Psychology. When Professor Freud of Vienna made his early discoveries in the realm of the neuroses, and announced that the basis and origin of the various symptoms grouped under the terms hysteria and neuroses lay in unfulfilled desires and wishes, unexpressed and unknown to the patient for the most part, and concerned chiefly with the sexual instinct, it was not realized what far-reaching influence this unpopular and bitterly attacked theory would exert on the understanding of human life in general. For this theory has so widened in its scope that its application has now extended beyond a particular group of pathologic states. It has in fact led to a new evaluation of the whole conduct of human life. A new comprehension has developed which explains those things which formerly were unexplained, and there is offered an understanding not only of the symptoms of a neurosis and the phenomena of conduct, but the product of the mind as expressed in myths and religions. This amazing growth has proceeded steadily in an ever-widening fashion despite opposition, as violent as any of which we have knowledge in the past. The criticism originally directed towards the little understood and much disliked sexual conception now includes the further teachings of a psychology which by the application to it of such damning phrases as mystical, metaphysical, and sacrilegious, is condemned as unscientific. To add to the general confusion and misunderstanding surrounding this new school of thought, there has arisen a division amongst the leaders themselves. so that there now exist two schools led respectively by Professor Sigmund Freud of Vienna and Dr. Carl Jung of Zurich, referred to in the literature as the Vienna School and the Zurich School. It is very easy to understand that criticism and opposition should develop against a psychology so difficult of comprehension, and so disturbing to the ideas which have been held by humanity for ages. A psychology which furthermore requires a special technique, as well as an observer trained to recognize and appreciate in psychologic phenomena a verification of the statement that there is no such thing as chance, and that every act and every expression has its own meaning, determined by the inner feelings and wishes of the individual. It is not a simple matter to come out boldly and state that every individual is to a large extent the determiner of his own destiny, for only by poets and philosophers has this idea been put forth, not by science. And it is a brave act to make this statement with full consciousness of all its meaning, and to stand ready to prove it by scientific reasoning and procedure. Developed entirely through empirical investigation and through an analysis of individual cases, Freudian psychology seems particularly to belong to that conception of Max Muller's, that an empirical acquaintance with facts rises to a scientific knowledge of facts as soon as the mind discovers beneath the multiplicity of single productions the unity of an organic system. Psychoanalysis is the name given to the method developed for reaching down into the hidden depths of the individual, to bring to light the underlying motives and determinants of his symptoms and attitudes, and to reveal the unconscious tendencies which lie behind actions and reactions, and which influence development and determine the relations of life itself. The result of digging down into the hidden psyche has been to produce a mass of material from below the threshold of consciousness, so astonishing and disturbing and out of relation with the previously held values, as to arouse in any one unfamiliar with the process the strongest antagonism and criticism. Although originally studied only as a therapeutic method, for the sick it was soon realized, through an analysis of normal people, how slight were the differences in the content of the unconscious of the sick and of the normal. The differences observed were seen to be rather in the reactions to life and to the conflicts produced by contending forces in the individual. These conflicts, usually not fully perceived by the individual, and having to do with objectionable desires and wishes that are not in keeping with the conscious idea of self, produce marked effects which are expressed either in certain opinions, prejudices, attitudes of conduct, faulty actions, or in some definite pathologic symptom. As Dr. Jung says, he who remains healthy has to struggle with the same complexes that cause the neurotic to fall ill. In a valuable book called The Neighbor, written by the late Professor N. Shaler of Harvard University, there occurs this very far-reaching statement. It is hardly too much to say that all the important errors of conduct, all the burdens of men or of societies are caused by the inadequacies in the association of the primal animal emotions with those mental powers which have been so rapidly developed in mankind. This statement, reached by a process of reasoning and a method of thought and study entirely different from psychoanalysis, nevertheless so completely expresses in brief form the very basis of the postulates developed through psychoanalysis that I quoted here. Such a statement made in the course of a general examination of human relations does not arouse opposition nor seem to be so difficult of acceptance. It appears to be the individual application of these conceptions that has roused such bitter antagonism and violent denunciations. Rightly understood and used, psychoanalysis may be compared to surgery, for psychoanalysis stands in the same relation to the personality as surgery does to the body, and they aim at parallel results. It is well recognized that in the last analysis nature is the real physician, the healer of wounds. But prior to the development of our modern asepsis and surgical technique, the healing produced by nature was most often of a very faulty and imperfect type. Hideous scars, distorted and crippled limbs, with functions impaired or incapacitated, resulted from the wounds, or else nature was unable to cope with the hurt, and the injured one succumbed. Science has been steadily working for centuries with the aim of understanding nature and finding means to aid and cooperate with her so that healing could take place with the least possible loss of function or permanent injury to the individual. Marvelous results have rewarded these persistent efforts, as the brilliant achievements of surgery plainly indicate. Meantime, however, little thought was given to the possibility of any scientific method being available to help man overcome the wounds and conflicts taking place in his soul, hurts which retarded his development and progress as a personality, and which frequently in the struggle resulted in physical pains and symptoms of the most varied character. That was left solely to religion and metaphysics. Now, however, this same assistance that surgery has given to the physical body, psychoanalysis attempts to give to the personality. That it cannot always succeed is as much to be expected, and more than that surgery does not always succeed, for the analytic work requires much of the individual. No real result can be attained if he has not already developed a certain quality of character and intelligence, which makes it possible for him to submit himself to a facing of his naked soul, and to the pain and suffering which this often entails. Here, as in no other relation in life, an absolute truth and an absolute honesty are the only basis of action, since deception of any kind deceives no one but the individual himself and acts as a boomerang, defeating his own aims. Such deep searching and penetrating into the soul is not something to be undertaken lightly nor to be considered a trivial or simple matter. And the fact is that where a strong compulsion is lacking, such as sickness or a situation too difficult to meet, much courage is required to undertake it. In order to understand this psychology, which is pervading all realms of thought and seems destined to be a new psychological philosophical system for the understanding and practical advancement of human life, it will be necessary to go somewhat into detail regarding its development and present status. For in this new direction lies its greatest value and its greatest danger. The beginnings of this work were first published in 1895 in a book entitled Studien über History, and contain the joint investigations into hysteria of Dr. Breuer of Vienna and his pupil Dr. Sigmund Freud. The results of their investigations seem to show that the various symptoms grouped under the title of hysteria were the result of emotionally colored reminiscences, which, all unknown to the conscious waking self, were really actively expressing themselves through the surrogate form of symptoms, and that these experiences, although forgotten by the patient, could be reproduced and the emotional content discharged. Hypnosis was the means used to enable the physician to penetrate deeply into the forgotten memories, for it was found through hypnosis that these lost incidents and circumstances were not really lost at all, but only dropped from consciousness, and were capable of being revived when given the proper stimuli. The astonishing part about it was that with the revival of these memories and their accompanying painful and disturbing emotions, the symptoms disappeared. This led naturally to the conclusion that these symptoms were dependent upon some emotional disturbance or psychic trauma which had been inadequately expressed, and that in order to cure the patient, one merely had to establish the connection between the memory and the emotions which properly belonged to it, letting the emotion work itself out through a reproduction of the forgotten scene. With further investigation, Freud found that hypnosis was unnecessary for the revival of the forgotten experiences, and that it was possible to obtain the lost emotional material in the conscious and normal state. For this purpose, the patient was encouraged to assume a passive, non-critical attitude and simply let his thoughts flow, speaking of whatever came into his mind, holding nothing back. During this free and easy discussion of his life and conditions, directed by the law of association of ideas, reference was invariably made to the experiences or thoughts which were the most effective and disturbing elements. It was seen to be quite impossible to avoid this indirect revelation, because of the strength of the emotions surrounding these ideas and the effect of the conscious wish to repress unpleasant feelings. This important group of ideas or impressions, with the feelings and emotions clustered around them which are betrayed through this process, was called by Jung a complex. However, with the touching of the complex which always contains feelings and emotions so painful or unpleasant as to be unacceptable to consciousness, and which are therefore repressed and hidden, great difficulties appeared, for very often the patient came to a sudden stop and could apparently recall nothing more. Memory gaps were frequent, relations twisted, etc. Evidently some force banished these memories so that the person was quite honest in saying that he could remember nothing, or that there was nothing to tell. This kind of forgetfulness was called repression, and is the normal mechanism by which nature protects the individual from such painful feelings as are caused by unpleasant and unacceptable experiences and thoughts, the recognition of his egoistic nature, and the often quite unbearable conflict of his weaknesses with his feelings of idealism. At this early time, great attention was given towards developing a technique which would render more easy the reproduction of these forgotten memories. For with the abandonment of hypnosis, it was seen that some unknown active force was at work which not only banished painful memories and feelings, but also prevented their return. This was called resistance. This resistance was found to be the important mechanism which interfered with a free flow of thought and produced the greatest difficulty in the further conduct of the analysis. It appeared under various guises and frequently manifested itself in intellectual objections based on reasoning ground, in criticism directed towards the analyst, or in criticism of the method itself, and finally, often in a complete blocking of expression, so that until the resistance was broken nothing more could be produced. It was necessary, then, to find some aid by which these resistances could be overcome, and the repressed memories and feelings revived and set free. For it was proven again and again that even though the person was not at all aware of concealing within himself some emotionally disturbing feeling or experience with which his symptoms were associated, yet such was the fact, and that under proper conditions this material could be brought into consciousness. This realm where these unknown but disturbing emotions were hidden was called the unconscious. The unconscious also being a name used arbitrarily to indicate all that material of which the person is not aware at the given time, the not conscious. This term is used very loosely in Freudian psychology and is not intended to provoke any academic discussion, but to conform strictly to the dictionary classification of a negative concept which can neither be described nor defined. To say that an idea or feeling is unconscious merely means to indicate that the individual is unaware at that time of its existence, or that all the material of which he is unaware at a given time is unconscious. With the discovery of the significance in relation to hysteria of these varied experiences and forgotten memories, which always led into the erotic realm and usually were carried far back into early childhood, the theory of an infantile sexual trauma as a cause of this neurosis developed. Contrary to the usual belief that children have no sexuality and that only at puberty does it suddenly arise, it was definitely shown that there was a very marked kind of sexuality among children of the most tender years, entirely instinctive and capable of producing a grave effect on the entire later life. However, further investigations carried into the lives of normal people disclosed quite as many psychic and sexual traumas in their early childhood as in the lives of the patients. Therefore, the conception of the infantile sexual trauma as the etiological factor was abandoned in favor of the infantilism of sexuality itself. In other words, it was soon realized that many of the sexual traumas which were placed in their early childhood by these patients did not really exist except in their own fantasies and probably were produced as a defense against the memories of their own childish sexual activities. These experiences led to a deep investigation into the nature of the child's sexuality and developed the ideas which Freud incorporated in a work called 3 Contributions to the Sexual Theory. He found so many variations and manifestations of sexual activity, even among young children, that he realized that this activity was the normal, although entirely unconscious, expression of the child's developing life, and while not comparable to the adult sexuality, nevertheless produced a very definite influence and effect on the child's life. These childish expressions of this instinct he called polymorphous perverse, because in many ways they resembled the various abnormalities called perversions when found among adults under certain conditions. In the light of these additional investigations, Freud was led to change his formulation. For instead of the symptoms of the neurotic patient being due to definite sexual experiences, they seemed to be determined by his reactions towards his own sexual constitution and the kind of repression to which these instincts were subjected. Perhaps one of the greatest sources of misunderstanding and difficulty in this whole subject lies in the term sexuality. For Freud's conception of this is entirely different from that of the popular sense. He conceives sexuality to be practically synonymous with the word love, and to include under this term all those tender feelings and emotions which have had their origin in a primitive erotic source, even if now their primary aim is entirely lost and another substituted for it. It must also be borne in mind that Freud strictly emphasizes the psychic side of sexuality and its importance, as well as the somatic expression. Therefore, to understand Freud's theories, his very broad conception of the term sexual must never be forgotten. Through this careful investigation of the psychic life of the individual, the tremendous influence and importance of fantasy making for the fate was definitely shown. It was discovered that the indulgence in daydreams and fantasies was practically universal not only among children, but among adults, that even whole lives were being lived out in a fantastic world created by the dreamer, a world wherein he could fulfill all those wishes and desires which were found to be too difficult or impossible to satisfy in the world of reality. Much of this fantasy thinking was seen to be scarcely conscious, but arose from unrealized wishes, desires, and strivings which could only express themselves through veiled symbols in the form of fantastic structures not understood, nor fully recognized. Indeed, it is perhaps one of the most common human experiences to find queer thoughts, undesired ideas and images forcing themselves upon one's attention to such an extent that the will has to be employed to push them out of mind. It is not unusual to discover long-forgotten impressions of childhood assuming a fantastic shape in memory, and dwelt upon as though they were still of importance. This material afforded a rich field for the searchers into the soul, for through the operation of the law of association of ideas, these fantastic products, traced back to their origin, revealed the fact that instead of being meaningless or foolish, they were produced by a definite process, and arose from distinct wishes and desires which unconsciously veiled themselves in these mysterious forms and pictures. It is conceded that the most completely unconscious product of an individual is his dream, and therefore Professor Freud turned his attention from fantasies and daydreams to the investigation of the nightly dreams of his patients to discover whether they would throw light upon the painful feelings and ideas repressed out of consciousness, and therefore inaccessible to direct revelation. This brilliant idea soon led to a rich fruiting, for it became evident that contrary to the usual conception that the dream is a fantastic and absurd jumble of heterogeneous fragments, having no real relation to the life of the individual, it is full of meaning. In fact, it is usually concerned with the problem of life most pressing at the time, which expresses itself not directly, but in symbolic form so as to be unrecognized. In this way, the individual gains an expression and fulfillment of his unrealized wish or desire. This discovery of the symbolic nature of the dream and the fantasy was brought about entirely through the associative method, and developed empirically through investigations of the dreams of many people. In this manner, it became evident that certain ideas and objects, which recurred again and again in the dreams and fantasies of different people, were definitely associated with certain unconscious or unrecognized wishes and desires, and were repeatedly used by the mind to express these meanings, where a direct form was repressed and unallowed. Thus, certain dream expressions and figures were in a general way considered to be rather definite symbols of these repressed ideas and feelings found in the unconscious. Through a comparative and parallel study, it soon appeared that there was a similar mechanism at work in myths and fairy tales, and that the relationship between the dreams and fantasies of an individual and the myths and folk tales of a people was so close that Abraham could say that the myth is a fragment of the infantile soul life of the race, and the dream is the myth of the individual. Thus, through relating his dreams, the patient himself furnished the most important means of gaining access to the unconscious and disturbing complexes with which his symptoms were connected. Besides the dream analysis, the patient furnished other means of revelation of his complexes, his mannerisms and unconscious acts, his opening remarks to his physician, his emotional reactions to certain ideas. In short, the whole behavior and verbal expressions of the individual reveal his inner nature and problems. Through all this work, it became clear that in the emotional nature lay the origin not only of the various nervous illnesses themselves, but also of the isolated symptoms and individual idiosyncrasies and peculiarities, which are the part of all humanity, and that the pathogenic cause of the disturbances lies not in the ignorance of individuals, but in those inner resistances which are the underlying basis of this ignorance. Therefore, the aim of the therapy became not merely the relief of the ignorance, but the searching out and combating of these resistances. It becomes evident from even this brief description of the analytic procedure that we are dealing with a very complex and delicate material, and with a technique which needs to make definite use of all influences available for the help of the patient. It has long been recognized that the relation established between physician and patient has a great effect upon the medical assistance which he is able to render. In other words, if a confidence and personal regard developed in the patient towards the physician, the latter's advice was just so much more efficacious. This personal feeling has been frankly recognized and made of distinct service in psychoanalytic treatment under the name of transference. It is through the aid of this definite relationship, which must be established in the one being analyzed towards the analyst, that it is possible to deal with the unconscious and organized resistances, which so easily blind the individual and render the acceptance of the new valuations very difficult to the raw and sensitive soul. Freud's emphasis upon the role of the sexual instinct in the production of the neurosis, and also in its determining power upon the personality of the normal individual, does not imply that he does not also recognize other determinants at the root of human conduct, as for instance, the instinct for preservation of life and the ego principle itself. But these motives are not so violently forbidden and repressed as the sexual impulse, and therefore, because of that repressive force and the strength of the impulse, he considers this primary in its influence upon the human being. The importance of this instinct upon human life is clearly revealed by the great place given to it under the name of love and art, literature, poetry, romance, and all beauty from the beginning of recorded time. Viewed in this light, it cannot seem extraordinary that a difficulty or disturbance in this emotional field should produce such far-reaching consequences for the individual. The sexual impulse is often compared with that of hunger, and this craving and need lying in all humanity is called by Freud libido. The Oedipus problem. With further investigations into the nature of the repressed complexes, a very astonishing situation was revealed. The parental influence on children is something so well recognized and understood that to call attention to it sounds much like a banality. However, here an extraordinary discovery was made, for in tracing out the feelings and emotions of adults, it became evident that this influence was paramount not only for children, but for adults as well. That the entire direction of lives was largely determined, quite unconsciously, by the parental associations, and that, although adults, the emotional side of their nature was still infantile in type, and demanded unconsciously the infantile or childish relations. Freud traces out the commencement of the infantile attachment for the parents in this wise. In the beginning, the child derives its first satisfaction and pleasure from the mother in the form of nutrition and care for its wants. In this first act of suckling, Freud sees already a kind of sexual pleasure, for he apparently identifies the pleasure principle and the sexual instinct, and considers that the former is primarily rooted in the latter. At this early time commence such various infantile actions unconnected with nutrition as thumb-sucking, various movements of the body as rubbing, boring, pulling, and other manifestations of a definite interest in its own body, a delight in nakedness, the pleasure exhibited in inflicting pain on some object, and its opposite, the pleasure from receiving pain. All of these afford the child pleasure and satisfaction, and because they seem analogous to certain perversions in adults, they are called by Freud the polymorphous perverse sexuality of childhood. The character of these instinctive actions, which have nothing to do with any other person, and through which the child attains pleasure from its own body, caused Freud to term this phase of life as autoerotic after Havelock Ellis. However, with the growth of the child, there is a parallel development of the psychic elements of its sexual nature, and now the mother, the original object of its love, primarily determined by its helplessness and need, acquires a new valuation. The beginnings of the need for a love object to satisfy the craving or libido of the child are early in evidence, and following along sex lines in general, the little son prefers the mother and the daughter the father after the usual preference of the parents. At this early time, children feel deeply the enormous importance of their parents, and their entire world is bounded by the family circle. All the elements of the ego which the child possesses have now become manifest: love, jealousy, curiosity, hate, etc., and those instincts are directed in the greatest degree towards the objects of their libido, namely the parents. With the growing ego of the child, there is a development of strong wishes and desires demanding satisfaction, which can only be gratified by the mother. Therefore, there is aroused in the small son the feeling of jealousy and anger towards the father, in whom he sees a rival for the affection of the mother, and whom he would like to replace. This desire in the soul of the child Freud calls the Oedipus complex, in recognition of its analogy to the tragedy of King Oedipus, who was drawn by his fate to kill his father and win his mother for a wife. Freud presents this as the nuclear complex of every neurosis. At the basis of this complex, some trace of which can be found in every person, Freud sees a definite incest wish towards the mother which only lacks the quality of consciousness. Because of moral reactions, this wish is quickly subjected to repression through the operation of the incest barrier, a postulate he compares to the incest taboo found among inferior peoples. At this time, the child is beginning to develop its typical sexual curiosity expressed by the question, "Where do I come from?" The interest and investigation of the child into this problem, aided by observations and deductions from various actions and attitudes of the parents, who have no idea of the watchfulness of the child, lead him, because of his imperfect knowledge and immature development, into many false theories and ideas of birth. These infantile sexual theories are held by Freud to be determinative in the development of the child's character, and also for the contents of the unconscious as expressed in a future neurosis. These various reactions of the child and his sexual curiosity are entirely normal and unavoidable. And if his development proceeds in an orderly fashion, then, at the time of definite object choice, he will pass smoothly over from the limitations of the family attachment out into the world and find therein his independent existence. However, if the libido remains fixed on the first chosen object, so that the growing individual is unable to tear himself loose from these familial ties, then the incestuous bond is deepened with the developing sexual instinct and its accompanying need of a love object, and the entire future of the young personality endangered. For with the development of the incestuous bond, the natural repressions deepen, because the moral censor cannot allow these disturbing relations to become clear to the individual. Therefore, the whole matter is repressed more deeply into the unconscious, and even a feeling of positive enmity and repulsion towards the parents is often developed in order to conceal and overcompensate for the impossible situation actually present. This persistence of the attachment of the libido to the original object, and the inability to find in this a suitable satisfaction for the adult need, interferes with the normal development of the psychosexual character. And it is due to this that the adult retains that infantilism of sexuality, which plays so great a role in determining the instability of the emotional life, which so frequently leads into the definite neuroses. These were the conclusions reached and the ground on which Freudian psychology rested regarding the etiology of the neurosis and the tendencies underlying normal human mechanisms, when Dr. Carl Jung, the most prominent of Freud's disciples and the leader of the Zurich school, found himself no longer able to agree with Freud's findings in certain particulars. Although the phenomena which Freud observed and the technique of psychoanalysis developed by Freud were the material on which Jung worked and the value of which he clearly emphasizes, the differences which have developed lay in his understanding and interpretation of the phenomena observed. Beginning with the conception of libido itself as a term used to connote sexual hunger and craving, albeit the meaning of the word sexual was extended by Freud to embrace a much wider significance than common usage has assigned it, Jung was unable to confine himself to this limitation. He conceived this longing, this urge or push of life, as something extending beyond sexuality even in its wider sense. He saw in the term libido a concept of unknown nature, comparable to Bergson's élan vital, a hypothetical energy of life, which occupies itself not only in sexuality, but in various physiological and psychological manifestations, such as growth, development, hunger, and all the human activities and interests. This cosmic energy or urge manifested in the human being he calls libido and compares it with the energy of physics. Although recognizing, in common with Freud as well as with many others, the primal instinct of reproduction as the basis of many functions and present-day activities of mankind, no longer sexual in character, he repudiates the idea of still calling them sexual, even though their development was a growth originally out of the sexual. Sexuality and its various manifestations Jung sees as most important channels occupied by libido, but not the exclusive ones through which libido flows. This is an energetic concept of life. And from this viewpoint, this hypothetical energy of life, or libido, is a living power used instinctively by man in all the automatic processes of his functioning, such very processes being but different manifestations of this energy. By virtue of its quality of mobility and change, man, through his understanding and intelligence, has the power consciously to direct and use his libido in definite and desired ways. In this conception of Jung will be seen an analogy to Bergson, who speaks of this change, this movement and becoming, this self-creation, call it what you will, as the very stuff and reality of our being. In developing the energetic conception of libido and separating it from Freud's sexual definition, Jung makes possible the explanation of interest in general, and provides a working concept by which not only the specifically sexual, but the general activities and reactions of man can be understood. If a person complains of no longer having interest in his work or of losing interest in his surroundings, then one understands that his libido is withdrawn from this object, and that in consequence the object itself seems no longer attractive, whereas, as a matter of fact, the object itself is exactly the same as formerly. In other words, it is the libido that we bestow upon an object that makes it attractive and interesting. The causes for the withdrawal of libido may be various and are usually quite different from those that the persons offer in explanation. It is the task of psychoanalysis to discover the real reasons, which are usually hidden and unknown. On the other hand, when an individual exhibits an exaggerated interest or places an overemphasis upon an idea or situation, then we know there is too much libido here and that we may find as a consequence a corresponding depletion elsewhere. This leads directly into the second point of difference between Jung's views and those of Freud. This is concerned with those practically universal childish manifestations of sexuality called by Freud polymorphous perverse, because of their similarity to those abnormalities of sexuality which occur in adults and are called perversions. Jung takes exception to this viewpoint. He sees in the various manifestations of childhood the precursors or forerunners of the later fully developed sexuality, and instead of considering them perverse, he considers them preliminary expressions of sexual coloring. He divides human life into 3 stages. The first stage up to about the 3rd or 4th year, generally speaking, he calls the presexual stage. For there he sees the libido or life energy occupied chiefly in the functions of nutrition and growth, and he draws an analogy between this period and that of the caterpillar stage of the butterfly. The second stage includes the years from this time until puberty, and this he speaks of as the prepubertal stage. The third period is that from puberty onward and can be considered the time of maturity. It is in the earliest stage, the period of which varies greatly in different individuals, that are fully inaugurated those various manifestations which have so marked a sexual coloring that there can be no question of their relationship. Although at that time, sexuality in the adult meaning of the word does not exist. Jung explains the polymorphism of these phenomena as arising from a gradual movement of the libido from exclusive service in the function of nutrition into new avenues, which successively open up with the development of the child, until the final inauguration of the sexual function proper at puberty. Normally, these childish bad habits are gradually relinquished until the libido is entirely withdrawn from these immature phases, and with the ushering in of puberty for the first time, appears in the form of an undifferentiated sexual primitive power, clearly forcing the individual towards division, budding, etc. However, if in the course of its movement from the function of nutrition to the sexual function, the libido is arrested or retarded at any phase, then a fixation may result, creating a disturbance in the harmony of the normal development. 4. Although the libido is retarded and remains clinging to some childish manifestation, time goes on and the physical growth of the child does not stand still. Soon, a great contrast is created between the infantile manifestations of the emotional life and the needs of the more adult individual. And the foundation is thus prepared for either the development of a definite neurosis or else for those weaknesses of character or symptomatic disturbances, which are not sufficiently serious to be called a neurosis. One of the most active and important forms of childish libido occupation is in fantasy making. The child's world is one of imagery and make-believe, where he can create for himself that satisfaction and enjoyment which the world of reality so often denies. As the child grows and real demands of life are made upon him, it becomes increasingly necessary that his libido be taken away from his fantastic world and used for the required adaptation to reality needed by his age and condition, until finally, for the adult, the freedom of the whole libido is necessary to meet the biological and cultural demands of life. Instead of thus employing the libido in the real world, however, certain people never relinquish the seeking for satisfaction in the shadowy world of fantasy, and even though they make certain attempts at adaptation, they are halted and discouraged by every difficulty and obstacle in the path of life, and are easily pulled back into their inner psychic world. This condition is called a state of introversion. It is concerned with the past and the reminiscences which belong thereto. Situations and experiences which should have been completed and finished long ago are still dwelt upon and lived with. Images and matters which were once important, but which normally have no significance for their later age, are still actively influencing their present lives. The nature and character of these fantasy products are legion, and are easily recognized in the emotional attitudes and pretensions, the childish illusions and exaggerations, the prejudices and inconsistencies which people express in manifold forms. The actual situation is inadequately faced. Small matters are reacted towards in an exaggerated manner, or else a frivolous attitude is maintained where real seriousness is demanded. In other words, there is clearly manifested an inadequate psychic adaptation towards reality, which is quite to be expected from the child, but which is very discordant in the adult. The most important of these past influences is that of the parents, because they are the first objects of the developing childish love and afford the first satisfaction and pleasure to the child. They become the models for all succeeding efforts, as Freud has worked out. This he called the nuclear or root complex, because this influence was so powerful, it seemed to be the determining factor in all later difficulties in the life of the individual. In this phase of the problem lies the third great difference between Jung's interpretation of the observed phenomena and that of Freud. Jung definitely recognizes that there are many neurotic persons who clearly exhibited in their childhood the same neurotic tendencies that are later exaggerated. Also, that an almost overwhelming effect on the destiny of these children is exercised by the influence of the parents, the frequent overanxiety or tenderness, the lack of sympathy or understanding, in other words, the complexes of the parent reacting upon the child and producing in him love, admiration, fear, distrust, hate, revolt. The greater the sensitiveness and impressionability of the child, the more he will be stamped with the familial environment, and the more he will unconsciously seek to find again in the world of reality the model of his own small world with all the pleasures and satisfactions, or disappointments and unhappinesses with which it was filled. This condition, to be sure, is not a recognized or a conscious one, for the individual may think himself perfectly free from this past influence because he is living in the real world, and because actually there is a great difference between the present conditions and that of his childish past. He sees all this intellectually, but there is a wide gap between the intellectual grasp of a situation and the emotional development, and it is the latter realm wherein lies the disharmony. However, although many ideas and feelings are connected with the parents, analysis reveals very often that they are only subjective, and that in reality they bear little resemblance to the actual past situation. Therefore, Jung speaks no longer of the real father and mother, but uses the term imago or image to represent the father or mother, because the feelings and fantasies frequently do not deal with the real parents, but with the distorted and subjective image created by the imagination of the individual. Following this distinction, Jung sees in the Oedipus complex of Freud only a symbol for the childish desire towards the parents and for the conflict which this craving evokes, and cannot accept the theory that in this early stage of childhood, the mother has any real sexual significance for the child. The demands of the child upon the mother, the jealousy so often exhibited, are at first connected with the role of the mother as protector, caretaker, and supplier of nutritive wants, and only later, with the germinating eroticism, does the child's love become admixed with the developing sexual quality. The chief love objects are still the parents, and he naturally continues to seek and to find in them satisfaction for all his desires. In this way, the typical conflict is developed which in the son is directed towards the father and in the daughter towards the mother. This jealousy of the daughter towards the mother is called the Electra complex, from the myth of Electra, who took revenge on her mother for the murder of the husband, because she was in this way deprived of her father. Normally, as puberty is attained, the child gradually becomes more or less freed from his parents, and upon the degree in which this is accomplished depends his health and future well-being. This demand of nature upon the young individual to free himself from the bonds of his childish dependency and to find in the world of reality his independent existence is so imperious and dominating that it frequently produces in the child the greatest struggles and severest conflicts, the period being characterized symbolically as a self-sacrifice by Jung. It frequently happens that the young person is so closely bound in the family relations that it is only with the greatest difficulty that he can attain any measure of freedom, and then only very imperfectly, so that the libido sexualis can only express itself in certain feelings and fantasies, which clearly reveal the existence of the complex, until then entirely hidden and unrealized. Now commences the secondary struggle against the unfilial and immoral feelings, with a consequent development of intense resistances expressing themselves in irritation, anger, revolt, and antagonism against the parents, or else in an especially tender, submissive, and yielding attitude, which overcompensates for the rebellion and reaction held within. This struggle and conflict gives rise to the unconscious fantasy of self-sacrifice, which really means the sacrificing of the childish tendencies and love type in order to free libido. For his nature demands that he attain the capacity for the accomplishment of his own personal fulfillment, the satisfaction of which belongs to the developed man and woman. This conception has been worked out in detail by Jung in the book which is herein presented to English readers. We now come to the most important of Jung's conceptions, in that it bears practically upon the treatment of certain types of the neuroses and stands theoretically in direct opposition to Freud's hypothesis. While recognizing fully the influence of the parents and of the sexual constitution of the child, Jung refuses to see in this infantile past the real cause for the later development of the illness. He definitely places the cause of the pathogenic conflict in the present moment and considers that in seeking for the cause in the distant past, one is only following the desire of the patient, which is to withdraw himself as much as possible from the present important period. The conflict is produced by some important task or duty, which is essential biologically and practically for the fulfillment of the ego of the individual, but before which an obstacle arises from which he shrinks, and thus halted cannot go on. With this interference in the path of progression, libido is stored up, and a regression takes place, whereby there occurs a reanimation of past ways of libido occupation which were entirely normal to the child, but which for the adult are no longer of value. These regressive infantile desires and fantasies, now alive and striving for satisfaction, are converted into symptoms, and in these surrogate forms obtain a certain gratification, thus creating the external manifestations of the neurosis. Therefore, Jung does not ask from what psychic experience or point of fixation in childhood the patient is suffering, but what is the present duty or task he is avoiding, or what obstacle in his life's path he is unable to overcome. What is the cause of his regression to past psychic experiences? Following this theory, Jung expresses the view that the elaborate fantasies and dreams produced by these patients are really forms of compensation or artificial substitutes for the unfulfilled adaptation to reality. The sexual content of these fantasies and dreams is only apparently and not actually expressive of a real sexual desire or incest wish, but is a regressive employment of sexual forms to symbolically express a present-day need when the attainment of the present ego demand seems too difficult or impossible, and no adaptation is made to what is possible for the individual's capability. With this statement, Jung throws a new light on the work of analytic psychology and on the conception of the neurotic symptoms, and renders possible of understanding the many apparent incongruities and conflicting observations which have been so disturbing to the critics. It now becomes proper to ask what has been established by all this mass of investigation into the soul, and what is its value not only as a therapeutic measure for the neurotic sufferer, but also for the normal human being. First, and perhaps most important, is the recognition of a definite psychological determinism. Instead of human life being filled with foolish, meaningless, or purposeless actions, errors, and thoughts, it can be demonstrated that no expression or manifestation of the psyche, however trifling or inconsistent in appearance, is really lawless or unmotivated. Only a possession of the technique is necessary in order to reveal, to anyone desirous of knowing, the existence of the unconscious determinants of his mannerisms, trivial expressions, acts, and behavior, their purpose and significance. This leads into the second fundamental conception, which is perhaps even less considered than the foregoing, and that is the relative value of the conscious mind and thought. It is the general attitude of people to judge themselves by their surface motives, to satisfy themselves by saying or thinking, "This is what I want to do or say," or "I intended to do thus and so." But somehow what one thought, one intended to say or expected to do is very often the contrary of what actually is said or done. Everyone has had these experiences when the gap between the conscious thought and action was gross enough to be observed. It is also a well-known experience to consciously desire something very much, and when it is obtained to discover that this in no wise satisfied or lessened the desire, which was then transferred to some other object. Thus one became cognizant of the fact that the feeling and idea presented by consciousness as the desire was an error. What is the difficulty in these conditions? Evidently, some other directing force than that of which we are aware is at work. Dr. G. Stanley Hall uses a very striking symbol when he compares the mind to an iceberg floating in the ocean with 1/8 visible above the water and 7/8 below, the 1/8 above being that part called conscious, and the 7/8 below that which we call the unconscious. The influence and controlling power of the unconscious desires over our thoughts and acts are in this relative proportion. Faint glimmers of other motives and interests than those we accept or which we believe often flit into consciousness. These indications, if studied or valued accurately, would lead to the realization that consciousness is but a single stage and but one form of expression of mind. Therefore, its dictum is but one, often untrustworthy, approach to the great question as to what is man's actual psychic accomplishment, and as to what in particular is the actual soul development of the individual. A further contribution of equal importance has been the empiric development of a dynamic theory of life. The conception that life is in a state of flux, movement, leading either to construction or destruction. Through the development man has reached, he has attained the power, by means of his intelligence and understanding, of definitely directing to a certain extent this life energy, or libido, into avenues, which serve his interest and bring a real satisfaction for the present day. When man, through ignorance and certain inherent tendencies, fails to recognize his needs or his power to fulfill them, or to adapt himself to the conditions of reality of the present time, there is then produced that reanimation of infantile paths by which an attempt is made to gain fulfillment or satisfaction through the production of symptoms or attitudes. The acceptance of these statements demands the recognition of the existence of an infantile sexuality, and the large part played by it in the later life of the individual. Because of the power and imperious influence exerted by the parents upon the child, and because of the unconscious attachment of his libido to the original object, the mother, and the perseverance of this first love model in the psyche, he finds it very difficult, on reaching the stage of adult development and the time for seeking a love object outside of the family, to gain a satisfactory model. It is exceedingly important for parents and teachers to recognize the requirements of nature, which, beginning with puberty, imperiously demand of the young individual a separation of himself from the parent stem and the development of an independent existence. In our complex modern civilization, this demand of nature is difficult enough of achievement for the child who has the heartiest and most intelligent cooperation of his parents and environment. But for the one who has not only to contend with his own inner struggle for his freedom, but has in addition the resistance of his parents who would hold him in his childhood at any cost, because they cannot endure the thought of his separation from them, the task becomes one of the greatest magnitude. It is during this period when the struggle between the childish inertia and nature's urge becomes so keen that there occur the striking manifestations of jealousy, criticism, irritability, all usually directed against the parents, of defiance of parental authority, of runaways, and various other psychic and nervous disorders known to all. This struggle, which is the first great task of mankind, and the one which requires the greatest effort, is that which is expressed by Jung as the self-sacrifice motive, the sacrifice of the childish feelings and demands, and of the irresponsibility of this period, and the assumption of the duties and tasks of an individual existence. It is this great theme which Jung sees as the real motive lying hidden in the myths and religions of man from the beginning, as well as in the literature and artistic creations of both ancient and modern time, and which he works out with the greatest wealth of detail and painstaking effort in the book herewith presented. This necessitates a recognition and revaluation of the enormous importance and influence of the ego and the sexual instinct upon the thought and reaction of man, and also predicates a displacement of the psychological point of gravity from the will and intellect to the realm of the emotions and feelings. The desired end is a synthesis of these two paths, or the use of the intellect constructively in the service of the emotions in order to gain for the best interest of the individual some sort of cooperative reaction between the two. No one dealing with analytic psychology can fail to be struck by the tremendous and unnecessary burdens which man has placed upon himself, and how greatly he has increased the difficulties of adaptation by his rigid intellectual views and moral formulas, and by his inability to admit to himself that he is actually just a human being imperfect, and containing within himself all manner of tendencies, good and bad, all striving for some satisfactory goal. Further, that the refusal to see himself in this light, instead of as an ideal person, in no way alters the actual condition, and that in fact, through the cheap pretense of being able only to consider himself as a very virtuous person, or as shocked and hurt when observing the sins of others, he actually is prevented from developing his own character and bringing his own capacities to their fullest expressions. There is frequently expressed among people the idea of how fortunate it is that we cannot see each other's thoughts, and how disturbing it would be if our real feelings could be read. But what is so shameful in these secrets of the soul? They are in reality our own egoistic desires, all striving, longing, wishing for satisfaction, for happiness. Those desires which instinctively crave their own gratification, but which can only be really fulfilled by adapting them to the real world and to the social group. Why is it that it is so painful for man to admit that the prime influence in all human endeavor is found in the ego itself, in its desires, wishes, needs, and satisfactions? In short, in its need for self-expression and self-perpetuation, the evolutionary impetus in life. The basis for the unpleasantness of this idea may perhaps be found in an inner resistance in nature itself, which forces man to include others in his scheme, lest his own greedy desires should serve to destroy him. But even with this inner demand, and all the ethical and moral teachings of centuries, it is everywhere evident that man has only very imperfectly learned that it is to his own interest to consider his neighbor, and that it is impossible for him to ignore the needs of the body social of which he is a part. Externally, the recognition of the strength of the ego impulse is objectionable because of the ideal conception that self-striving and so-called selfish-seeking are unworthy, ignoble, and incompatible with a desirable character, and must be ignored at all cost. The futility of this attitude is to be clearly seen in the failure, after all these centuries, to even approximate it, as evidenced in our human relations and institutions, and is quite as ineffectual in this realm as in that of sexuality, where the effort to overcome this imperious domination has been attempted by lowering the instinct and seeing in it something vile or unclean, something unspeakable and unholy. Instead of destroying the power of sexuality, this struggle has only warped and distorted, injured and mutilated the expression, for not without destruction of the individual can these fundamental instincts be destroyed. Life itself has needs and imperiously demands expression through the forms created. All nature answers to this freely and simply except man. His failure to recognize himself as an instrument through which the life energy is coursing, and the demands of which must be obeyed, is the cause of his misery. Despite his possession of intellect and self-consciousness, he cannot without disaster to himself refuse the tasks of life and the fulfillment of his own needs. Man's great task is the adaptation of himself to reality and the recognition of himself as an instrument for the expression of life according to his individual possibilities. It is in his privilege as a self-creator that his highest purpose is found. The value of self-consciousness lies in the fact that man is enabled to reflect upon himself and learn to understand the true origin and significance of his actions and opinions, that he may adequately value the real level of his development and avoid being self-deceived and therefore inhibited from finding his biological adaptation. He need no longer be unconscious of the motives underlying his actions or hide himself behind a changed exterior. In other words, be merely a series of reactions to stimuli as the mechanists have it, but he may to a certain extent become a self-creating and self-determining being. Indeed, there seems to be an impulse towards adaptation, quite as Bergson sees it, and it would seem to be a task of the highest order to use intelligence to assist oneself to work with this impulse. Through the investigation of these different avenues leading into the hidden depths of the human being, and through the revelation of the motives and influences at work there, although astonishing to the uninitiated, a very clear and definite conception of the actual human relationship, brotherhood, of all mankind is obtained. It is this recognition of these common factors basically inherent in humanity from the beginning and still active, which is at once both the most hopeful and the most feared and disliked part of psychoanalysis. It is disliked by those individuals who have prided themselves upon their superiority and the distinction between their reactions and motives and those of ordinary mankind. In other words, they attempt to become personalities through elevating themselves and lowering others, and it is a distinct blow to discover that beneath these pretensions lie the very ordinary elements shared in common by all. On the other hand, to those who have been able to recognize their own weaknesses and have suffered in the privacy of their own souls, the knowledge that these things have not set them apart from others, but that they are the common property of all and that no one can point the finger of scorn at his fellow, is one of the greatest experiences of life and is productive of the greatest relief. It is feared by many who realize that in these painfully acquired repressions and symptoms lie their safety and their protection from directly facing and dealing with tendencies and characteristics with which they feel unable to cope. The repression and the accompanying symptoms indicate a difficulty and a struggle, and in this way are a sort of compromise or substitute formation which permit, although only in a wasteful and futile manner, the activity of the repressed tendencies. Nevertheless, to analyze the individual back to his original tendencies and reveal to him the meaning of these substitute formations would be a useless procedure in which truly, the last state of that man would be worse than the first, if the work ceased there. The aim is not to destroy those barriers upon which civilized man has so painfully climbed and to reduce him to his primitive state, but where these have failed or imperfectly succeeded, to help him to attain his greatest possibilities with less expenditure of energy, by less wasteful methods than nature provides. In this achievement lies the hopeful and valuable side of this method, the development of the synthesis. It is hopeful because now a way is open to deal with these primitive tendencies constructively and render their effects not only harmless but useful by utilizing them in higher aims, socially and individually valuable and satisfactory. This is what has occurred normally in those individuals who seem capable and constructive personalities, in those creative minds that give so much to the race. They have converted certain psychological tendencies, which could have produced useless symptoms or destructive actions, into valuable productions. Indeed, it is not uncommon for strong, capable persons to state themselves that they knew they could have been equally capable of a wasteful or destructive life. This utilization of the energy or libido freed by removing the repressions and the lifting of infantile tendencies and desires into higher purposes and directions suitable for the individual at his present status is called sublimation. It must not be understood by this discussion that geniuses or wonderful personalities can be created through analysis, for this is not the aim of the procedure. Its purpose is to remove the inhibitions and restrictions which interfere with the full development of the personality, to help individuals attain to that level where they really belong, and to prepare people to better understand and meet life, whether they are neurotic sufferers or so-called normal people, with the difficulties and peculiarities which belong to all. This reasoning and method of procedure is only new when the application is made to the human being. In all improvements of plants and animals, these general principles have been recognized and their teachings constructively utilized. Luther Burbank, that plant wizard whose work is known to all the world, says, "A knowledge of the battle of the tendencies within a plant is the very basis of all plant improvement. And it is not that the work of plant improvement brings with it, incidentally, as people mistakenly think, a knowledge of these forces, it is the knowledge of these forces rather, which makes plant improvement possible." Has this not been also the mistake of man regarding himself, and the cause, partly at least, of his failure to succeed in actually reaching a more advanced and stable development? This recognition of man's biological relationship to all life and the practical utilization of this recognition necessitates a readjustment of thought and asks for an examination and reconsideration of the facts of human conduct which are observable by any thoughtful person. A quiet and progressive upheaval of old ideas has taken place and is still going on. Analytic psychology attempts to unify and value all of the various phenomena of man, which have been observed and noted at different times by isolated investigators of isolated manifestations, and thus bring some orderly sequence into the whole. It offers a method whereby the relations of the human being biologically to all other living forms can be established, the actual achievement of man himself adequately valued, and opens a vista of the possibilities of improvement in health, happiness, and accomplishment for the human being. Beatrice M. Hinkle equals 10 Gramercy Park equals. Author's note: my task in this work has been to investigate an individual fantasy system, and in the doing of it problems of such magnitude have been uncovered that my endeavor to grasp them in their entirety has necessarily meant only a superficial orientation toward those paths, the opening and exploration of which may possibly crown the work of future investigators with success. I am not in sympathy with the attitude which favors the repression of certain possible working hypotheses because they are perhaps erroneous and so may possess no lasting value. Certainly, I endeavored as far as possible to guard myself from error, which might indeed become especially dangerous upon these dizzy heights, for I am entirely aware of the risks of these investigations. However, I do not consider scientific work as a dogmatic contest, but rather as a work done for the increase and deepening of knowledge. This contribution is addressed to those having similar ideas concerning science. In conclusion, I must render thanks to those who have assisted my endeavors with valuable aid, especially my dear wife and my friends, to whose disinterested assistance I am deeply indebted. C.G. Jung. Zurich. Contents. P. Author's note Roman 47. Part 1. Introduction. Anyone who can read Freud's interpretation of the dream without scientific rebellion at the newness and apparently unjustified daring of its analytical presentation, and without moral indignation at the astonishing nudity of the dream interpretation, and who can allow this unusual array of facts to influence his mind calmly and without prejudice, will surely be deeply impressed at that place where Freud calls to mind the fact that an individual psychologic conflict, namely, the incest fantasy, is the essential root of that powerful ancient dramatic material, the Oedipus legend. The impression made by this simple reference may be likened to that wholly peculiar feeling which arises in us if, for example, in the noise and tumult of a modern street, we should come across an ancient relic, the Corinthian capital of a walled-in column or a fragment of inscription. Just a moment ago, we were given over to the noisy ephemeral life of the present, when something very far away and strange appears to us, which turns our attention to things of another order. A glimpse away from the incoherent multiplicity of the present to a higher coherence in history. Very likely it would suddenly occur to us that on this spot, where we now run busily to and fro, a similar life and activity prevailed 2,000 years ago in somewhat other forms. Similar passions moved mankind, and man was likewise convinced of the uniqueness of his existence. I would liken the impression which the first acquaintance with the monuments of antiquity so easily leaves behind to that impression, which Freud's reference to the Oedipus legend makes. For while we are still engaged with the confusing impressions of the variability of the individual soul, suddenly there is opened a revelation of the simple greatness of the Oedipus tragedy, that never-extinguished light of the Grecian theater. This breadth of outlook carries in itself something of revelation. For us, the ancient psychology has long since been buried among the shadows of the past. In the schoolroom, one could scarcely repress a skeptical smile when one indiscreetly reckoned the comfortable matronly age of Penelope and the age of Jocasta, and comically compared the result of the reckoning with the tragic-erotic struggles in the legend and drama. We did not know at that time, and who knows even today, that the mother can be the all-consuming passion of the son, which perhaps undermines his whole life and tragically destroys it, so that not even the magnitude of the Oedipus fate seems one jot overdrawn. Rare and pathologically understood cases like Ninon de Lenclos and her son lie too far removed from most of us to give a living impression. But when we follow the paths traced out by Freud, we arrive at a recognition of the present existence of such possibilities, which, although they are too weak to enforce incest, are still strong enough to cause disturbances of considerable magnitude in the soul. The admission of such possibilities to oneself does not occur without a great burst of moral revulsion. Resistances arise which only too easily dazzle the intellect, and, through that, make knowledge of self impossible. Whenever we succeed, however, in stripping feelings from more scientific knowledge, then that abyss which separates our age from the antique is bridged, and, with astonishment, we see that Oedipus is still a living thing for us. The importance of such an impression should not be undervalued. We are taught by this insight that there is an identity of elementary human conflicts existing independent of time and place. That which affected the Greeks with horror still remains true, but it is true for us only when we give up a vain illusion that we are different, that is to say, more moral than the ancients. We of the present day have nearly succeeded in forgetting that an indissoluble common bond binds us to the people of antiquity. With this truth, a path is open to the understanding of the ancient mind, an understanding which so far has not existed, and on one side leads to an inner sympathy, and, on the other side, to an intellectual comprehension. Through buried strata of the individual soul, we come indirectly into possession of the living mind of the ancient culture, and just precisely through that, do we win that stable point of view outside our own culture, from which, for the first time, an objective understanding of their mechanisms would be possible. At least that is the hope which we get from the rediscovery of the Oedipus problem. The inquiry made possible by Freud's work has already resulted fruitfully. We are indebted to this stimulation for some bold attacks upon the territory of the history of the human mind. There are the works of Ricklin, Abraham, Rank, Meter, Jones. Recently, Silberer has joined their ranks with a beautiful investigation entitled Fantasy on Mythos. We are indebted to Pfister for a comprehensive work which cannot be overlooked here, and which is of much importance for Christian religious psychology. The leading purpose of these works is the unlocking of historical problems through the application of psychoanalytic knowledge. That is to say, knowledge drawn from the activity of the modern unconscious mind concerning specific historical material. I must refer the reader entirely to the specified works, in order that he may gain information concerning the extent and the kind of insight which has already been obtained. The explanations are in many cases dubious in particulars. Nevertheless, this detracts in no way from the total result. It would be significant enough if only the far-reaching analogy between the psychologic structure of the historical relics and the structure of the recent individual psychologic products alone were demonstrated. This proof is possible of attainment for every intelligent person through the work done up to this time. The analogy prevails especially in symbolism, as Ricklin, Rank, Meter, and Abraham have pointed out with illuminating examples. It is also shown in the individual mechanisms of unconscious work, that is to say in repression, condensation, etc., as Abraham explicitly shows. Up to the present time, the psychoanalytic investigator has turned his interest chiefly to the analysis of the individual psychologic problems. It seems to me, however, that in the present state of affairs, there is a more or less imperative demand for the psychoanalyst to broaden the analysis of the individual problems by a comparative study of historical material relating to them, just as Freud has already done in a masterly manner in his book on Leonardo da Vinci. For just as the psychoanalytic conceptions promote understanding of the historic psychologic creations, so reversedly historical materials can shed new light upon individual psychologic problems. These and similar considerations have caused me to turn my attention somewhat more to the historical, in the hope that, out of this, new insight into the foundations of individual psychology might be won. Chapter 1, concerning the two kinds of thinking. It is a well-known fact that one of the principles of analytic psychology is that the dream images are to be understood symbolically. That is to say, that they are not to be taken literally just as they are presented in sleep, but that behind them a hidden meaning has to be surmised. It is this ancient idea of a dream symbolism which has challenged not only criticism, but in addition to that, the strongest opposition. That dreams may be full of import, and therefore something to be interpreted, is certainly neither a strange nor an extraordinary idea. This has been familiar to mankind for thousands of years, and therefore seems much like a banal truth. The dream interpretations of the Egyptians and Chaldeans, and the story of Joseph who interpreted Pharaoh's dreams, are known to everyone, and the dream book of Artemidorus is also familiar. From countless inscribed monuments of all times and peoples, we learn of foreboding dreams, of significant, of prophetic, and also of curative dreams which the deity sent to the sick, sleeping in the temple. We know the dream of the mother of Augustus, who dreamt she was to be with child by the deity transformed into a snake. We will not heap up references and examples to bear witness to the existence of a belief in the symbolism of dreams. When an idea is so old and is so generally believed, it is probably true in some way, and indeed, as is mostly the case, is not literally true, but is true psychologically. In this distinction lies the reason why the old fogies of science have from time to time thrown away an inherited piece of ancient truth, because it was not literal but psychologic truth. For such discrimination, this type of person has at no time had any comprehension. From our experience, it is hardly conceivable that a God existing outside of ourselves causes dreams, or that the dream, eo ipso, foresees the future prophetically. When we translate this into the psychologic, however, then the ancient theories sound much more reconcilable, namely, the dream arises from a part of the mind unknown to us, but none the less important, and is concerned with the desires for the approaching day. This psychologic formula, derived from the ancient superstitious conception of dreams, is, so to speak, exactly identified with the Freudian psychology, which assumes a rising wish from the unconscious to be the source of the dream. As the old belief teaches, the deity or the demon speaks in symbolic speech to the sleeper, and the dream interpreter has the riddle to solve. In modern speech, we say this means that the dream is a series of images, which are apparently contradictory and nonsensical, but arise in reality from psychologic material which yields a clear meaning. Were I to suppose among my readers a far-reaching ignorance of dream analysis, then I should be obliged to illustrate this statement with numerous examples. Today, however, these things are quite well known, so that one must proceed carefully with everyday dream material, out of consideration for a public educated in these matters. It is a special inconvenience that no dream can be recounted without being obliged to add to it half a life's history, which affords the individual foundations of the dream. but there are some few typical dreams which can be told without too great a ballast. One of these is the dream of the sexual assault, which is especially prevalent among women. A girl sleeping after an evening happily spent in dancing dreams that a robber breaks open her door noisily and stabs through her body with a lance. This theme, which explains itself, has countless variations, some simple, some complicated. Instead of the lance, it is a sword, a dagger, a revolver, a gun, a cannon, a hydrant, a watering pot. Or the assault is a burglary, a pursuit, a robbery, or it is someone hidden in the closet or under the bed. Or the danger may be illustrated by wild animals. For instance, a horse which throws the dreamer to the ground and kicks her in the body with his hind foot. Lions, tigers, elephants with threatening trunks, and finally snakes in endless variety. Sometimes the snake creeps into the mouth, sometimes it bites the breast like Cleopatra's legendary asp, sometimes it comes in the role of the paradisical snake, or in the variations of France Stuck, whose pictures of snakes bear the significant titles vice, sin, lust. The mixture of lust and anxiety is expressed incomparably in the very atmosphere of these pictures, and far more brutally, indeed, than in Moraique's charming poem. The Maiden's First Love Song. What's in the net, behold, but I am afraid, do I grasp a sweet eel, do I seize a snake? Love is a blind fisherwoman, tell the child where to seize. Already it leaps in my hands. Oh, pity or delight, with nestlings and turnings it coils on my breast. It bites me, oh, wonder boldly through the skin, it darts under my heart. Oh, love, I shudder. What can I do? What can I begin? That shuddering thing there, it crackles within and coils in a ring. It must be poisoned. Here it crawls around. Blissfully I feel as it worms itself into my soul and kills me finally. All these things are simple and need no explanation to be intelligible. Somewhat more complicated but still unmistakable is the dream of a woman. She sees the triumphal arch of Constantine. A cannon stands before it, to the right of it a bird, to the left a man. A shot flashes out of the tube, the projectile hits her, it goes into her pocket, into her purse. There it remains, and she holds her purse as if something very precious were in it. The image disappears, and she continues to see only the stock of the cannon, and over that Constantine's motto, in hoc signo vinces. These few references to the symbolic nature of dreams are perhaps sufficient. For whomsoever the proof may appear insufficient, and it is certainly insufficient for a beginner, further evidence may be found in the fundamental work of Freud, and in the works of Steckel and Rank, which are fuller in certain particulars. We must assume here that the dream symbolism is an established fact, in order to bring to our study a mind suitably prepared for an appreciation of this work. We would not be successful if we, on the contrary, were to be astonished at the idea that an intellectual image can be projected into our conscious psychic activity. An image which apparently obeys such wholly other laws and purposes than those governing the conscious psychic product. Why are dreams symbolic? Every why in psychology is divided into two separate questions. First, for what purpose are dreams symbolic? We will answer this question only to abandon it at once. Dreams are symbolic in order that they cannot be understood, in order that the wish, which is the source of the dream, may remain unknown. The question why this is so and not otherwise leads us out into the far-reaching experiences and trains of thought of the Freudian psychology. Here the second question interests us, viz., how is it that dreams are symbolic? That is to say, from where does this capacity for symbolic representation come, of which we, in our conscious daily life, can discover apparently no traces? Let us examine this more closely. Can we really discover nothing symbolic in our everyday thought? Let us follow our trains of thought. Let us take an example. We think of the War of 1870 and 1871. We think about a series of bloody battles, the Siege of Strasbourg, Belfort, Paris, the Treaty of Peace, the foundation of the German Empire, and so on. How have we been thinking? We start with an idea or super idea, as it is also called, and without thinking of it, but each time merely guided by a feeling of direction, we think about individual reminiscences of the war. In this, we can find nothing symbolic, and our whole conscious thinking proceeds according to this type. If we observe our thinking very narrowly and follow an intensive train of thought, as, for example, the solution of a difficult problem, then suddenly we notice that we are thinking in words, that in wholly intensive thinking we begin to speak to ourselves, or that we occasionally write down the problem, or make a drawing of it so as to be absolutely clear. It must certainly have happened to anyone who has lived for some time in a foreign country, that after a certain period, he has begun to think in the language of the country. A very intensive train of thinking works itself out more or less in word form. That is, if one wants to express it, to teach it, or to convince anyone of it. Evidently, it directs itself wholly to the outside world. To this extent, this directed or logical thinking is a reality thinking, having a real existence for us. That is to say, a thinking which adjusts itself to actual conditions, where we, expressed in other words, imitate the succession of objectively real things, so that the images in our mind follow after each other in the same strictly causal succession as the historical events outside of our mind. We call this thinking with directed attention. It has, in addition, the peculiarity that one is tired by it, and that, on this account, it is set into action only for a time. Our whole vital accomplishment, which is so expensive, is adaptation to environment. A part of it is the directed thinking, which, biologically expressed, is nothing but a process of psychic assimilation, which, as in every vital accomplishment, leaves behind a corresponding exhaustion. The material with which we think is language and speech concept, a thing which has been used from time immemorial as something external, a bridge for thought, and which has a single purpose, that of communication. As long as we think directedly, we think for others and speak to others. Speech is originally a system of emotional and imitative sounds, sounds which express terror, fear, anger, love, and sounds which imitate the noises of the elements, the rushing and gurgling of water, the rolling of thunder, the tumults of the winds, the tones of the animal world, and so on. And, finally, those which represent a combination of the sounds of perception and of affective reaction. Likewise, in the more or less modern languages, large quantities of onomatopoetic relics are retained. For example, sounds for the movement of water. Rauschen, Risseln, Ruschen, Rinnen, Rennen, to rush, Ruscello, Ruiso, river, Rhine. Wasser, Wissen, Wissern, Pissen, Piscis, fish. Thus, language is originally and essentially nothing but a system of signs or symbols, which denote real occurrences or their echo in the human soul. Therefore, one must decidedly agree with Anatole France when he says, "What is thought and how do we think? We think with words, that alone is sensual and brings us back to nature." Think of it. The metaphysician has only the perfected cry of monkeys and dogs with which to construct the system of the world. That which he calls profound speculation and transcendent method is to put end to end in an arbitrary order the natural sounds which cry out hunger, fear, and love in the primitive forests, and to which were attached little by little the meanings which one believed to be abstract when they were only crude. Do not fear that the succession of small cries, feeble and stifled, which compose a book of philosophy, will teach us so much regarding the universe that we can live in it no longer. Thus is our directed thinking, and even if we were the loneliest and furthest removed from our fellows, this thinking is nothing but the first notes of a long drawn-out call to our companions that water had been found, that we had killed the bear, that a storm was approaching, or that wolves were prowling around the camp. A striking paradox of a Baylard, which expresses in a very intuitive way the whole human limitation of our complicated thinking process, reads, "Sermo generator ab intellectu et generat intellectum." Any system of philosophy, no matter how abstract, represents in means and purpose nothing more than an extremely cleverly developed combination of original nature sounds. Hence arises the desire of a Schopenhauer or a Nietzsche for recognition and understanding, and the despair and bitterness of their loneliness. One might expect, perhaps, that a man full of genius could pasture in the greatness of his own thoughts and renounce the cheap approbation of the crowd which he despises, yet he succumbs to the more powerful impulse of the herd instinct. His searching and his finding, his call, belong to the herd. When I said just now that directed thinking is properly a thinking with words, and quoted that clever testimony of Anatole France as drastic proof of it, a misunderstanding might easily arise, namely, that directed thinking is really only word. That certainly would go too far. Language should, however, be comprehended in a wider sense than that of speech, which is in itself only the expression of the formulated thought which is capable of being communicated in the widest sense. Otherwise, the deaf-mute would be limited to the utmost in his capacity for thinking, which is not the case in reality. Without any knowledge of the spoken word, he has his language. This language, considered from the standpoint of history, or in other words, directed thinking, is here a descendant of the primitive words, as, for instance, one expresses it. A further important result of that cooperation of sound and sign, interchange, consists in the fact that very many words gradually lose altogether their original concrete thought meaning, and turn into signs for general ideas, and for the expression of the apperceptive functions of relation and comparison and their products. In this manner abstract thought develops, which, because it would not be possible without the change of meaning lying at the root of it, is indeed a production of that psychic and psychophysical reciprocal action out of which the development of language takes place. Jodl denies the identity of language and thought because, for one reason, one and the same psychic fact might be expressed in different languages in different ways. From that he draws the conclusion that a superlanguage thinking exists. Certainly there is such a thing, whether with Erdmann one considers it hypologisch, or with Jodl as superlanguage. Only this is not logical thinking. My conception of it agrees with the noteworthy contribution made by Baldwin, which I will quote here word for word. The transmission from prejudgmental to judgmental meaning is just that from knowledge which has social confirmation to that which gets along without it. The meanings utilized for judgment are those already developed in their presuppositions and applications through the confirmation of social intercourse. Thus, the personal judgment, trained in the methods of social rendering, and disciplined by the interaction of its social world, projects its content into that world again. In other words, the platform for all movement into the assertion of individual judgment, the level from which new experience is utilized, is already and always socialized. And it is just this movement that we find reflected in the actual results as the sense of the appropriateness or synonymic character of the meaning rendered. Now the development of thought, as we are to see in more detail, is by a method essentially of trial and error, of experimentation, of the use of meanings as worth more than they are as yet recognized to be worth. The individual must use his own thoughts, his established knowledges, his grounded judgments, for the embodiment of his new inventive constructions. He erects his thought, as we say, schematically, in logic terms, problematically, conditionally, disjunctively, projecting into the world an opinion still peculiar to himself, as if it were true. Thus all discovery proceeds. But this is, from the linguistic point of view, still to use the current language, still to work by meanings already embodied in social and conventional usage. Language grows, therefore, just as thought does, by never losing its synonymic or dual reference. Its meaning is both personal and social. It is the register of tradition, the record of racial conquest, the deposit of all the gains made by the genius of individuals. The social copy system, thus established, reflects the judgmental processes of the race, and in turn becomes the training school of the judgment of new generations. Most of the training of the self, whereby the vagaries of personal reaction to fact and image are reduced to the basis of sound judgment, comes through the use of speech. When the child speaks, he lays before the world his suggestion for a general or common meaning. The reception he gets confirms or refutes him. In either case, he is instructed. His next venture is now from a platform of knowledge on which the newer item is more nearly convertible into the common coin of effective intercourse. The point to notice here is not so much the exact mechanism of the exchange, secondary conversion, by which this gain is made, as the training in judgment that the constant use of it affords. In each case, effective judgment is the common judgment. Here the object is to point out that it is secured by the development of a function whose rise is directly ad hoc, directly for the social experimentation, by which growth in personal competence is advanced as well, the function of speech. In language, therefore, to sum up the foregoing, we have the tangible, the actual, the historical instrument of the development and conservation of psychic meaning. It is the material evidence and proof of the concurrence of social and personal judgment. In its synonymic meaning, judged as appropriate, becomes social meaning, held as socially generalized and acknowledged. These arguments of Baldwin abundantly emphasize the wide-reaching limitations of thinking caused by language. These limitations are of the greatest significance, both subjectively and objectively. At least their meaning is great enough to force one to ask oneself if, after all, in regard to independence of thought, Franz Mothner, thoroughly skeptical, is not really correct in his view that thinking is speech and nothing more. Baldwin expresses himself more cautiously and reservedly. Nevertheless, his inner meaning is plainly in favor of the primacy of speech, naturally not in the sense of the spoken word. The directed thinking, or as we might perhaps call it, the thinking in internal speech, is the manifest instrument of culture. And we do not go astray when we say that the powerful work of education which the centuries have given to directed thinking has produced, just through the peculiar development of thinking from the individual subjective into the social objective, a practical application of the human mind to which we owe modern empiricism and technique, and which occurs for absolutely the first time in the history of the world. Inquisitive minds have often tormented themselves with the question why the undoubtedly extraordinary knowledge of mathematics and principles and material facts, united with the unexampled art of the human hand in antiquity, never arrived at the point of developing those known technical statements of fact. For instance, the principles of simple machines, beyond the realm of the amusing and curious to a real technic in the modern sense. There is necessarily only one answer to this. The ancients almost entirely, with the exception of a few extraordinary minds, lack the capacity to allow their interest to follow the transformations of inanimate matter to the extent necessary for them to be able to reproduce the process of nature, creatively and through their own art, by means of which alone they could have succeeded in putting themselves in possession of the force of nature. That which they lacked was training in directed thinking, or, to express it psychoanalytically, the ancients did not succeed in tearing loose the libido which might be sublimated from the other natural relations and did not turn voluntarily to anthropomorphism. The secret of the development of culture lies in the mobility of the libido and in its capacity for transference. It is, therefore, to be assumed that the directed thinking of our time is a more or less modern acquisition, which was lacking in earlier times. But with that we come to a further question, viz., what happens if we do not think directedly? Then our thinking lacks the major idea and the feeling of direction which emanates from that. We no longer compel our thoughts along a definite track, but let them float, sink, and mount according to their own gravity. According to Culp, thinking is a kind of inner will action, the absence of which necessarily leads to an automatic play of ideas. James understands the non-directed thinking, or merely associative thinking, as the ordinary one. He expresses himself about that in the following manner. Our thought consists for the great part of a series of images, one of which produces the other, a sort of passive dream state of which the higher animals are also capable. This sort of thinking leads, nevertheless, to reasonable conclusions of a practical as well as of a theoretical nature. As a rule, the links of this sort of irresponsible thinking, which are accidentally bound together, are empirically concrete things, not abstractions. We can, in the following manner, complete these definitions of William James. This sort of thinking does not tire us. It quickly leads us away from reality into fantasies of the past and future. Here, thinking in the form of speech ceases, image crowds upon image, feeling upon feeling. More and more clearly one sees a tendency which creates and makes believe, not as it truly is, but as one indeed might wish it to be. The material of these thoughts, which turns away from reality, can naturally be only the past with its 1,000 memory pictures. The customary speech calls this kind of thinking dreaming. Whoever attentively observes himself will find the general custom of speech very striking, for almost every day we can see for ourselves how, when falling asleep, fantasies are woven into our dreams, so that between the dreams of day and night there is not so great a difference. Thus, we have two forms of thinking, directed thinking and dream or fantasy thinking. The first, working for communication with speech elements, is troublesome and exhausting. The latter, on the contrary, goes on without trouble, working spontaneously, so to speak, with reminiscences. The first creates innovations, adaptations, imitates reality, and seeks to act upon it. The latter, on the contrary, turns away from reality, sets free subjective wishes, and is, in regard to adaptation, wholly unproductive. Let us leave aside the query as to why we possess these two different ways of thinking, and turn back to the second proposition, namely, how comes it that we have two different ways of thinking? I have intimated above that history shows us that directed thinking was not always as developed as it is at present. In this age, the most beautiful expression of directed thinking is science, and the technique fostered by it. Both things are indebted for their existence simply to an energetic education in directed thinking. At the time, however, when a few forerunners of the present culture, like the poet Petrarch, first began to appreciate nature understandingly, there was already in existence an equivalent for our science, to wit, scholasticism. This took its objects from the fantasies of the past, and it gave to the mind a dialectic training in directed thinking. The only success which beckoned the thinker was rhetorical victory in disputation, and not a visible transformation of reality. The subjects of thinking were often astonishingly fantastical. For example, questions were discussed, such as how many angels could have a place on the point of a needle, whether Christ could have done his work of redemption equally well if he had come into the world as a pea. The possibility of such problems, to which belong the metaphysical problems in general, viz., to be able to know the unknowable, shows us of what peculiar kind that mind must have been which created such things which to us are the height of absurdity. Nietzsche had guessed, however, at the biological background of this phenomenon when he spoke of the beautiful tension of the Germanic mind which the Middle Ages created. Taken historically, scholasticism, in the spirit of which persons of towering intellectual powers, such as Thomas of Aquinas, Duns Scotus Abelard, William of Ockham, and others, have labored, is the mother of the modern scientific attitude, and a later time will see clearly how and in what scholasticism still furnishes living undercurrents to the science of today. Its whole nature lies in dialectic gymnastics which have raised the symbol of speech, the word, to an almost absolute meaning, so that it finally attained to that substantiality which expiring antiquity could lend to its logos only temporarily, through attributes of mystical valuation. The great work of scholasticism, however, appears to be the foundation of firmly knitted intellectual sublimation, the conditio sine qua non of the modern scientific and technical spirit. Should we go further back into history, we shall find that which today we call science dissolved into an indistinct cloud. The modern culture-creating mind is incessantly occupied in stripping off all subjectivity from experience, and in finding those formulas which bring nature and her forces to the best and most fitting expression. It would be an absurd and entirely unjustified self-glorification if we were to assume that we are more energetic or more intelligent than the ancients. Our materials for knowledge have increased, but not our intellectual capacity. For this reason, we become immediately as obstinate and insusceptible in regard to new ideas as people in the darkest times of antiquity. Our knowledge has increased, but not our wisdom. The main point of our interest is displaced wholly into material reality. Antiquity preferred a mode of thought which was more closely related to a fantastic type. Except for a sensitive perspicuity towards works of art, not attained since then, we seek in vain in antiquity for that precise and concrete manner of thinking characteristic of modern science. We see the antique spirit create not science, but mythology. Unfortunately, we acquire in school only a very paltry conception of the richness and immense power of life of Grecian mythology. Therefore, at first glance, it does not seem possible for us to assume that that energy and interest which today we put into science and technique, the man of antiquity gave in great part to his mythology. That, nevertheless, gives the explanation for the bewildering changes, the kaleidoscopic transformations, and new syncretistic groupings, and the continued rejuvenation of the myths in the Grecian sphere of culture. Here, we move in a world of fantasies, which, little concerned with the outer course of things, flows from an inner source, and, constantly changing, creates now plastic, now shadowy shapes. This fantastical activity of the ancient mind created artistically par excellence. The object of the interest does not seem to have been to grasp hold of the how of the real world as objectively and exactly as possibly, but to aesthetically adapt subjective fantasies and expectations. There was very little place among ancient people for the coldness and disillusion which Giordano Bruno's thoughts on eternity and Kepler's discoveries brought to modern humanity. The naive man of antiquity saw in the sun the great father of the heaven and the earth, and in the moon, the fruitful good mother. Everything had its demons. They animated equally a human being and his brother, the animal. Everything was considered according to its anthropomorphic or theriomorphic attributes, as human being or animal. Even the disk of the sun was given wings or 4 feet in order to illustrate its movement. Thus arose an idea of the universe which was not only very far from reality, but was one which corresponded wholly to subjective fantasies. We know from our own experience this state of mind. It is an infantile stage. To a child, the moon is a man or a face or a shepherd of the stars. The clouds in the sky seem like little sheep. The dolls drink, eat, and sleep. The child places a letter at the window for the Christ child. He calls to the stork to bring him a little brother or sister. The cow is the wife of the horse, and the dog the husband of the cat. We know, too, that lower races, like the Negroes, look upon the locomotive as an animal, and call the drawers of the table the child of the table. As we learn through Freud, the dream shows a similar type. Since the dream is unconcerned with the real condition of things, it brings the most heterogeneous matter together, and a world of impossibilities takes the place of realities. Freud finds progression characteristic of thinking when awake. That is to say, the advancement of the thought excitation from the system of the inner or outer perception through the endopsychic work of association, conscious and unconscious, to the motor end. That is to say, towards innervation. In the dream, he finds the reverse, namely, regression of the thought excitation from the preconscious or unconscious to the system of perception, by the means of which the dream receives its ordinary impression of sensuous distinctness, which can rise to an almost hallucinating clearness. The dream thinking moves in a retrograde manner towards the raw material of memory. The structure of the dream thoughts is dissolved during the progress of regression into its raw material. The reanimation of the original perception is, however, only one side of regression. The other side is regression to the infantile memory material, which might also be understood as regression to the original perception, but which deserves especial mention on account of its independent importance. This regression might indeed be considered as historical. The dream, according to this conception, might also be described as the substitute of the infantile scene, changed through transference into the recent scene. The infantile scene cannot carry through its revival. It must be satisfied with its return as a dream. From this conception of the historical side of regression, it follows consequently that the modes of conclusion of the dream, in so far as one may speak of them, must show at the same time an analogous and infantile character. This is truly the case, as experience has abundantly shown, so that today everyone who is familiar with the subject of dream analysis confirms Freud's proposition that dreams are a piece of the conquered life of the childish soul. Inasmuch as the childish psychic life is undeniably of an archaic type, this characteristic belongs to the dream in quite an unusual degree. Freud calls our attention to this especially. The dream, which fulfills its wishes by a short, regressive path, affords us only an example of the primary method of working of the psychic apparatus, which has been abandoned by us as unsuitable. That which once ruled in the waking state, when the psychical life was still young and impotent, appears to be banished to the dream life, in somewhat the same way as the bow and arrow, those discarded, primitive weapons of adult humanity, have been relegated to the nursery. All this experience suggests to us that we draw a parallel between the fantastical, mythological thinking of antiquity and the similar thinking of children, between the lower human races and dreams. This train of thought is not a strange one for us, but quite familiar through our knowledge of comparative anatomy and the history of development, which show us how the structure and function of the human body are the results of a series of embryonic changes which correspond to similar changes in the history of the race. Therefore, the supposition is justified that ontogenesis corresponds in psychology to phylogenesis. Consequently, it would be true, as well, that the state of infantile thinking in the child's psychic life, as well as in dreams, is nothing but a re-echo of the prehistoric and the ancient. In regard to this, Nietzsche takes a very broad and remarkable standpoint. In our sleep and in our dreams, we pass through the whole thought of earlier humanity. I mean, in the same way that man reasons in his dreams, He reasoned when in the waking state many thousands of years. The first kasa which occurred to his mind in reference to anything that needed explanation satisfied him and passed for truth. In the dream, this atavistic relic of humanity manifests its existence within us, for it is the foundation upon which the higher rational faculty developed, and which is still developing in every individual. The dream carries us back into earlier states of human culture and affords us a means of understanding it better. The dream thought is so easy to us now, because we are so thoroughly trained to it through the interminable stages of evolution during which this fantastic and facile form of theorizing has prevailed. To a certain extent, the dream is a restorative for the brain, which during the day is called upon to meet the severe demands for trained thought, made by the conditions of a higher civilization. From these facts, we can understand how lately more acute logical thinking, the taking seriously of cause and effect, has been developed, when our functions of reason and intelligence still reach back involuntarily to those primitive forms of conclusion, and we live about half our lives in this condition. We have already seen that Freud, independently of Nietzsche, has reached a similar standpoint from the basis of dream analysis. The step from this established proposition to the perception of the myths as familiar dream images is no longer a great one. Freud has formulated this conclusion himself. The investigation of this folk psychologic formation, myths, etc., is by no means finished at present. To take an example of this, however, it is probable that the myths correspond to the distorted residue of wish fantasies of whole nations, the secularized dreams of young humanity. Rank understands the myths in a similar manner as a mass dream of the people. Ricklin has insisted rightly upon the dream mechanism of the fables, and Abraham has done the same for the myths. He says, "The myth is a fragment of the infantile soul life of the people." And thus the myth is a sustained, still remaining fragment from the infantile soul life of the people, and the dream is the myth of the individual. An unprejudiced reading of the above-mentioned authors will certainly allay all doubts concerning the intimate connection between dream psychology and myth psychology. The conclusion results almost from itself, that the age which created the myths thought childishly, that is to say, fantastically, as in our age is still done, to a very great extent, associatively or analogically, in dreams. The beginnings of myth formations, in the child, the taking of fantasies for realities, which is partly in accord with the historical, may easily be discovered among children. One might raise the objection that the mythological inclinations of children are implanted by education. The objection is futile. Has humanity at all ever broken loose from the myths? Every man has eyes and all his senses to perceive that the world is dead, cold, and unending, and he has never yet seen a god, nor brought to light the existence of such from empirical necessity. On the contrary, there was need of a fantastic, indestructible optimism, and one far removed from all sense of reality, in order, for example, to discover in the shameful death of Christ really the highest salvation and the redemption of the world. Thus one can indeed withhold from a child the substance of earlier myths, but not take from him the need for mythology. One can say that should it happen that all traditions in the world were cut off with a single blow, then with the succeeding generation, the whole mythology and history of religion would start over again. Only a few individuals succeed in throwing off mythology in a time of assert intellectual supremacy. The mass never frees itself. Explanations are of no avail. They merely destroy a transitory form of manifestation, but not the creating impulse. Let us again take up our earlier train of thought. We spoke of the ontogenetic re-echo of the phylogenetic psychology among children. We saw that fantastic thinking is a characteristic of antiquity, of the child, and of the lower races. But now, we know also that our modern and adult man is given over in large part to this same fantastic thinking, which enters as soon as the directed thinking ceases. A lessening of the interest, a slight fatigue, is sufficient to put an end to the directed thinking, the exact psychological adaptation to the real world, and to replace it with fantasies. We digress from the theme and give way to our own trains of thought. If the slackening of the attention increases, then we lose by degrees the consciousness of the present, and the fantasy enters into possession of the field. Here the important question obtrudes itself: how are fantasies created? From the poets we learn much about it, from science we learn little. The psychoanalytic method, presented to science by Freud, shed light upon this for the first time. It showed us that there are typical cycles. The stutterer imagines he is a great orator. The truth of this, Demosthenes, thanks to his energy, has proven. The poor man imagines himself to be a millionaire, the child an adult. The conquered fight out victorious battles with the conqueror. The unfit torments or delights himself with ambitious plans. We imagine that which we lack. The interesting question of the why of all this we must here leave unanswered, while we return to the historic problem. From what source do the fantasies draw their materials? We chose, as an example, a typical fantasy of puberty. A child in that stage before whom the whole frightening uncertainty of the future fate opens, puts back the uncertainty into the past, through his fantasy, and says, "If only I were not the child of my ordinary parents, but the child of a rich and fashionable count, and had been merely passed over to my parents, then some day a golden coach would come, and the count would take his child back with him to his wonderful castle." And so it goes on, as in Grimm's fairy tales which the mother tells to her children. With a normal child, it stops with the fugitive, quickly passing idea which is soon covered over and forgotten. However, at one time, and that was in the ancient world of culture, the fantasy was an openly acknowledged institution. The heroes, I recall Romulus and Remus, Semiramis, Moses, and many others, have been separated from their real parents. Others are directly sons of gods, and the noble races derive their family trees from heroes and gods. As one sees by this example, the fantasy of modern humanity is nothing but a re-echo of an old folk belief, which was very widespread originally. The ambitious fantasy chooses, among others, a form which is classic, and which once had a true meaning. The same thing holds good in regard to the sexual fantasy. In the preamble, we have spoken of dreams of sexual assault, the robber who breaks into the house and commits a dangerous act. That, too, is a mythological theme, and in the prehistoric era was certainly a reality, too. Wholly apart from the fact that the capture of women was something general in the lawless prehistoric times, it was also a subject of mythology in cultivated epochs. I recall the capture of Proserpina, Deianira, Europa, the Sabine women, etc. We must not forget that, even today, marriage customs exist in various regions which recall the ancient custom of marriage by capture. The symbolism of the instrument of coitus was an inexhaustible material for ancient fantasy. It furnished a widespread cult that was designated phallic, the object of reverence of which was the phallus. The companion of Dionysus was Phales, a personification of the phallus proceeding from the phallic herm of Dionysus. The phallic symbols were countless. Among the Sabines, the custom existed for the bridegroom to part the bride's hair with a lance. The bird, the fish, and the snake were phallic symbols. In addition, there existed in enormous quantities the rheomorphic representations of the sexual instinct, in connection with which the bull, the he-goat, the ram, the boar, and the ass were frequently used. An undercurrent to this choice of symbol was furnished by the sodomitic inclination of humanity. When in the dream fantasy of modern man, the feared man is replaced by an animal, there is recurring in the ontogenetic re-echo the same thing which was openly represented by the ancients countless times. There were he-goats which pursued nymphs, satyrs with she-goats. In still older times in Egypt there even existed a shrine of a goat god, which the Greeks called Pan, where the hierodules prostituted themselves with goats. It is well known that this worship has not died out, but continues to live as a special custom in South Italy and Greece. Today we feel for such a thing nothing but the deepest abhorrence, and never would admit it still slumbered in our souls. Nevertheless, just as truly as the idea of the sexual assault is there, so are these things there too, which we should contemplate still more closely, not through moral eyeglasses with horror, but with interest as a natural science, since these things are venerable relics of past culture periods. We have even today a clause in our penal code against sodomy. But that which was once so strong as to give rise to a worship among a highly developed people has probably not wholly disappeared from the human soul during the course of a few generations. We may not forget that since the Symposium of Plato, in which homosexuality faces us on the same level with the so-called normal sexuality, only 80 generations have passed. And what are 80 generations? They shrink to an imperceptible period of time when compared with the space of time which separates us from the Homo neanderthalensis or heidelbergensis. I might call to mind, in this connection, some choice thoughts of the great historian Guglielmo Ferrero. It is a very common belief that the further man is separated from the present by time, the more does he differ from us in his thoughts and feelings, that the psychology of humanity changes from century to century, like fashions of literature. Therefore, no sooner do we find in past history an institution, a custom, a law or a belief a little different from those with which we are familiar, than we immediately search for some complex meanings, which frequently resolve themselves into phrases of doubtful significance. Indeed, man does not change so quickly. His psychology at bottom remains the same, and even if his culture varies much from one epoch to another, it does not change the functioning of his mind. The fundamental laws of the mind remain the same, at least during the short historical period of which we have knowledge, and all phenomena, even the most strange, must be capable of explanation by those common laws of the mind which we can recognize in ourselves. The psychologist should accept this viewpoint without reservation as peculiarly applicable to himself. Today, indeed, in our civilization, the phallic processions, the Dionysian mysteries of classical Athens, the barefaced phallic emblems, have disappeared from our coins, houses, temples, and streets. So also have the theriomorphic representations of the deity been reduced to small remnants, like the dove of the Holy Ghost, the Lamb of God, and the cock of Peter adorning our church towers. In the same way, the capture and violation of women have shrunken away to crimes. Yet all of this does not affect the fact that we, in childhood, go through a period in which the impulses toward these archaic inclinations appear again and again, and that through all our life we possess, side by side with the newly recruited, directed and adapted thought, a fantastic thought which corresponds to the thought of the centuries of antiquity and barbarism. Just as our bodies still keep the reminders of old functions and conditions in many old-fashioned organs, so our minds, too, which apparently have outgrown those archaic tendencies, nevertheless bear the marks of the evolution passed through, and the very ancient re-echoes, at least dreamily, in fantasies. The symbolism which Freud has discovered is revealed as an expression of a thinking and of an impulse limited to the dream, to wrong conduct, and to derangements of the mind, which form of thinking and impulse at one time ruled as the mightiest influence in past culture epochs. The question of whence comes the inclination and ability which enables the mind to express itself symbolically brings us to the distinction between the two kinds of thinking, the directed and adapted on one hand, and the subjective, fed by our own egotistic wishes, on the other. The latter form of thinking, presupposing that it were not constantly corrected by the adapted thinking, must necessarily produce an overwhelmingly subjectively distorted idea of the world. We regard this state of mind as infantile. It lies in our individual past and in the past of mankind. With this, we affirm the important fact that man in his fantastic thinking has kept a condensation of the psychic history of his development. An extraordinarily important task, which even today is hardly possible, is to give a systematic description of fantastic thinking. One may, at the most, sketch it. While directed thinking is a phenomenon conscious throughout, the same cannot be asserted of fantastic thinking. Doubtless, a great part of it still falls entirely in the realm of the conscious, but at least just as much goes along in half-shadows, and generally an undetermined amount in the unconscious, and this can, therefore, be disclosed only indirectly. By means of fantastic thinking, directed thinking is connected with the oldest foundations of the human mind, which have been for a long time beneath the threshold of the consciousness. The products of this fantastic thinking arising directly from the consciousness are, first, waking dreams or daydreams, to which Freud, Flournoy, Pick, and others have given special attention. Then the dreams which offer to the consciousness, at first, a mysterious exterior, and win meaning only through the indirectly inferred unconscious contents. Lastly, there is a so-called wholly unconscious fantasy system in the Splithoff complex, which exhibits a pronounced tendency towards the production of a dissociated personality. Our foregoing explanations show wherein the products arising from the unconscious are related to the mythical. From all these signs, it may be concluded that the soul possesses in some degree historical strata, the oldest stratum of which would correspond to the unconscious. The result of that must be that an introversion occurring in later life, according to the Freudian teaching, seizes upon regressive infantile reminiscences taken from the individual past. That first points out the way. Then, with stronger introversion and regression, strong repressions, introversion psychoses, there come to light pronounced traits of an archaic mental kind, which, under certain circumstances, might go as far as the re-echo of a once manifest archaic mental product. This problem deserves to be more thoroughly discussed. As a concrete example, let us take the history of the pious Abbé Auger which Anatole France has communicated to us. This priest was a hypercritical man and much given to fantasies, especially in regard to one question, viz., the fate of Judas, whether he was really damned, as the teaching of the Church asserts, to everlasting punishment, or whether God had pardoned him after all. Auger sided with the intelligent point of view that God, in his all-wisdom, had chosen Judas as an instrument, in order to bring about the highest point of the work of redemption by Christ. This necessary instrument, without the help of which the human race would not have been a sharer in salvation, could not possibly be damned by the all-good God. In order to put an end to his doubts, Auger went one night to the church and made supplication for a sign that Judas was saved. Then he felt a heavenly touch upon his shoulder. Following this, Auger told the archbishop of his resolution to go out into the world to preach God's unending mercy. Here we have a richly developed fantasy system before us. It is concerned with the subtle and perpetually undecided question as to whether the legendary figure of Judas is damned or not. The Judas legend is, in itself, mythical material, viz., the malicious betrayal of a hero. I recall Siegfried and Hagen, Balder and Loki. Siegfried and Balder were murdered by a faithless traitor from among their closest associates. This myth is moving and tragic. It is not honorable battle which kills the noble, but evil treachery. It is, too, an occurrence which is historical over and over again. One thinks of Caesar and Brutus. Since the myth of such a deed is very old, and still the subject of teaching and repetition, it is the expression of a psychological fact that envy does not allow humanity to sleep, and that all of us carry, in a hidden recess of our heart, a deadly wish towards the hero. This rule can be applied generally to mythical tradition. It does not set forth any account of the old events, but rather acts in such a way that it always reveals a thought common to humanity, and once more rejuvenated. Thus, for example, the lives and deeds of the founders of old religions are the purest condensations of typical, contemporaneous myths, behind which the individual figure entirely disappears. But why does our pious abbé torment himself with the old Judas legend? He first went into the world to preach the gospel of mercy, and then, after some time, he separated from the Catholic Church and became a Swedenborgian. Now we understand his Judas fantasy. He was the Judas who betrayed his Lord. Therefore, first of all, he had to make sure of the divine mercy in order to be Judas in peace. This case throws a light upon the mechanism of the fantasies in general. The known, conscious fantasy may be of mythical or other material. It is not to be taken seriously as such, for it has an indirect meaning. If we take it, however, as important per se, then the thing is not understandable, and makes one despair of the efficiency of the mind. But we saw, in the case of Abbé Auger, that his doubts and his hopes did not turn upon the historical problem of Judas, but upon his own personality, which wished to win a way to freedom for itself through the solution of the Judas problem. The conscious fantasies tell us of mythical or other material of undeveloped or no longer recognized wish tendencies in the soul. As is easily to be understood, an innate tendency, an acknowledgement of which one refuses to make, and which one treats as non-existent, can hardly contain a thing that may be in accord with our conscious character. It concerns the tendencies which are considered immoral and as generally impossible, and the strongest resentment is felt towards bringing them into the consciousness. What would Auger have said had he been told confidentially that he was preparing himself for the Judas role? And what in ourselves do we consider immoral and non-existent, or which we at least wish were non-existent? It is that which in antiquity lay widespread on the surface, viz., sexuality in all its various manifestations. Therefore, we need not wonder in the least when we find this at the base of most of our fantasies, even if the fantasies have a different appearance. Because Auger found the damnation of Judas incompatible with God's goodness, he thought about the conflict in that way. That is the conscious sequence. Along with this is the unconscious sequence. Because Ogre himself wished to be a Judas, he first made sure of the goodness of God. To Ogre, Judas was the symbol of his own unconscious tendency, and he made use of this symbol in order to be able to meditate over his unconscious wish. The direct coming into consciousness of the Judas wish would have been too painful for him. Thus, there must be typical myths, which are really the instruments of a folk psychological complex treatment. Jacob Burckhardt seems to have suspected this when he once said that every Greek of the classical era carried in himself a fragment of the Oedipus, just as every German carries a fragment of Faust. The problem which the simple story of the Abbé Ogre has brought clearly before us confronts us again when we prepare to examine fantasies which owe their existence this time to an exclusively unconscious work. We are indebted for the material which we will use in the following chapters to the useful publication of an American woman, Miss Frank Miller, who has given to the world some poetical unconsciously formed fantasies under the title Quelques faits d'imagination créatrice subconscient. Vol. V. Archives de Psychologie, 1906. Chapter 2, The Miller Fantasies. We know, from much psychoanalytic experience, that whenever one recounts his fantasies or his dreams, he deals not only with the most important and intimate of his problems, but with the most painful at that moment. Since in the case of Miss Miller we have to do with a complicated system, we must give our attention carefully to the particulars which I will discuss, following as best I can Miss Miller's presentation. In the first chapter, Phéno means de suggestion passager, ou d'autosuggestion instantanée. Miss Miller gives a list of examples of her unusual suggestibility, which she herself considers as a symptom of her nervous temperament. For example, she is excessively fond of caviar, whereas some of her relatives loathe it. However, as soon as anyone expresses his loathing, she herself feels momentarily the same loathing. I do not need to emphasize especially the fact that such examples are very important in individual psychology. That caviar is a food for which nervous women frequently have an especial predilection is a fact well known to the psychoanalyst. Miss Miller has an extraordinary faculty for taking other people's feelings upon herself and of identification. For example, she identifies herself to such a degree in Cyrano with the wounded Christian de Nouvelette that she feels in her own breast a truly piercing pain at that place where Christian received the deadly blow. From the viewpoint of analytic psychology, the theater, aside from any aesthetic value, may be considered as an institution for the treatment of the mass complex. The enjoyment of the comedy, or of the dramatic plot ending happily, is produced by an unreserved identification of one's own complexes with the play. The enjoyment of tragedy lies in the thrilling yet satisfactory feeling that something which might occur to oneself is happening to another. The sympathy of our author with the dying Christian means that there is in her a complex awaiting a similar solution, which whispers softly to her, Hodi tibi, kras mihai, and that one may know exactly what is considered the effectual moment. Miss Miller adds that she felt a pain in her breast. Lorsk Sarah Bernhardt si précipite sur lui pour attencher, le sang de sa blessure. Therefore the effectual moment is when the love between Christian and Roxane comes to a sudden end. If we glance over the whole of Rostand's play, we come upon certain moments, the effect of which one cannot easily escape, and which we will emphasize here because they have meaning for all that follows. Cyrano de Bergerac, with the long, ugly nose, on account of which he undertakes countless duels, loves Roxane, who, for her part unaware of it, loves Christian, because of the beautiful verses which really originate from Cyrano's pen, but which apparently come from Christian. Cyrano is the misunderstood one, whose passionate love and noble soul know one suspects, the hero who sacrifices himself for others, and dying, just in the evening of life, reads to her once more Christian's last letter, the verses which he himself had composed. Roxane adieu, je vais mourir, c'est pour ce soir je crois ma bien-aimée, j'aime l'heure encore de mourir exprimer, et je mours. Jamais plus jamais mes yeux grisés, mes regards don't si aider les frémissantes ferts, ni baiseront oval les gestes que vous faites, j'en revois petit que vous est familiar pour toucher votre front et je voudrais crier. Et je crie adieu. Ma chère, ma chérie, mon tracer, mon amour. Mon cœur ne vous quitte jamais une seconde, et je suis et je serai jusque, dans l'autre monde celui qui vous aime sans mesure, celui. whereupon Roxane recognizes in him the real loved one. It is already too late, death comes, and in agonized delirium, Cyrano raises himself and draws his sword. G. Croix quel regard, quel os regarder mon nez la camarde. Il leave son épée. Quedites vous, c'est inutile mais en ici bat pas dans l'espoir du succès non, c'est bien plus beau lorsque c'est inutile, questi tu cela, vous erts mil a, je vous recognize, tous mes via enemis, le mensonge. Il frappe de son épée la vidi. Tines, ha, les compromis, les préjugés, les lâchetés. Il frappe. Quegi pactais jamais, a ti voilà toi la sadais. Disais bien quella fin vous me metres à base en import, Jimmy Bats, we vous emaraches tout, le laurier et la rose araches. Il y a malgré vous quelque chose que j'ai import, et si soir, quand j'ai enterrai chez diamant salut balier enlargement le ciel bleu, quelque chose que sans unply, sans une tâche j'ai import malgré vous, et c'est mon panache. Cyrano, who under the hateful exterior of his body hid a soul so much more beautiful, is a yearner and one misunderstood, and his last triumph is that he departs, at least, with a clean shield. Sans unply et sans une tâche. The identification of the author with the dying Christian, who in himself is a figure but little impressive and sympathetic, expresses clearly that a sudden end is destined for her love, just as for Christian's love. The tragic intermezzo with Christian, however, is played as we have seen upon a background of much wider significance, viz., the misunderstood love of Cyrano for Roxane. Therefore, the identification with Christian has only the significance of a substitute memory, Deckerinnerung, and is really intended for Cyrano. That this is just what we might expect will be seen in the further course of our analysis. Besides this story of identification with Christian, there follows as a further example an extraordinarily plastic memory of the sea, evoked by the sight of a photograph of a steamboat on the high seas. G. sentis les pulsations des machines, le soulèvement des vagues, le balancement du navire. We may mention here the supposition that there are connected with sea journeys particularly impressive and strong memories, which penetrate deeply into the soul, and give an especially strong character to the surface memories through unconscious harmony. To what extent the memories assumed here agree with the above-mentioned problem we shall see in the following pages. This example, following at this time, is singular. Once, while in bathing, Miss Miller wound a towel around her hair in order to protect it from a wetting. At the same moment, she had the following strong impression. Il me semble que j'ai été sur un piédestal, une véritable statue Egyptian, avec tous ses détails. Members raids, unpied and avant la main tenant des insignes, and so on. Miss Miller identified herself, therefore, with an Egyptian statue, and naturally the foundation for this was a subjective pretension. That is to say, I am like an Egyptian statue, just as stiff, wooden, sublime, and impassive, qualities for which the Egyptian statue is proverbial. One does not make such an assertion to one's self without an inner compulsion, and the correct formula might just as well be, as stiff, wooden, etc., as an Egyptian statue I might indeed be. The sight of one's own unclothed body in a bath has undeniable effects for the fantasy, which can be set at rest by the above formula. The example which follows this emphasizes the author's personal influence upon an artist. J. I. réussi à lui faire rendre des paysages, comme celui du lac Léman, où il n'ajamais été, et il prétendait que je pouvais lui faire rendre des choses qu'il n'avait jamais vues, et lui donner la sensation d'une atmosphère ambiante qu'il n'avait jamais sentie. Bref, que je me servais de lui comme lui-même se servait de son crayon, c'est à dire comme d'un simple instrument. This observation stands in abrupt contrast to the fantasy of the Egyptian statue. Miss Miller had here the unspoken need of emphasizing her almost magic effect upon another person. This could not have happened either without an unconscious need, which is particularly felt by one who does not often succeed in making an emotional impression upon a fellow being. With that, the list of examples which are to picture Miss Miller's autosuggestibility and suggestive effect is exhausted. In this respect, the examples are neither especially striking nor interesting. From an analytical viewpoint, on the contrary, they are much more important, since they afford us a glance into the soul of the writer. Ferenczi has taught us in an excellent work what is to be thought about suggestibility, That is to say, that these phenomena win new aspects in the light of the Freudian libido theory, in so much as their effects become clear through libido-Besetzungen. This was already indicated above in the discussion of the examples and in the greatest detail regarding the identification with Christian. The identification becomes effective by its receiving an influx of energy from the strongly accentuated thought and emotional feeling underlying the Christian motif. Just the reverse is the suggestive effect of the individual in an especial capacity for concentrating interest, that is to say, libido upon another person, by which the other is unconsciously compelled to reaction, the same or opposed. The majority of the examples concern cases where Miss Miller is put under the effects of suggestion. That is to say, when the libido has spontaneously gained possession of certain impressions, and this is impossible if the libido is dammed up to an unusual degree by the lack of application to reality. Miss Miller's observations about suggestibility inform us, therefore, of the fact that the author is pleased to tell us in her following fantasies something of the history of her love. Chapter 3. Footnote 279. Naturally a precursor of onanism. Footnote 280. This true catatonic pendulum movement of the head I saw arise in the case of a catatonic patient from the coitus movements gradually shifted upwards. This Freud has described long ago as a shifting from below to above. Footnote 281. She put the small fragments, which fell out into her mouth, and ate them. Footnote 282. Dreams and Myths, Vienna 1909, translated by W.M. A. White, M.D. Footnote 283. A. Kuhn, Mythologische Studien, Volume I, Die Herabkunft des Führers und des Göttertranks. Gütersloh 1886. A very readable resume of the contents is to be found in Steinthal, Die ursprüngliche Form der Sage von Prometheus, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft, Volume Roman II, 1862, also in Abraham, Ibid. Footnote 284. Also Mathnami and Mathiati. The root manth or math has a special significance. Footnote 285. Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Sprachforschung, Volume Roman II, p. 395, and Volume Roman IV, p. 124. Footnote 286. I learn that which is learned knowledge, the act of learning, to take thought beforehand, to Prometheus forethought. Footnote 287. Prometheus, the herald of the Titans. Footnote 288. Bappen-Roscher's Lexicon, SB, 3034. Footnote 289. Burgoo equals phi lambda epsilon gamma epsilon, a recognized connection of sound. See Roscher, SB, 3034-54. Footnote 290. For the eagle as a fire token among the Indians, see Roscher, SB, 3034-60. Footnote 291. The stem manth according to Kuhn becomes in German Mangeln, Rollen referring to washing. Manthara is the butter paddle. When the gods generated the Amida, drink of immortality, by twirling the ocean around, they used the mountain Mandara as the paddle. See Kuhn, Ibid, p. 17. Steinthal calls attention to the Latin expression in poetical speech, mentula equals male member, in which meant manth was used. I add here also, mentula is to be taken as diminutive for menta or mentha, mu letter 1f77 nu theta alpha, mins. In antiquity, the mins was called crown of Aphrodite, Dioscorides, Roman II, 154. Apuleius called it mentha venerea, it was an aphrodisiac. The opposite meaning is found in Hippocrates. Si quis eam seep comedet, ejus genital semen ita colloquessit, ut effluat, et origer prohibit et corpus imbecillum reddit, and according to Dioscorides, mins is a means of preventing conception. See Agremont, Volkserotik und P. Flansenwelt, Volume I, p. 127. But the ancients also said of menta, menta autumn appellata, quod suo odora mentum feriat, menti ipsius odor animum excitat. This leads us to the root ment, in Latin mens, English, mind, with which the parallel development to primantha, pi rho omicron mu eta theta epsilon letter 1f7b sigma, would be completed. Still to be added is that an especially strong chin is called mento, mentum. Special development of the chin is given, as we know, to the priapic figure of Pulcinello, also the pointed beard and ears of the satyrs and the other priapic demon, just as in general all the protruding parts of the body can be given a masculine significance and all the receding parts or depressions a feminine significance. This applies also to all other animate or inanimate objects. See meter, psycho, neural, Wachenshire, ex-jogging. However, this whole connection is more than a little uncertain. Footnote 292. Abraham observes that in Hebrew, the significance of the words for man and woman is related to this symbolism. Footnote 293. What is called the Gulia pudendum means the yoni, the birthplace of the god. The fire which was born there is called beneficent, Katijana's Karmapratipa, I7, translated by Kuhn, Herabkunft des Führers, P67. The etymologic connection between boron, Geboren is possible. The Germanic boron to bor is primarily related to the Latin forer, and the Greek phi alpha rho letter 1f71 omega equals to plow. Possibly it is an Indo-Germanic root burr with the meaning to bear, Sanskrit bar, Greek phi epsilon rho, Latin fur. From this Old High German baran, English to bear, Latin fero and fertilis, fortis pregnant, Greek phi omicron rho letter 1f79 sigma, Walda, Latin edim. Esferio traces forer to the root burr. Compare with this the phallic symbolism of the plow, which we meet later on. Footnote 294. Weber, Indisgestudien, I 197, quoted by Kuhn, Ibid, p. 71. Footnote 295. Rigveda, Roman 3, 29, 1-3. Footnote 296. Or mankind in general. Vikpatni is the feminine wood, Vikpati, an attribute of Agni, the masculine. In the instruments of fire lies the origin of the human race, from the same perverse logic as in the before-mentioned shuttle and sword hilt. Coitus as the means of origin of the human race must be denied, from the motive, to be more fully discussed later, of a primitive resistance against sexuality. Footnote 297. Wood as the symbol of the mother is well known from the dream investigation of the present time. See Freud, Dream Interpretation. Steckel, Sprake des Traums, p. 128, explains it as the symbol of the woman. Wood is also a German vulgar term for the breast. Wood before the house. The Christian wood symbolism needs a chapter by itself. The son of Illa. Illa is the daughter of Manus, the one and only, who with the help of his fish has overcome the deluge, and then with his daughter again procreated the human race. Footnote 298. See Hurt, Etymology der Neuhochdeutschen Sprache, p. 348. Footnote 299. The capitular of Charlemagne of 942 forbade those sacrilegious fires which are called needfur. See Grimm, Mythology, 4th edition, p. 502. Here there are to be found descriptions of similar fire ceremonies. Footnote 300. Kuhn Ibid, p. 43. Footnote 301. Instead of preserving the divine faith in its purity, the reader will call to mind the fact that in this year when the plague, usually called lung sickness, attacked the herds of cattle in Laodonia, certain bestial men, monks in dress but not in spirit, taught the ignorant people of their country to make fire by rubbing wood together and to set up a statue of Priapus, and by that method to succor the cattle. After a Cistercian lay brother had done this near Fentone, in front of the entrance of the court, he sprinkled the animals with holy water and with the preserved testicles of a dog, etc. Footnote 302. Prius, Globus, lxxxvi 1905, s. 358. Footnote 303. Compare with this Friedrich Schulze, Psychologie der Nadervölker, p. 161. Footnote 304. This primitive play leads to the phallic symbolism of the plow. Letter 1f00, rho omicron letter 1fe6, new means to plow and possesses in addition the poetic meaning of impregnate. The Latin error means merely to plow, but the phrase fundum alienum error means to pluck cherries in a neighbor's garden. A striking representation of the phallic plow is found on a vase in the Archaeological Museum in Florence. It portrays a row of 6 naked ithyphallic men who carry a plow represented phallically, dieterich, mutter-erd, p. 107. The Caris Navalis of our spring festival, Carnival, was at times during the Middle Ages a plow, Han, Demeter und Babo, quoted by Dieterich, Ibid, p. 109. Dr. Abegg of Zurich called my attention to the clever work of R. Meringer, Werder und Saschen. In Deutschermännische Forschungen, 16, 179-84, 1904. We are made acquainted there with a very far-reaching amalgamation of the libido symbols with the external materials and external activities, which support our previous considerations to an extraordinary degree. Meringer's assumption proceeds from the two Indo-Germanic roots, letter 1e77en and letter 1e77eneti. Indo-Germanic Ewan Halls, AI, ist, van, vana. Agni is garbhas vanam, fruit of the womb of the woods. Indo-Germanic letter 1e77, eneti signifies, he plows. By that is meant the penetration of the ground by means of a sharpened piece of wood and the throwing up of the earth resulting from it. This verb itself is not verified because this very primitive working of the ground was given up at an early time. When a better treatment of the fields was learned, the primitive designation for the plowed field was given to the pasture, therefore Gothic vinja, Upsalanomicron muida, Old Icelandic vin, pasture, meadow. Perhaps also the Icelandic vanen, as gods of agriculture, came from that. From Ackern to plow sprang Kyra, the connection might have been the other way. Also Indo-Germanic letter 1e77 enos, enjoyment of love, Latin Venus. Compare with this the root letter 1e77 en equals wood. Kyra equals passionately to strive. Compare Old High German vinnen to rave or to storm, also the Gothic vens, letter 1f10 lambda pi iota sigma equals hope. Old High German wan equals expectation hope, Sanskrit van to desire or need. Further, one delight ecstasy, Old Icelandic vinner, beloved friend. From the meaning Ackern to plow arises wonen to live. This transition has been completed only in the German. From wonen right arrow juhunen, juhunt sein to be accustomed, Old Icelandic vanner equals juhunt to be accustomed. From Ackern further sich muhin, plagian to take much trouble wearing work, Old Icelandic vinna to work. Old High German winnen to toil hard to overwork. Gothic vinnen, pi letter 1f71 sigma chi epsilon iota nu. Vuns, pi letter 1f71 theta eta mu alpha. From Ackern comes, on the other hand, juinen, erlangen to win to attain, Old High German juinen, but also verletzen to injure, Gothic vuns wund, wound. Wund in the beginning, the most primal sense, was therefore the ground torn up by the wooden implement. From verletzen to injure comes schlagen to strike, besiegen to conquer, Old High German winna strife, Old Saxon winnen to battle. Footnote 305. The old custom of making the bridal bed upon the field, which was for the purpose of rendering the field fertile, contains the primitive thought in the most elementary form. By that the analogy was expressed in the clearest manner. Just as I impregnate the woman, so do I impregnate the earth. The symbol leads the sexual libido over to the cultivation of the earth and to its fruitfulness. Compare with that man-heart, Wald und Feld cult, where there are abundant illustrations. Footnote 306. Spielrein's patient, Jabuch, Roman 3, p. 371, associates fire and generation in an unmistakable manner. She says as follows concerning it: one needs iron for the purpose of piercing the earth and for the purpose of creating fire. This is to be found in the Mithra liturgy as well. In the invocation to the fire god, it is said, letter 1f41 sigma upsilon nu delta letter 1f75 sigma alpha sigma, pi nu epsilon letter 1f7b, mu alpha tau iota tau letter 1f70, pi letter 1f51 rho iota nu alpha kappa lambda epsilon letter 1f d6, theta rho alpha tau omicron letter 1f e6 omicron letter 1f50, rho alpha nu omicron letter 1f e6. Thou who hast closed up the fiery locks of heaven, with the breath of the Spirit, open to me. With iron, one can create cold people from the stone. The boring into the earth has for her the meaning of fructification or birth. She says, with the glowing iron one can pierce through mountains. The iron becomes glowing when one pushes it into a stone. Compare with this the etymology of boren and jeberin, see above. In the Bluebird of Maeterlinck, the two children who seek the bluebird in the land of the unborn children find a boy who bores into his nose. It is said of him, he will discover a new fire so as to warm the earth again when it will have grown cold. Footnote 307. Compare with this the interesting proofs in Butcher, Arbeit und Rhythmus, Leipzig 1899. Footnote 308. Amusement is undoubtedly coupled with many rights, but by no means with all. There are some very unpleasant things. Footnote 309. The Upanishads belong to the Brahmana, to the theology of the Vedic writings, and comprise the theosophical speculative part of the Vedic teachings. The Vedic writings and collections are in part of very uncertain age and may reach back to a very distant past, because for a long period they were handed down only orally. Footnote 310. The primal and omniscient being, the idea of whom, translated into psychology, is comprehended in the conception of libido. Footnote 311. Atman is also considered as originally a bisexual being, corresponding to the libido theory. The world sprang from desire. Compare Brihadaranyaka I 4:1 Dhyasan. 1. In the beginning this world was Atman alone. He looked around. Then he saw nothing but himself. 2. Then he was frightened. Therefore one is afraid when one is alone. Then he thought, wherefore should I be afraid, since there is nothing beside myself? 3. But also he had no joy, therefore one has no joy when one is alone. Then he longed for a companion. After this there follows the description of his division quoted above. Plato's conception of the world soul approaches very near to the Hindu idea. The soul in no wise needed eyes, because near it there was nothing visible. Nothing was separate from it, nothing approached it, because outside of it there was nothing. Timyos. Footnote 312. Compare with this Freud's 3 contributions to the sexual theory. Footnote 313. What seems an apparently close parallel to the position of the hand in the Upanishad text, I observed in a little child. The child held one hand before his mouth and rubbed it with the other, a movement which may be compared to that of the violinist. It was an early infantile habit which persisted for a long time afterwards. Footnote 314. Compare Freud, Bemerkungen über einen Fall von Zwangsneurose. 1912 Jahrbuch, Volume I, p. 357. Footnote 315. As shown above, in the child the libido progresses from the mouth zone into the sexual zone. Footnote 316. Compare what has been said above about dactyly. Abundant examples are found in Agramont, Fuss und Schuhsymbolic. Footnote 317. When, in the enormously increased sexual resistance of the present day, women emphasize the secondary signs of sex and their erotic charm by specially designed clothing, that is a phenomenon which belongs in the same general scheme for the heightening of allurement. Footnote 318. It is well known that the orifice of the ear has also a sexual value. In A Hymn to the Virgin it is called Qui per orum concepisti. Rabelais, Gargantua was born through his mother's ear. Bastian, Beiträge Z. Virgil. Psychology, p. 238, mentions the following passage from an old work. There is not to be found in this entire kingdom, even among the very smallest girls, a maiden, because even in her tender youth she puts a special medicine into her genitals, also in the orifice of her ears. She stretches these and holds them open continuously. Also, the Mongolian Buddha was born from the ear of his mother. Footnote 319. The driving motive for the breaking up of the ring might be sought, as I have already intimated in passing, in the fact that the secondary sexual activity, the transformed coitus, never is or would be adapted to bring about that natural satiety, as is the activity in its real place. With this first step towards transformation, the first step towards the characteristic dissatisfaction was also taken, which later drove man from discovery to discovery without allowing him ever to attain satiety. Thus it looks from the biological standpoint, which however is not the only one possible. Footnote 320. Translated by Mead and Chattopadhyaya, Sec 1 pt. Roman 2. Footnote 321. In a song of the Rigveda, it is said that the hymns and sacrificial speeches, as well as all creation in general, have proceeded from the entirely fire-consumed, pure Russia, primitive man-creator of the world. Footnote 322. To shine, to show forth, reveal, light. Footnote 323. I said, they said, a saying, an oracle. Footnote 324. Compare Brugg's Religion und Myth, D. Alt, Egypter, p. 255f, and the Egyptian Dictionary. Footnote 325. The German word Schwan belongs here, therefore it sings when dying. It is the sun. The metaphor in Heine supplements this very beautifully. Es singt der Schwan im Weiher und rudert auf und ab, und immer leiser singend, taucht ins Flutinggrab. Hauptmann's Sunken Bell is a sun myth in which bell equals sun, equals life equals libido. Footnote 326. Why is it wonderful to understand the universe, if men are able? I.e., men in whose very being the universe exists, and each one of whom is a representative of God in miniature. Or is it right to believe that men have sprung in any way except from heaven? He alone stands in the midst of the citadel, a conqueror, his head erect, and his shining eyes fixed on the stars. Footnote 327. Loosely connected with Achilles. See Max Muller, Vorl, über den Ursprung und die Entwicklung der Religion, p. 237. Footnote 328. An Iranian name of fire is Naryakeka equals masculine word. The Hindu Narakamsa means wish of men's spiegel. Iran, Altertumskund, Roman 249. Fire has the significance of logos, compare ch. 7. Siegfried. Of Agni, fire, Max Muller, in his introduction to the Science of Comparative Religions, says, it was a conception familiar to India to consider the fire upon the altar as being at the same time subject and object. The fire burned the sacrifice and was thereby similar to the priest. The fire carried the sacrifice to the gods and was thereby an intercessor between men and the gods. Fire itself, however, represented also something divine, a god, and when honor was to be shown to this god, then fire was as much the subject as the object of the sacrifice. Hence the first conception, that Agni sacrificed itself, i.e. that it produced for itself its own sacrifice, and next that it brings itself to the sacrifice. The contact of this line of thought with the Christian symbol is plainly apparent. Krishna utters the same thought in the Bhagavad Gita, B. Roman 4, translated by Arnold, London 1910. All's then God, the sacrifice is Brahm, the ghee and grain are Brahm, the fire is Brahm, the flesh it eats is Brahm, and unto Brahm attaineth he who, in such office, meditates on Brahm. The wise Diotima sees behind this symbol of fire, in Plato's Symposium, c. 23. She teaches Socrates that Eros is the intermediate being between mortals and immortals, a great demon, dear Socrates, for everything demoniac is just the intermediate link between God and man. Eros has the task of being interpreter and messenger from men to the gods, and from the gods to men, from the former for their prayers and sacrifices, from the latter for their commands, and for their compensations for the sacrifices, and thus filling up the gap between both, so that through his mediation the whole is bound together with itself. Eros is a son of Penia, poverty, need, generated by poros intoxicated with nectar. The meaning of poros is dark. Pi letter 1F79 rho omicron sigma means way and hole, opening. Zielinski, Arch, Frel, Wissench, Roman 9, 43 ff. Places him with Phoronius, identical with the fire-bringer, who is held in doubt. Others identify him with primal chaos, whereas others read arbitrarily kappa letter 1F79 rho omicron sigma and mu letter 1F79 rho omicron sigma. Under these circumstances, the question arises whether there may not be sought behind it a relatively simple sexual symbolism. Eros would be then simply the son of need and of the female genitals, for this door is the beginning and birthplace of fire. Diotima gives an excellent description of Eros. He is manly, daring, persevering, a strong hunter-archer, compare below, and an incessant intriguer, who is constantly striving after wisdom, a powerful sorcerer, poison mixer, and sophist, and he is respected neither as an immortal nor as a mortal. But on the same day he first blooms and blossoms, when he has attained the fullness of the striving, then dies in it but always awakens again to life because of the nature of his father, rebirth. Attainment, however, always tears him down again. For this characterization, compare Chs. V. Romans 6 and Romans 7 of this work. Footnote 329. Compare Ricklin, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales, translated by W.M. White, M.D., where a child is produced by the parents placing a little turnip in the oven. The motive of the furnace where the child is hatched is also found again in the type of the whale dragon myth. It is there a regularly recurring motive because the belly of the dragon is very hot, so that as the result of the heat the hero loses his hair. That is to say, he loses the characteristic covering of hair of the adult and becomes a child. Naturally, the hair is related to the sun's rays, which are extinguished in the setting of the sun. Abundant examples of this motive are in Frobenius, Des Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, Volume I, Berlin, 1904. Footnote 330. A Potion of Immortality. Footnote 331. This aspect of Agni is similar to Dionysus, who bears a remarkable parallel to both the Christian and the Hindu mythology. Footnote 332. Now everything in the world which is damp he created from sperma, but this is the soma. Brihadaranyaka 1:4. Footnote 333. The question is whether this significance was a secondary development. Kuhn seems to assume this. He says, Herabkunft des Führers, p. 18. However, together with the meaning of the root manth already evolved, there has also developed in the Vedas the conception of tearing off due naturally to the mode of procedure. Footnote 334. Examples in Frobenius, Des Zeitalter des Sonnengottes. Footnote 335. See in this connection Steckel, Die Sexual Wurzel der Kleptomanie, Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, 1908. Footnote 336. Even in the Roman Catholic Church at various places, the custom prevailed for the priest to produce once a year the ceremonial fire. Footnote 337. I must remark that the designation of onanism as a great discovery is not merely a play with words on my part. I owe it to two young patients who pretended that they were in possession of a terrible secret, that they had discovered something horrible, which no one had ever known before, because had it been known great misery would have overtaken mankind. Their discovery was onanism. Footnote 338. One must in fairness, however, consider that the demands of life, rendered still more severe by our moral code, are so heavy that it simply is impossible for many people to attain that goal which can be begrudged to no one, namely the possibility of love. Under the cruel compulsion of domestication, what is left but onanism for those people possessed of an active sexuality? It is well known that the most useful and best men owe their ability to a powerful libido. This energetic libido longs for something more than merely a Christian love for the neighbor. Footnote 339. I am fully conscious that onanism is only an intermediate phenomenon. There always remains the problem of the original division of the libido. Footnote 340. In connection with my terminology mentioned in the previous chapter, I give the name of autoerotic to this stage following the incestuous love. Here I emphasize the erotic as a regressive phenomenon. The libido blocked by the incest barrier regressively takes possession of an older way of functioning anterior to the incestuous object of love. This may be comprehended by Bleuler's terminology. Autismus, that is, the function of pure self-preservation, which is especially distinguished by the function of nutrition. However, the terminology autismus cannot very well be longer applied to the presexual material, because it is already used in reference to the mental state of dementia praecox, where it has to include autoerotism plus introverted desexualized libido. Autismus designates first of all a pathological phenomenon of regressive character, the presexual material, however, of a normal functioning, the chrysalis stage. Mephistopheles. What will you bet? There's still a chance to gain him, if unto me full leave you give gently upon my road to train him. Satan. But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. Job I, 11. While in Job the two great tendencies are characterized simply as good and bad, the problem in Faust is a pronouncedly erotic one, viz., the battle between sublimation and eros, in which the devil is strikingly characterized through the fitting role of the erotic tempter. The erotic is lacking in Job. At the same time, Job is not conscious of the conflict within his own soul. He even continuously disputes the arguments of his friends who wish to convince him of evil in his own heart. To this extent, one might say that Faust is considerably more honorable, since he openly confesses to the torments of his soul. Miss Miller acts like Job, she says nothing, and lets the evil and the good come from the other world, from the metapsychologic. Therefore, the identification with Job is also significant in this respect. A wider, and indeed, a very important analogy remains to be mentioned. The creative power, which love really is, rightly considered from the natural standpoint, remains as the real attribute of the divinity, sublimated from the erotic impression. Therefore, in the poem God is praised throughout as creator. Job offers the same illustration. Satan is the destroyer of Job's fruitfulness. God is the fruitful one himself, therefore at the end of the book, he gives forth, as an expression of his own creative power, this hymn filled with lofty poetic beauty. In this hymn, strangely enough, two unsympathetic representatives of the animal kingdom, Behemoth and the Leviathan, both expressive of the crudest force conceivable in nature, are given chief consideration, the behemoth being really the phallic attribute of the god of creation. Behold now Behemoth, which I made as well as thee, he eateth grass as an ox. Lo now, his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the muscles of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar, the sinews of his thighs are knit together. His bones are as tubes of brass, his limbs are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God, he only that made him giveth him his sword. Behold, if a river overflow, he trembleth not, he is confident though a Jordan swell even to his mouth. Shall any take him when he is on the watch, or pierce through his nose with a snare? Canst thou draw Leviathan with a fishhook, or press down his tongue with a cord? Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle, and do no more. None is so fierce that dare stir him up. Who then is he that can stand before me? Who hath first given unto me, that I should repay him? Whatsoever is under the whole heaven is mine. Job XL, 15:20, 23-24, Roman 41, 1-8, 10-11. God says this in order to bring his power and omnipotence impressively before Job's eyes. God is like the behemoth and the Leviathan, the fruitful nature giving forth abundance, the untamable wildness and boundlessness of nature, and the overwhelming danger of the unchained power. But what has destroyed Job's earthly paradise? The unchained power of nature. As the poet lets it be seen here, God has simply turned his other side outwards for once, the side which man calls the devil, and which lets loose all the torments of nature on Job, naturally for the purpose of discipline and training. The God who created such monstrosities, before whom the poor weak man stiffens with anxiety, truly must hide qualities within himself which are food for thought. This God lives in the heart, in the unconscious, in the realm of metapsychology. There is the source of the anxiety before the unspeakably horrible, and of the strength to withstand the horrors. The person, that is to say his conscious, I, is like a plaything, like a feather which is whirled around by different currents of air, sometimes the sacrifice and sometimes the sacrificer, and he cannot hinder either. The book of Job shows us God at work both as creator and destroyer. Who is this God? A thought which humanity in every part of the world and in all ages has brought forth from itself, and always again anew in similar forms. A power in the other world to which man gives praise, a power which creates as well as destroys, an idea necessary to life. Since, psychologically understood, the divinity is nothing else than a projected complex of representation which is accentuated in feeling according to the degree of religiousness of the individual. So God is to be considered as the representative of a certain sum of energy, libido. This energy, therefore, appears projected metaphysically, because it works from the unconscious outwards when it is dislodged from there, as psychoanalysis shows. As I have earlier made apparent in the Bedeutung des Vaters, the religious instinct feeds upon the incestuous libido of the infantile period. In the principal forms of religion which now exist, the father transference seems to be at least the molding influence. In older religions, it seems to be the influence of the mother transference which creates the attributes of the divinity. The attributes of the divinity are omnipotence, a sternly persecuting paternalism ruling through fear, Old Testament, and a loving paternalism, New Testament. These are the attributes of the libido in that wide sense in which Freud has conceived this idea empirically. In certain pagan and also in certain Christian attributes of divinity, the maternal stands out strongly, and in the former the animal also comes into the greatest prominence. Likewise, the infantile, so closely interwoven with religious fantasies, and from time to time breaking forth so violently, is nowhere lacking. All this points to the sources of the dynamic states of religious activity. These are those impulses which in childhood are withdrawn from incestuous application through the intervention of the incest barrier, and which, especially at the time of puberty, as a result of affluxes of libido coming from the still incompletely employed sexuality, are aroused to their own peculiar activity. As is easily understood, that which is valuable in the God-creating idea is not the form but the power, the libido. The primitive power which Job's hymn of creation vindicates, the unconditional and inexorable, the unjust and the superhuman, are truly and rightly attributes of libido, which lead us unto life, which let the poor be guilty, and against which struggle is in vain. Nothing remains for mankind but to work in harmony with this will. Nietzsche's Zarathustra teaches us this impressively. We see that in Miss Miller, the religious hymn arising from the unconscious is the compensating amend for the erotic. It takes a great part of its materials from the infantile reminiscences, which she reawakened into life by the introversion of the libido. Had this religious creation not succeeded, and also had another sublimated application been eliminated, then Miss Miller would have yielded to the erotic impression, either to its natural consequence or to a negative issue, which would have replaced the lost success in love by a correspondingly strong sorrow. It is well known that opinions are much divided concerning the worth of this issue of an erotic conflict, such as Miss Miller has presented to us. It is thought to be much more beautiful to solve unnoticed and erotic tension in the elevated feelings of religious poetry, in which perhaps many other people can find joy and consolation. One is wrong to storm against this conception from the radical standpoint of fanaticism for truth. I think that one should view with philosophically admiration the strange paths of the libido, and should investigate the purposes of its circuitous ways. It is not too much to say that we have herewith dug up the erotic root, and yet the problem remains unsolved. Were there not bound up with that a mysterious purpose, probably of the greatest biological meaning, then certainly 20 centuries would not have yearned for it with such intense longing. Doubtless, this sort of libidian current moves in the same direction as, taken in the widest sense, did that ecstatic ideal of the Middle Ages and of the ancient mystery cults, one of which became the later Christianity. There is to be seen biologically in this ideal an exercise of psychologic projection, of the paranoidean mechanism, as Freud would express it. The projection consists in the repressing of the conflict into the unconscious and the setting forth of the repressed contents into seeming objectivity, which is also the formula of paranoia. The repression serves, as is well known, for the freeing from a painful complex from which one must escape by all means because its compelling and oppressing power is feared. The repression can lead to an apparent complete suppression, which corresponds to a strong self-control. Unfortunately, however, self-control has limits which are only too narrowly drawn. Closer observation of people shows, it is true, that calm is maintained at the critical moment, but certain results occur which fall into two categories. First, the suppressed effect comes to the surface immediately afterwards. Seldom directly, it is true, but ordinarily in the form of a displacement to another object, e.g. a person is, in official relations, polite, submissive, patient, and so on, and turns his whole anger loose upon his wife or his subordinates. Second, the suppressed effect creates compensations elsewhere. For example, people who strive for excessive ethics, who try always to think, feel, and act altruistically and ideally, avenge themselves because of the impossibility of carrying out their ideals by subtle maliciousness, which naturally does not come into their own consciousness as such, but which leads to misunderstandings and unhappy situations. Apparently, then, all of these are only especially unfortunate circumstances, or they are the guilt and malice of other people, or they are tragic complications. One is, indeed, freed of the conscious conflict, nevertheless it lies invisible at one's feet and is stumbled over at every step. The technique of the apparent suppressing and forgetting is inadequate because it is not possible of achievement in the last analysis. It is in reality a mere makeshift. The religious projection offers a much more effectual help. In this one keeps the conflict in sight, care, pain, anxiety, and so on, and gives it over to a personality standing outside of oneself, the divinity. The evangelical command teaches us this. Cast all your anxiety upon him because he careth for you. I Peter v. 7. In nothing be anxious, but in everything by prayer and supplication, let your requests be made known unto God. Phil, Roman 4, 6. One must give the burdening complex of the soul consciously over to the deity. That is to say, associate it with a definite representation complex, which is set up as objectively real, as a person who answers those questions, for us unanswerable. To this inner demand belongs the candid avowal of sin and the Christian humility presuming such an avowal. Both are for the purpose of making it possible for one to examine oneself and to know oneself. One may consider the mutual avowal of sins as the most powerful support to this work of education. Confess, therefore, your sins one to another. James v. 16. These measures aim at a conscious recognition of the conflicts, thoroughly psychoanalytic, which is also a conditio sine qua non of the psychoanalytic condition of recovery. Just as psychoanalysis in the hands of the physician, a secular method, sets up the real object of transference as the one to take over the conflicts of the oppressed and to solve them, so the Christian religion sets up the Savior, considered as real, in whom we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins. F. I. 7 and Call I. 14. He is the deliverer and redeemer of our guilt, a God who stands above sin, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth. Pet. Roman 2, 22. Who his own self bare our sins in his body upon the tree. Pet. Roman 2, 24. Therefore Christ has been sacrificed once to take away the sins of many. Heb. Roman 9, 28. The God thus thought of is distinguished as innocent in himself and as the self-sacrificer. These qualities are true also for that amount of energy, libido, which belongs to the representation complex designated the Redeemer. The conscious projection towards which the Christian education aims offers, therefore, a double benefit. First, one is kept conscious of the conflict, sins, of two opposing tendencies mutually resistant, and through this one prevents a known trouble from becoming, by means of repressing and forgetting, an unknown and therefore so much more tormenting sorrow. Secondly, one lightens one's burden by surrendering it to him to whom all solutions are known. One must not forget that the individual psychologic roots of the deity, set up as real by the pious, are concealed from him, and that he, although unaware of this, still bears the burden alone and is still alone with his conflict. This delusion would lead infallibly to the speedy breaking up of the system, for nature cannot indefinitely be deceived, but the powerful institution of Christianity meets this situation. The command in the book of James is the best expression of the psychologic significance of this. Bear ye one another's burdens. This is emphasized as especially important in order to preserve society upright through mutual love, transference. The Pauline writings leave no doubt about this. Through love be servants one to another. Gal. v. 13. Let love of the brethren continue. Heb. Roman 13, 1. And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and good works, not forgetting our own assembling together, as is the custom of some, but exhorting one another. Heb. X. 24-25. We might say that the real transference taught in the Christian community is the condition absolutely necessary for the efficacy of the miracle of redemption. The first letter of John comes out frankly with this. He that loveth his brother abideth in the light. I John Roman 2, 10. If we love one another, God abideth in us. I John Roman 4, 12. The deity continues to be efficacious in the Christian religion only upon the foundation of brotherly love. Consequently, here too the mystery of redemption is the unresisting real transference. One may properly ask oneself, for what then is the deity useful if his efficacy consists only in the real transference? To this also, the evangelical message has a striking answer. Men are all brothers in Christ. So Christ also, having been once offered to bear the sins of many, shall appear a second time apart from sin to them that wait for him unto salvation. Heb. Roman 9, 28. The condition of transference among brothers is to be such as between man and Christ, a spiritual one. As the history of ancient cults and certain Christian sects shows, this explanation of the Christian religion is an especially important one biologically. For the psychologic intimacy creates certain shortened ways between men which lead only too easily to that from which Christianity seeks to release them, namely to the sexual relation with all those consequences and necessities under which the really already highly civilized man had to suffer at the beginning of our Christian era. For just as the ancient religious experience was regarded distinctly as a bodily union with the deity, just so was worship permeated with sexuality of every kind. Sexuality lay only too close to the relations of people with each other. The moral degeneracy of the first Christian century produced a moral reaction arising out of the darkness of the lowest strata of society, which was expressed in the 2nd and 3rd centuries at its purest in the two antagonistic religions, Christianity on the one side and Mithricism on the other. These religions strove after precisely that higher form of social intercourse symbolic of a projected, become flesh idea logos, whereby all those strongest impulsive energies of the archaic man, formerly plunging him from one passion into another, and which seemed to the ancients like the compulsion of the evil constellations, as epsilon letter 1f31 mu alpha, rho mu letter 1f73 nu eta, and which in the sense of later ages might be translated as the driving force of the libido. The delta letter 1f7b, nu alpha mu iota sigma, kappa iota nu eta tau iota kappa, letter 1f75 of Zeno, could be made use of for social preservation. It may be assumed most certainly that the domestication of humanity has cost the greatest sacrifices. An age which produced the Stoical ideal must certainly have known why and against what it was created. The age of Nero serves to set off effectually the famous extracts from the 41st letter of Seneca to Lucilius. One drags the other into error, and how can we attain to salvation when no one bids us halt, when all the world drives us in deeper? Do you ever come across a man unafraid in danger, untouched by desires, happy in misfortune, peaceful in the midst of a storm, elevated above ordinary mortals, on the same plane as the gods, does not reverence seize you? Are you not compelled to say, such an exalted being is certainly something different from the miserable body which he inhabits? A divine strength rules there, such an excellent mind, full of moderation, raised above all trivialities, which smiles at that which we others fear or strive after. A heavenly power animates such a person. A thing of this kind does not exist without the cooperation of a deity. The largest part of such a being belongs to the region from which he came. Just as the sun's rays touch the earth in reality, and yet are at home only there from whence they come, so an eminent holy man associates with us. He is sent to us that we may learn to know the divine better, and although with us, still really belongs to his original home. He looks thither and reaches towards it. Among us he walks as an exalted being. The people of this age had grown ripe for identification with the lambda letter 1f79 gamma omicron sigma, word, become flesh, for the founding of a new fellowship, united by one idea, in the name of which people could love each other and call each other brothers. The old vague idea of a mu epsilon sigma, letter 1f77 tau eta sigma, Messiah, of a mediator in whose name new ways of love would be created, became a fact, and with that humanity made an immense step forward. This had not been brought about by a speculative, completely sophisticated philosophy, but by an elementary need in the mass of people vegetating in spiritual darkness. The profoundest necessities had evidently driven them towards that, since humanity did not thrive in a state of dissoluteness. The meaning of those cults, I speak of Christianity and Mithricism, is clear. It is a moral restraint of animal impulses. The dynamic appearance of both religions betrays something of that enormous feeling of redemption which animated the first disciples, and which we today scarcely know how to appreciate, for these old truths are empty to us. Most certainly we should still understand it, had our customs even a breath of ancient brutality, for we can hardly realize in this day the whirlwinds of the unchained libido which roared through the ancient Rome of the Caesars. The civilized man of the present day seems very far removed from that. He has become merely neurotic. So for us the necessities which brought forth Christianity have actually been lost, since we no longer understand their meaning. We do not know against what it had to protect us. For enlightened people, the so-called religiousness has already approached very close to a neurosis. In the past 2,000 years, Christianity has done its work and has erected barriers of repression, which protect us from the sight of our own sinfulness. The elementary emotions of the libido have come to be unknown to us, for they are carried on in the unconscious. Therefore, the belief which combats them has become hollow and empty. Let whoever does not believe that a mask covers our religion obtain an impression for himself from the appearance of our modern churches, from which style and art have long since fled. With this, we turn back to the question from which we digressed, namely, whether or not Miss Miller has created something valuable with her poem. If we bear in mind under what psychologic or moral conditions Christianity came into existence, that is to say, at a time when fierce brutality was an everyday spectacle, then we understand the religious seizure of the whole personality and the worth of that religion which defended the people of the Roman culture against the visible storms of wickedness. It was not difficult for those people to remain conscious of sin, for they saw it every day spread out before their eyes. The religious product was at that time the accomplishment of the total personality. Miss Miller not only undervalues her sins, but the connection between the depressing and unrelenting need and her religious product has even escaped her. Thus, her poetical creation completely loses the living value of a religious product. It is not much more than a sentimental transformation of the erotic, which is secretly carried out close to consciousness, and principally possesses the same worth as the manifest content of the dream with its uncertain and delusive perishableness. Thus the poem is properly only a dream become audible. To the degree that the modern consciousness is eagerly busied with things of a wholly other sort than religion and its object, original sin, have stepped into the background, that is to say, into the unconscious in great part. Therefore, today man believes neither in the one nor in the other. Consequently, the Freudian school is accused of an impure fantasy, and yet one might convince one's self very easily with a rather fleeting glance at the history of ancient religions and morals as to what kind of demons are harbored in the human soul. With this disbelief in the crudeness of human nature is bound up the disbelief in the power of religion. The phenomenon, well known to every psychoanalyst, of the unconscious transformation of an erotic conflict into religious activity is something ethically wholly worthless and nothing but an hysterical production. Whoever, on the other hand, to his conscious sin just as consciously places religion in opposition, does something the greatness of which cannot be denied. This can be verified by a backward glance over history. Such a procedure is sound religion. The unconscious recasting of the erotic into something religious lays itself open to the reproach of a sentimental and ethically worthless pose. By means of the secular practice of the naive projection, which is, as we have seen, nothing else than a veiled or indirect real transference, through the spiritual, through the logos, Christian training has produced a widespread weakening of the animal nature, so that a great part of the strength of the impulses could be set free for the work of social preservation and fruitfulness. This abundance of libido, to make use of this singular expression, pursues with a budding renaissance, for example Petrarch, a course which outgoing antiquity had already sketched out as religious, viz., the way of the transference to nature. The transformation of this libidinous interest is in great part due to the Mithraic worship, which was a nature religion in the best sense of the word, while the primitive Christians exhibited throughout an antagonistic attitude to the beauties of this world. I remember the passage of St. Augustine mentioned by J. Burckhardt. Men draw thither to admire the heights of the mountains and the powerful waves of the sea, and to turn away from themselves. The foremost authority on the Mithraic cult, Franz Cumont, says as follows: "The gods were everywhere and mingled in all the events of daily life. The fire which cooked the means of nourishment for the believers and which warmed them, the water which quenched their thirst and cleansed them, also the air which they breathed, and the day which shone for them, were the objects of their homage. Perhaps no religion has given to its adherents in so large a degree as Mithricism opportunity for prayer and motive for devotion. When the initiated betook himself in the evening to the sacred grotto concealed in the solitude of the forest, at every step new sensations awakened in his heart some mystical emotion. The stars that shone in the sky, the wind that whispered in the foliage, the spring or brook which hastened murmuring to the valley, even the earth which he trod under his feet, were in his eyes divine, and all surrounding nature a worshipful fear of the infinite forces that swayed the universe. These fundamental thoughts of Mithricism, which, like so much else of the ancient spiritual life, arose again from their grave during the Renaissance, are to be found in the beautiful words of Seneca. When you enter a grove peopled with ancient trees, higher than the ordinary, and whose boughs are so closely interwoven that the sky cannot be seen, the stately shadows of the wood, the privacy of the place, and the awful gloom cannot but strike you, as with the presence of a deity, or when we see some cave at the foot of a mountain penetrating the rocks, not made by human hands, but hollowed out to great depths by nature. It fills the mind with a religious fear. We venerate the fountainheads of great rivers. The sudden eruption of a vast body of water from the secret places of the earth obtains an altar. We adore likewise the springs of warm baths, and either the opaque quality or immense depths hath made some lake sacred. All this disappeared in the transitory world of the Christian, only to break forth much later when the thought of mankind had achieved that independence of the idea which could resist the aesthetic impression. So that thought was no longer fettered by the emotional effects of the impression, but could rise to reflective observation. Thus man entered into a new and independent relation to nature whereby the foundation was laid for natural science and technique. With that, however, there entered in for the first time a displacement of the weight of interest. There arose again real transference, which has reached its greatest development in our time. Materialistic interest has everywhere become paramount. Therefore, the realms of the spirit, where earlier the greatest conflicts and developments took place, lie deserted and fallow. The world has not only lost its God, as the sentimentalists of the 19th century bewail, but also to some extent has lost its soul as well. One, therefore, cannot wonder that the discoveries and doctrines of the Freudian school, with their wholly psychologic views, meet with an almost universal disapproval. Through the change of the center of interest from the inner to the outer world, the knowledge of nature has increased enormously in comparison with that of earlier times. By this, the anthropomorphic conception of the religious dogmas has been definitely thrown open to question. Therefore, the present-day religions can, only with the greatest difficulty, close their eyes to this fact. For not only has the intense interest been diverted from the Christian religion, but criticism and the necessary correction have increased correspondingly. The Christian religion seems to have fulfilled its great biological purpose in so far as we are able to judge. It has led human thought to independence and has lost its significance, therefore, to a yet undetermined extent. In any case, its dogmatic contents have become related to Mithricism. In consideration of the fact that this religion has rendered, nevertheless, inconceivable service to education, one cannot reject it eo ipso today. It seems to me that we might still make use in some way of its form of thought, and especially of its great wisdom of life, which for 2,000 years has been proven to be particularly efficacious. The stumbling block is the unhappy combination of religion and morality. That must be overcome. There still remain traces of this strife in the soul, the lack of which in a human being is reluctantly felt. It is hard to say in what such things consist. For this, ideas as well as words are lacking. If, in spite of that, I attempt to say something about it, I do it parabolically, using Seneca's words. Nothing can be more commendable and beneficial if you persevere in the pursuit of wisdom. It is what would be ridiculous to wish for when it is in your power to attain it. There is no need to lift up your hands to heaven, or to pray the servant of the temple to admit you to the ear of the idol that your prayers may be heard the better. God is near thee, he is with thee. Yes, Lucilius, a Holy Spirit resides within us, the observer of good and evil, and our constant guardian. And as we treat him, he treats us. No good man is without a God. Could anyone ever rise above the power of fortune without his assistance, it is he that inspires us with thoughts, upright, just, and pure. We do not, indeed, pretend to say what God, but that a God dwells in the breast of every good man is certain. Chapter 4. Footnote 341. Therefore that beautiful name of the sun hero Gilgamesh, Waifromensch, Painjoy human being. See Jensen, Gilgamesh Epic. Footnote 342. Compare here the interesting researches of H. Silberer. 1912 Jawbuch, Volume I, p. 513. Footnote 343. See Bleuler, Psychiater Neural, Wochenschrift Roman 12, Jahrgang NR, 18-21. Footnote 344. Compare with this my explanations in Jawbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 469. Footnote 345. Compare the exhortation by Krishna to the irresolute Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita, But thou be free of the pairs of opposites. BK. Roman 2, The Song Celestial, Edwin Arnold. Footnote 346. Pensées, live. Footnote 347. See the following chapter. Footnote 348. Compare John Muller, Über die fantastischen Geschichtserscheinungen, Koblenz 1826, and Jung, Occult Phenomena, in collected papers on analytic psychology. Footnote 349. Also the related doctrine of the Upanishad. Footnote 350. Birchinger, Illustriert Hallucinationen, Jahrbuch, Volume Roman 3 p. 69. Footnote 351. How very important is the coronation and son identification is shown not alone from countless old customs, but also from the corresponding ancient metaphors in the religious speech. The wisdom of Solomon v. 17. Therefore, they will receive a beautiful crown from the hand of the Lord. I Peter v. 4. Feed the flock of God, and when the chief shepherd shall appear, ye shall receive a crown of glory that fadeth not away. In a church hymn of Allendorf it is said of the soul is liberated from all care and pain, and in dying it has come to the crown of joy. She stands as bride and queen in the glitter of eternal splendor, at the side of the great king. Etc. In a hymn by Laurentius Laurentien, it is said also of the soul, the crown is entrusted to the brides because they conquer. In a song by Sacer we find the passage, adorn my coffin with garlands just as a conqueror is adorned. From those springs of heaven, my soul has attained the eternally green crown, the true glory of victory, coming from the Son of God who has so cared for me. A quotation from the above-mentioned song of Allendorf is added here, in which we have another complete expression of the primitive psychology of the son identification of men, which we met in the Egyptian song of triumph of the ascending soul. Concerning the soul, continuation of the above passage, it sees a clear countenance, his joyful loving nature now restores it through and through, it is a light in his light. Now the child can see the Father, he feels the gentle emotion of love, now he can understand the word of Jesus. He himself, the Father, has loved you. An unfathomable sea of benefits, an abyss of eternal waves of blessing is disclosed to the enlightened spirit. He beholds the countenance of God, and knows what signifies the inheritor of God in light and the co-heir of Christ. The feeble body rests on the earth. It sleeps until Jesus awakens it. Then will the dust become the sun, which now is covered by the dark cavern. Then shall we come together with all the pious, who knows how soon, and will be for eternity with the Lord. I have emphasized the significant passages by italics. They speak for themselves, so that I need add nothing. Footnote 352. In order to avoid misunderstanding, I must add that this was absolutely unknown to the patient. Footnote 353. The analysis of an 11-year-old girl also confirms this. I gave a report of this in the I. Conger's International de Paedology, 1911, in Brussels. Footnote 354. The identity of the divine hero with the mystic is not to be doubted. In a prayer written on papyrus to Hermes, it is said, Sigma letter 1 F7a, gamma letter 1 F70, rho letter 1 F10, gamma letter 1 F7c, kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F10, gamma letter 1 F7c, sigma letter 1 F7b, tau letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F79, nu letter 1 F44 nu omicron mu alpha, letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 F78, nu kappa alpha letter 1 F76 tau letter 1 F78. Letter 1 F10, mu letter 1 F78, nu sigma letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F10, gamma letter 1 F7c, gamma letter 1 F70, rho epsilon letter 1 F30, mu iota tau letter 1 F78, epsilon letter 1 F34, theta omicron lambda letter 1 F79, nu sigma omicron upsilon. For thou art I and I am thou, thy name is mine, and mine is thine. For I am thy image. Kenyan, Greek Papyrus in the British Museum, 1893, p. 116 pap. CXA 2, cited by Dieterich, Mithras Liturgy, p. 79. The hero as image of the libido is strikingly illustrated in the head of Dionysus at Leiden Roscher, ISB, 1128, where the hair rises like flame over the head. He is like a flame, thy Savior will be a flame. Firmicus Maternus de Error Prof. Relig. 104, p. 28, acquaints us with the fact that the god was saluted as bridegroom and young light. He transmits the corrupt Greek sentence, delta epsilon nu phi epsilon chi alpha iota rho epsilon nu phi epsilon nu epsilon omicron nu phi omega sigma, with which he contrasts the Christian conception. Nullum apud te lumen est nec est aliquis qui sponsus meriter audaer, unum lumen est, unius est sponsus. Nominum horum gratiam Christus accepit. Today Christ is still our hero and the bridegroom of the soul. These attributes will be confirmed in regard to Miss Miller's hero in what follows. Footnote 355. The giving of a name is therefore of significance in the so-called spiritual manifestations. See my paper, 1902, Occult Phenomena, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. Footnote 356. The ancients recognized this demon as sigma upsilon nu omicron pi alpha delta letter 1f79 sigma, the companion and follower. Footnote 357. A parallel to these fantasies are the well-known interpretations of the Cella Petri of the Pope. Footnote 358. When Freud called attention through his analytic researches to the connection between excrements and gold, many ignorant persons found themselves obliged to ridicule in an airy manner this connection. The mythologists think differently about it. De Gubernatis says that excrement and gold are always associated together. Grimm tells us of the following magic charm. If one wants money in his house the whole year, one must eat lentils on New Year's Day. This notable connection is explained simply through the physiological fact of the indigestibility of lentils, which appear again in the form of coins. Thus one becomes a mint. Footnote 359. A French father who naturally disagreed with me in regard to this interest in his child mentioned, nevertheless, that when the child speaks of cacao, he always adds lit. He means cacao lit. Footnote 360. Freud, Jahrbuch, Volume I, p1. Jung, Jahrbuch, Volume Roman II, p33. See third lecture delivered at Clark University, 1909. Footnote 361. I refer to the previous etymologic connection. Footnote 362. Compare Bleuler, Jahrbuch, Volume Roman III, p. 467. Footnote 363. Genius and insanity. Footnote 364. Here again is the connection with antiquity, the infantile past. Footnote 365. This fact is unknown to me. It might be possible that in some way the name of the legendary man who invented the cuneiform characters has been preserved, as, for example, Sinlakianini as the poet of the Gilgamesh epic. But I have not succeeded in finding anything of that sort. However, Ashurbanipal or Assurbanipal has left behind that marvelous cuneiform library, which was excavated in Kujanskik. Perhaps Assurubama has something to do with this name. Further, there comes into consideration the name of Ahalibema, which we have met in Part 1. The word Ahimarama betrays equally some connections with Anna and Ahalibema, those daughters of Cain with the sinful passion for the sons of God. This possibility hints at Chuantopal as the longed-for son of God. Did Byron think of the two sister whores, Ohola and Oholiba Ezek? Roman 23, 4. Footnote 366. The race does not part with its wandering son heroes. Thus it was related of Cagliostro that he once drove at the same time 4 white horses out of a city from all the city gates simultaneously, Helios. Footnote 367. Mysticism. Footnote 368. Agni the fire also hides himself at times in a cavern. Therefore he must be brought forth again by generation from the cavity of the female wood. Compare Kuhn, Herabk, des Feuers. Footnote 369. We equals Allah. Footnote 370. The two-horned. According to the commentaries, this refers to Alexander the Great, who in the Arabian legends plays nearly the same role as the German Dietrich von Bern. The two-horned refers to the strength of the sun bull. Alexander is often found upon coins with the horns of Jupiter Ammon. It is a question of identification of the ruler around whom so many legends are clustered, with the son of spring in the signs of the bull and the ram. It is obvious that humanity had a great need of effacing the personal and human from their heroes, so as finally to make them, through a mu epsilon tau letter 1f71 sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma, eclipse, the equal of the sun, that is to say, completely into a libido symbol. If we thought like Schopenhauer, then we would surely say libido symbol. But if we thought like Goethe, then we would say sun, for we exist because the sun sees us. Footnote 371. Vollers, Chidher, Archive für Religionswissenschaft, p. 235, volume Roman 12, 1909. This is the work which is my authority on the Quran commentaries. Footnote 372. Here the ascension of Mithra and Christ are closely related. See Part 1. Footnote 373. A parallel is found in the Mithra mysteries. See below. Footnote 374. Parallel to this are the conversations of Mohammed with Elias, at which the sacramental bread was served. In the New Testament, the awkwardness is restricted to the proposal of Peter. The infantile character of such scenes is shown by similar features, thus by the gigantic stature of Elias in the Quran, and also the tales of the commentary, in which it is stated that Elias and Chidher met each year in Mecca, conversed and shaved each other's heads. Footnote 375. On the contrary, according to Matthew Romans 17:11, John the Baptist is to be understood as Elias. Footnote 376. Compare the Kifhasser legend. Footnote 377. Vollers, Ibid. Footnote 378. Another account says that Alexander had been in India on the mountain of Adam with his minister Chidher. Footnote 379. These mythological equations follow absolutely the rule of dreams, where the dreamer can be resolved into many analogous forms. Footnote 380. He must grow, but I must waste away. John Roman 3:30. Footnote 381. Cumont, Texts et Monuments, p. 172. Footnote 382. The parallel between Hercules and Mithra may be drawn even more closely. Like Hercules, Mithra is an excellent archer. Judging from certain monuments, not only the youthful Hercules appears to be threatened by a snake, but also Mithra as a youth. The meaning of the letter 1F04 theta lambda omicron sigma of Hercules, the work, is the same as the Mithraic mystery of the conquering and sacrifice of the bull. Footnote 383. These three scenes are represented in a row on the Klagenfurt monument, thus the dramatic connection of these must be surmised. Cumont, Mist, des Mithras. Footnote 384. Also the Triple Crown. Footnote 385. The Christian sequence is John, Christ, Peter, Pope. Footnote 386. The immortality of Moses is proven by the parallel situation with Elias in the Transfiguration. Footnote 387. See Frobenius, des Zeitalter des Sonnengottes. Footnote 388. Therefore the fish is the symbol of the Son of God. At the same time, the fish is also the symbol of the approaching world cycle. Footnote 389. Ricklin, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism. Footnote 390. Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. Footnote 391. The amniotic membrane. Footnote 392. The Etrurian Tags, who sprang from the freshly plowed furrow, is also a teacher of wisdom. In the Littlane myth of the Basutos, there is a description of how a monster devoured all men and left only one woman, who gave birth to a son, the hero, in a stable instead of a cave. See the etymology of this myth. Before she had arranged a bed for the infant out of the straw, he was already grown and spoke words of wisdom. The quick growth of the hero. A frequently recurring motive appears to mean that the birth and apparent childhood of the hero are so extraordinary because his birth really means his rebirth. Therefore, he becomes very quickly adapted to his hero role. Compare below. Footnote 393. Battle of Rare with the Night Serpent. Footnote 394. Matthew Roman 3:11. Footnote 395. Des Gilgameshipos in der Weltliteratur, Volume I, p. 50. Footnote 396. The difference between this and the Mithra sacrifice seems to be extraordinarily significant. The dataphors are harmless gods of light who do not participate in the sacrifice. The animal is lacking in the sacrifice of Christ. Therefore, there are two criminals who suffer the same death. The scene is much more dramatic. The inner connection of the dataphors to Mithra, of which I will speak later, allows us to assume the same relation of Christ to the criminals. The scene with Barabbas betrays that Christ is the God of the ending year, who is represented by one of the thieves, while the one of the coming year is free. Footnote 397. For example, the following dedication is found on a monument, D.I.M., Dio Invicto Mithri Caudipati. One discovers sometimes Dio Mithri Caut or Dio Mithri Caudipati in a similar alternation as Dio Invicto Mithri, or sometimes Dio Invicto, or merely Invicto. It also appears that the dataphors are fitted with knife and bow, the attributes of Mithra. From this, it is to be concluded that the three figures represent three different states of a single person. Compare Cumont, Texts et Monuments, p. 208. Footnote 398. Of the threefold Mithra. Footnote 399. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, p. 208. Footnote 400. Having expanded himself threefold, he departed from the sun. Footnote 401. Now these differences in the seasons refer to the sun, which seems at the winter solstice an infant, such as the Egyptians on a certain day bring out of their sanctuaries. At the vernal equinox it is represented as a youth. Later, at the summer solstice, its age is represented by a full growth of beard, while at the last, the god is represented by the gradually diminishing form of an old man. Footnote 402. Ibid. Footnote 403. Taurus and Scorpio are the equinoctial signs for the period from 4300 to 2150 BC. These signs, long since superseded, were retained even in the Christian era. Footnote 404. Under some circumstances, it is also sun and moon. Footnote 405. In order to characterize the individual and the all-soul, the personal and the superpersonal, Atman, a verse of the Sveshvatara Upanishad, Dyasan, makes use of the following comparison. Zwei skan beflügelt verbundene Freund Jumarmen einen und denselben Baum, einer von ihnen spaced dieses Bier, der andre schaut, nicht essend, nur herab. Two closely allied friends, beautifully winged, embrace one and the same tree. One of them eats the sweet berries, the other not eating merely looks downwards. Footnote 406. Among the elements composing man, in the Mithraic liturgy, fire is especially emphasized as the divine element, and described as tau letter 1F78 epsilon letter 1F30, sigma letter 1F10, mu letter 1F74 nu kappa rho letter 1FB6, sigma goat and nu theta epsilon omicron delta letter 1F7D rho eta tau omicron nu, the divine gift in my composition. Dietrich Ibid, p. 58. Footnote 407. Threefold God. Footnote 408. It is sufficient to point to the loving interest which mankind, and also the God of the Old Testament, has for the nature of the penis, and how much depends upon it. Footnote 409. The testicles easily count as twins, therefore in vulgar speech the testicles are called the Siamese twins. Anthropophytia, Romans 7, p. 20, quoted by Steckel, Sprake des Troms, p. 169. Footnote 410. Recherches sur le culte, etc. de Venus, Paris, 1837, quoted by Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism, New York, p. 4. Footnote 411. The androgynous element is not to be undervalued in the faces of Adonis, Christ, Dionysus, and Mithra, and hints at the bisexuality of the libido. The smooth-shaven face and the feminine clothing of the Catholic priest contain a very old female constituent from the Attis Sibylle cult. Footnote 412. Steckel Sprake des Troms has again and again noted the Trinity as a phallic symbol. For example, CP 27. Footnote 413. Sun's rays equals phalli. Footnote 414. In a Bakeri myth a woman appears who is sprung from a corn mortar. In a Zulu myth it is said, a woman is to catch a drop of blood in a vessel, then close the vessel, put it aside for 8 months and open it in the 9th month. She follows the advice, opens the vessel in the 9th month and finds a child in it. Frobnius, Des Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, I, p. 237. Footnote 415. Inman, Ibid, p. 10, Plate Roman 9. Footnote 416. Roscher, Lexicon, SB, 2733-4, see section Men. Footnote 417. A well-known sun animal, frequent as a phallic symbol. Footnote 418. Like Mithra and the dataphors. Footnote 419. The castration in the service of the mother explains this quotation in a very significant manner. Exod, Roman 4, 25. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off her son's foreskin and cast it at his feet and said, "Surely, a bloody husband art thou to me." This passage shows what circumcision means. Footnote 420. Gilgamesh, Dionysus, Hercules, Christ, Mithra, and so on. Footnote 421. Compare with this graph. R. Wagner im Fliegenden Holländer, Schriffen zur Angewandten Seelenkund. Footnote 422. I have pointed out above, in reference to the Zosimo's vision, that the altar meant the uterus, corresponding to the baptismal font. Chapter 5. Footnote 423. Freud, Dream Interpretation. Footnote 424. I am indebted to Dr. Abegg in Zurich for the knowledge of Indra and Urvara, Demaldi and Rama. Footnote 425. Medieval Christianity also considered the Trinity as dwelling in the womb of the Holy Virgin. Footnote 426. Symbolism, Plate Roman 7. Footnote 427. Another form of the same motive is the Persian idea of the tree of life, which stands in the lake of rain, Virukasha. The seeds of this tree were mixed with water, and by that the fertility of the earth was maintained. Vendidad, 557 says, "The waters flow to the lake Virukasha, down to the tree Hvapa. There my trees of many kinds all grow. I cause these waters to rain down as food for the pure man, as fodder for the well-born cow." Impregnation, in terms of the presexual stage. Another tree of life is the white hauma, which grows in the spring Ardvikura, the water of life. Spiegel, Iran, Altertumskund, I 465-467. Footnote 428. Excellent examples of this are given in the work of Rank, The Myth of the Birth of the Hero, translated by W.M. White. Footnote 429. Shadows probably mean the soul, the nature of which is the same as libido. Compare with this part 1. Footnote 430. But I must mention that Nork, Realwerderbutch, sub Theban Unskiff pleads that Thebes is the ship city. His arguments are much attacked. From among his arguments, I emphasize a quotation from Diodorus, I 57, according to which Sesostris, whom Nork associates with Xisuthros, had consecrated to the highest god in Thebes a vessel 280 ells long. In the dialogue of Lucius Apuleius, Medam. Lib Roman 2, 28, the night journey in the sea was used as an erotic figure of speech. Hac enim satarchia navigium veneris indigit sola, ut in noct pervigili et oleo lucerna et vino calix abundit. For the ship of Venus needs this provision in order that during the night the lamp may abound with oil and the goblet with wine. The union of the coitus motive with the motive of pregnancy is to be found in the night journey on the sea of Osiris, who in his mother's womb copulated with his sister. Footnote 431. Very illuminating psychologically is the method and the manner in which Jesus treats his mother when he harshly repels her. Just as strong and intense as this has the longing for her imago grown in his unconscious. It is surely not an accident that the name Mary accompanies him through life. Compare the utterance of Matthew X, 35. I have come to set a man at variance with his father, a daughter with her mother. He who loves father and mother more than me is not worthy of me. This directly hostile purpose, which calls to mind the legendary role of Bertrand de Born, is directed against the incestuous bond and compels man to transfer his libido to the Savior, who, dying, returning into his mother and rising again, is the hero Christ. Footnote 432. Genitals. Footnote 433. The horns of the dragon have the following attributes. They will prey upon woman's flesh and they will burn with fire. The horn, a phallic emblem, is in the unicorn the symbol of the Holy Ghost, Logos. The unicorn is hunted by the archangel Gabriel and driven into the lap of the Virgin, by which was understood the Immaculate Conception. But the horns are also sun's rays, therefore the sun gods are often horned. The sun phallus is the prototype of the horn, sun wheel, and phallus wheel, therefore the horn is the symbol of power. Here the horns burn with fire and prey upon the flesh. One recognizes in this a representation of the pains of hell, where souls were burnt by the fire of the libido, unsatisfied longing. The harlot is consumed or burned by unsatisfied longing, libido. Prometheus suffers a similar fate when the eagle, sunbird libido tears his intestines. One might also say that he was pierced by the horn. I refer to the phallic meaning of the spear. Footnote 434. In the Babylonian underworld, for example, the souls have a feathery coat like birds. See the Gilgamesh epic. Footnote 435. In a 14th century gospel at Bruges, there is a miniature where the woman, lovely as the mother of God, stands with half her body in a dragon. Footnote 436. Tau letter 1F78 letter 1F00, rho nu letter 1F77 omicron nu, little ram, diminutive of the obsolete letter 1F00, rho letter 1F75 nu equals ram. In Theophrastus it occurs with the meaning of young scion. The related word letter 1F00, rho nu letter 1F77 sigma designates a festival annually celebrated in honor of Linos, in which the lambda letter 1F77 nu omicron sigma, the lament called Linos, was sung as a lamentation for Linos, the newborn son of Samaeth and Apollo, torn to pieces by dogs. The mother had exposed her child out of fear of her father Crotopos, but for revenge Apollo sent a dragon, Poin, into Crotopos' land. The oracle of Delphi commanded a yearly lament by women and maidens for the dead Linos. A part of the honor was given to Samaeth. The Linos lament is, as Herodotus shows, Roman 2:79, identical with the Phoenician, Cyprian, and Egyptian custom of the Adonis, Tammuz lament. As Herodotus observes, Linos is called Maneros in Egypt. Brugsch points out that Maneros comes from the Egyptian cry of lamentation, Ma'enkru, come to the call. Poin is characterized by her tearing the children from the womb of all mothers. This ensemble of motives is found again in the Apocalypse, Roman 12:1-5, where it treats of the woman whose child was threatened by a dragon but was snatched away into the heavens. The child murder of Herod is an anthropomorphism of this primitive idea. The lamb means the sun. See Brugsch, Die Adonisklige und das Linoslied, Berlin 1852. Dieterich Abraxas, Studien zur Religionsgeschichte des späteren Altertums, 1891, refers for an explanation of this passage to the myth of Apollo and Python, which he reproduces as follows. To Python, the son of Earth, the great dragon, it was prophesied that the son of Leto would kill him. Leto was pregnant by Zeus, but Hera brought it about that she could give birth only there where the sun did not shine. When Python saw that Leto was pregnant, he began to pursue her in order to kill her, but Boreas brought Leto to Poseidon. The latter brought her to Ortygia and covered the island with the waves of the sea. When Python did not find Leto, he returned to Parnassus. Leto brought forth upon the island thrown up by Poseidon. The 4th day after the birth, Apollo took revenge and killed the Python. The birth upon the hidden island belongs to the motive of the night journey on the sea. The typical character of the island fantasy has for the first time been correctly perceived by Ricklin, 1912 Jawbuch, Volume Roman 2, p. 246. A beautiful parallel for this is to be found, together with the necessary incestuous fantasy material, in H. de Vere Stackpole, The Blue Lagoon. A parallel to Paul and Virginia. Footnote 437. Revelation Roman 21:2. And the holy city, the New Jerusalem, I saw coming down from the heaven of God, prepared as a bride adorned for her bridegroom. Footnote 438. The legend of Saktydva in Samadva Bhatta relates that the hero, after he had escaped from being devoured by a huge fish, terrible mother, finally sees the golden city and marries his beloved princess, Frobnius, p. 175. Footnote 439. In the apocryphal Acts of St. Thomas, 2nd century, the Church is taken to be the virgin mother-spouse of Christ. In an invocation of the apostle, it is said, Come, holy name of Christ, thou who art above all names. Come, power of the highest and greatest mercy. Come, dispenser of the greatest blessings. Come, gracious mother. Come, economy of the masculine. Come, woman, thou who disclosest the hidden mysteries. In another invocation, it is said, Come, greatest mercy, come, spouse, literally community of the male, come, woman, thou who knowest the mystery of the elect, come, woman, thou who showest the hidden things and who revealest the unspeakable things, holy dove, thou who bringest forth the twin nestling, come, mysterious mother, etc. FC Knibber, Die Jungfräuliche Kirche und die Jungfräuliche Mutter. Archive für Religionswissenschaft, Roman 9, 77. The connection of the Church with the Mother is not to be doubted, also the conception of the Mother as spouse. The Virgin is necessarily introduced to hide the incest idea. The community with the male points to the motive of the continuous cohabitation. The twin nestlings refer to the old legend that Jesus and Thomas were twins. It plainly expresses the motive of the Dioscuri. Therefore, doubting Thomas had to place his finger in the wound at the side. Zinzendorf has correctly perceived the sexual significance of this symbol that hints at the androgynous nature of the primitive being, the libido. Compare the Persian legend of the twin trees Meskia and Mekian, as well as the motive of the Dioscuri and the motive of cohabitation. Footnote 440. Compare Freud, Dream Interpretation. Also Abraham, Dreams and Myths pp. 22f. Footnote 441. The sea is the symbol of birth. Footnote 442. Isaiah Roman 48, 1. Hear ye this, O house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel and are come forth out of the waters of Judah. Footnote 443. Worth, Os Orientalischen Chroniken. The Greek materia is letter 1f55 lambdita, which means wood and forest. It really means moist, from the Indo-Germanic root su in letter 1f55 omega, to make wet to have it rain. Letter 1f51 epsilon tau, letter 1f79 sigma equals rain. Iranian suth equals sap, fruit, birth. Sanskrit sura equals brandy. Sutus equals pregnancy. Sut, sight equals to generate. Sutas equals sun. Suras equals soma. Upsilon letter 1f31 letter 1f79 sigma equals sun. Sanskrit, sunnis, Gothic sunnis. Footnote 444. Kappa Omicron, letter 1f77 mu eta mu alpha means cohabitation. Kappa Omicron iota mu eta tau, letter 1f75 rho iota Omicron nu bedchamber. Hence coimaterium equals cemetery, enclosed fenced place. Footnote 445. Nork Realwitterbuch. Footnote 446. In a myth of Celebes, a dove maiden who was caught in the manner of the swan maiden myth was called Utahagi after a white hair which grew on its crown and in which there was magic strength. Frobenius, p. 307. Footnote 447. Referring to the phallic symbolism of the finger, see the remarks about the dactyly, part 2, chapter I. I mention at this place the following from a Bakuri myth. Nimigakaniro devoured 2 finger bones, many of which were in the house, because Oka used them for his arrowheads and killed many Bakuri whose flesh he ate. The woman became pregnant from the finger bone and only from this, not from Oka, quoted by Frobenius p. 236. Footnote 448. Further proof for this in Prellwitt's Greikisch Etymology. Footnote 449. Psyche der Gottrudra in Rigveda. Archive für Religionswissenschaft, Volume I, p. 237. Footnote 450. The fig tree is the phallic tree. It is noteworthy that Dionysus planted a fig tree at the entrance to Hades, just as phalli are placed on graves. The cypress tree consecrated to Aphrodite grew to be entirely a token of death because it was placed at the door of the house of death. Footnote 451. Therefore, the tree at times is also a representation of the sun. A Russian riddle related to me by Dr. van Offuasen reads, "What is the tree which stands in the middle of the village and is visible in every cottage?" Answer, the sun and its light. A Norwegian riddle reads, "A tree stands on the mountain of Billings, it bends over a lake, its branches shine like gold, you won't guess that today." In the evening, the daughter of the sun collected the golden branches, which had been broken from the wonderful oak. Bitterly weeps the little sun in the apple orchard. From the apple tree has fallen the golden apple. Do not weep, little son, God will make another of gold, of bronze, of silver. The picking of the apple from the paradise tree may be compared with the fire theft, the drawing back of the libido from the mother. See the explanations which follow concerning the specific deed of the hero. Footnote 452. The relation of the son to the mother was the psychologic basis of many religions. In the Christian legend, the relation of the son to the mother is extraordinarily clear. Robertson, Evangelical Myths, has hit upon the relation of Christ to the Marys, and he conjectures that this relation probably refers to an old myth where a god of Palestine, perhaps of the name Joshua, appears in the changing relation of lover and son towards a mythical Mary. This is a natural process in the oldest theosophy, and one which appears with variations in the myths of Mithra, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, and Dionysus, all of whom were brought into relation or combination with mother goddesses, and who appear either as a consort or a feminine eidolon insofar as the mothers and consorts were identified as occasion offered. Footnote 453. Rank has pointed out a beautiful example of this in the myth of the Swan Maiden. Die Lohengrinsage, Schriffen zur Anguenten Seelenkund. Footnote 454. Mother Jeskich der Malere, volume Roman 2, says in the chapter, the first Spanish classic, Tyche once wrote, "Sexuality is the great mystery of our being. Sensuality is the first moving wheel in our machinery. It stirs our being and makes it joyous and living. Everything we dream of as beautiful and noble is included here. Sexuality and sensuousness are the spirit of music, of painting, and of all art. All wishes of mankind rotate around this center like moths around a burning light. The sense of beauty and the feeling for art are only other expressions of it. They signify nothing more than the impulse of mankind towards expression. I consider devoutness itself as a diverted channel of the sexual desire." Here it is openly declared that one should never forget, when judging the ancient ecclesiastic art, that the effort to efface the boundaries between earthly and divine love, to blend them into each other imperceptibly, has always been the guiding thought, the strongest factor in the propaganda of the Catholic Church. Footnote 455. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. The Spirit bloweth where it listeth. Footnote 456. We will not discuss here the reasons for the strength of the fantasy, but it does not seem difficult to me to imagine what sort of powers are hidden behind the above formula. Footnote 457. Lactantius says, "When all know that it is customary for certain animals to conceive through wind and breath of air, why should any one consider it miraculous for a virgin to be impregnated by the Spirit of God?" Robertson. Evang. Myth. p. 31. Footnote 458. Therefore the strong emphasis upon affiliation in the New Testament. Footnote 459. The mystic feelings of the nearness of God, the so-called personal inner experience. Footnote 460. The sexual mawkishness is everywhere apparent in the lamb symbolism and the spiritual love songs to Jesus, the bridegroom of the soul. Footnote 461. Usener, Der Heiligtichon, 1907. Footnote 462. Compare W. P. Knight, Worship of Priapus. Footnote 463. Or in the compensating organizations, which appear in the place of religion. Footnote 464. The condition was undoubtedly ideal for early times, where mankind was more infantile in general, and it still is ideal for that part of humanity which is infantile. How large is that part? Footnote 465. Compare Freud, Jahrbuch Volume 3, p. 1. Footnote 466. Here it is not to be forgotten we are moving entirely in the territory of psychology, which in no way is allied to transcendentalism, either in positive or negative relation. It is a question here of a relentless fulfillment of the standpoint of the theory of cognition, established by Kant, not merely for the theory, but what is more important for the practice. One should avoid playing with the infantile image of the world, because all this tends only to separate man from his essential and highest ethical goal, moral autonomy. The religious symbol should be retained after the inevitable obliteration of certain antiquated fragments, as postulate or as transcendent theory, and also as taught in precepts, but is to be filled with new meaning according to the demand of the culture of the present day. But this theory must not become for the adult a positive creed, an illusion which causes reality to appear to him in a false light. Just as man is a dual being, having an intellectual and an animal nature, So does he appear to need two forms of reality, the reality of culture, that is, the symbolic transcendent theory, and the reality of nature which corresponds to our conception of the true reality. In the same measure that the true reality is merely a figurative interpretation of the appreciation of reality, the religious symbolic theory is merely a figurative interpretation of certain endopsychic apperceptions. But one very essential difference is that a transcendental support, independent in duration and condition, is assured to the transsubjective reality through the best conceivable guarantees. While for the psychologic phenomena, a transcendental support of subjective limitation and weakness must be recognized as a result of compelling empirical data. Therefore, true reality is one that is relatively universally valid. The psychologic reality, on the contrary, is merely a functional phenomenon contained in an epoch of human civilization. Thus does it appear today from the best informed empirical standpoint. If, however, the psychologic were divested of its character of a biologic epiphenomenon in a manner neither known nor expected by me, and thereby was given the place of a physical entity, then the psychologic reality would be resolved into the true reality. Or much more, it would be reversed, because then the psychologic would lay claim to a greater worth, for the ultimate theory, because of its directness. Footnote 467. Du Icid et Ossier. Footnote 468. In the fourth place, Isis was born in absolute humidity. Footnote 469. The great beneficent king, Osiris. Footnote 470. Erman, Egyptian, p. 360. Footnote 471. Here I must again recall that I give to the word incest more significance than properly belongs to the term. Just as libido is the onward driving force, so incest is in some manner the backward urge into childhood. For the child, it cannot be spoken of as incest. Only for the adult who possesses a completely formed sexuality does the backward urge become incest, because he is no longer a child but possesses a sexuality which cannot be permitted a regressive application. Footnote 472. Compare Frobenius, des Zeitalter des Sonnengods. Footnote 473. Compare the nightmare legends, in which the mare is a beautiful woman. Footnote 474. This recalls the phallic columns placed in the temples of Astarte. In fact, according to one version, the wife of the king was named Astarte. This symbol brings to mind the crosses, fittingly called letter 1F73 gamma cap omicron lambda pi iota alpha, pregnant crosses, which conceal a secret reliquary. Footnote 475. Spielrein, Jawbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 358, points out numerous indications of the motive of dismemberment in a demented patient. Fragments of the most varied things and materials were cooked or burnt. The ash can become man. The patient saw children dismembered in glass coffins. In addition, the above-mentioned washing, cleaning, cooking, and burning has, besides the coitus motive, also the pregnancy motive, the latter probably in a predominating measure. Footnote 476. Later offshoots of this primitive theory of the origin of children are contained in the doctrines of karma, and the conception of the Mendelian theory of heredity is not far off. One only has to realize that all apperceptions are subjectively conditioned. Footnote 477. Demeter assembled the limbs of the dismembered Dionysus, and from them produced the god anew. Footnote 478. Compare Diodorus, Roman 3:62. Footnote 479. Yet to be added is the fact that the cynosphallic Anubis as the restorer of the corpse of Osiris, also genius of the dog star, had a compensatory significance. In this significance, he appears upon many sarcophagi. The dog is also a regular companion of the healing Asclepius. The following quotation from Petronius Best supports the cruiser hypothesis. Sat. C. 71, Valda T. Rogo, ut secundum pedis statui me catalam pingas, ut mihi continget tuo beneficio post mortem viver. I beseech you instantly to fasten beside the feet of my statue a dog, so that because of your beneficence I may attain to life after death. See Nork, Ibid, about dog. Moreover, the relation of the dog to the dog-headed Hecate, the goddess of the underworld, hints at its being the symbol of rebirth. She received as Canicula a sacrificial dog to keep away the pest. Her close relation to Artemis as goddess of the moon permits her opposition to fertility to be glimpsed. Hecate is also the first to bring to Demeter the news of her stolen child, the role of Anubis. Also, the goddess of birth Eileithyia received sacrifices of dogs, and Hecate herself is, on occasions, goddess of marriage and birth. Footnote 480. Frobenius, Ibid, p. 393, observes that frequently the gods of fire, sun heroes, lack a member. He gives the following parallel. Just as the god wrenches out an arm from the ogre, giant, so does Odysseus pluck out the eye of the noble Polyphemus, whereupon the sun creeps up mysteriously into the sky. Might the fire-making, twisting, and wrenching out of the arm be connected? This question is by this clearly illumined if we assume, corresponding to the train of thought of the ancients, that the wrenching out of the arm is really a castration, the symbol of the robbery of the force of life. It is an act corresponding to the Hades castration because of the mother. From this renunciation, which is really a symbolic mother incest, arises the discovery of fire, as previously we have already suspected. Moreover, mention must be made of the fact that to wrench out an arm means first of all merely overpowering, and on that account can happen to the hero as well as to his opponent. Compare, for examples, Frobenius, Ibid, pp. 112, 395. Footnote 481. Compare especially the description of the cup of Thebes. Footnote 482. Professor Freud has expressed in a personal discussion the idea that a further determinate for the motive of the dissimilar brothers is to be found in the elementary observance towards birth and the afterbirth. It is an exotic custom to treat the placenta as a child. Footnote 483. Brugsch, Religion und Mythologie der alten Ägypter, p. 354. Footnote 484. Ibid, p. 310. Footnote 485. In the conception of Atman, there is a certain fluid quality in so far as he really can be identified with Purusha of the Rigveda. Purusha covers all the places of the earth, flowing about it 10 fingers high. Footnote 486. Brugsch, Ibid, p. 112. Footnote 487. In Thebes, where the chief god is Chnum, the latter represents the breath of the wind in his cosmic component, from which later on the spirit of God floating over the waters has developed, the primitive idea of the cosmic parents who lie pressed together until the sun separates them. Compare the symbolism of Atman above. Footnote 488. Brugsch, Ibid, p. 128. Footnote 489. Servian Song from Grimm's Mythology, Roman 2, p. 544. Footnote 490. Frobenius, Ibid. Footnote 491. Compare the birth of the Germanic Ashanes, where rock, tree, and water are present at the scene of birth. Chither too was found sitting on the earth, the ground around covered with flowers. Footnote 492. Most singularly even in this quotation, v. 288, the description is found of sleep sitting high up in a pine tree. There he sat surrounded by branches covered with thorny leaves, like the singing bird, who by night flutters through the mountains. It appears as if the motive belongs to A. Hieroskamos. Compare also the magic net with which Hephaestus enfolds Ares and Aphrodite, in flagranti, and kept them for the sport of the gods. Footnote 493. The rite of enchaining the statues of Hercules and the Tyrian Melkarth is related to this also. The Cabiri too were wrapped in coverings, cruiser, symbolic, Roman 2, 350. Footnote 494. Fick, in Dogermanisches Wörterbuch, I. p. 132. Footnote 495. Compare the resounding sun. Footnote 496. The motive of the striking rocks belongs also to the motive of devouring, Frobenius, Ibid, p. 405. The hero and his ship must pass between two rocks which strike together. Similar to the biting door, to the tree trunk which snaps together. In the passage, generally the tail of the bird is pinched off, or the poop of the ship, etc. The castration motive is once more clearly revealed here, for the castration takes the place of mother incest. The castration is a substitution for coitus. Scheffel employs this idea in his well-known poem, A Herring Loved an Oyster, etc., the poem ends with the oyster biting off the herring's head for a kiss. The doves which bring Zeus ambrosia have also to pass through the rocks which strike together. The doves bring the food of immortality to Zeus by means of incest entrance into the mother, very similar to Freya's apple's breasts. Frobenius also mentions the rocks or caves which open only at a magic word and are very closely connected with the rocks which strike together. Most illuminating in this respect is a South African myth, Frobenius, p. 407. One must call the rock by name and cry loudly, "Rock Utenjambili, open so that I may enter." But the rock answers when it will not open to the call. The rock will not open to children, it will open to the swallows which fly in the air. The remarkable thing is that no human power can open the rock, only a formula has that power, or a bird. This wording merely says that the opening of the rock is an undertaking which cannot really be accomplished, but which one wishes to accomplish. In Middle High German, to wish is really to have the power to create something extraordinary. When a man dies, then only the wish that he might live remains, an unfulfilled wish, a fluttering wish, wherefore souls are birds. The soul is wholly only libido, as is illustrated in many parts of this work. It is to wish. Thus the helpful bird, who assists the hero and the whale to come again into the light, who opens the rocks, is the wish for rebirth. For the bird as a wish, see the beautiful painting by Thoma, where the youth longingly stretches out his arms to the birds who pass over his head. Footnote 497. Melian Virgins. Footnote 498. Grimm, Mythology, IP 474. Footnote 499. In Athens, there was a family of alpha letter 1F30, gamma, epsilon iota rho letter 1F79, tau, omicron mu omicron iota equals hewn from poplars. Footnote 500. Hermann, Nordish Mythology, p. 589. Footnote 501. Pregnant. Footnote 502. Javanese tribes commonly set up their images of God in an artificial cavity of a tree. This fits in with the little hole fantasy of Zinzendorf and his sect. See Pfister, Frömmigkeit des Grafen von Zinzendorf. In a Persian myth, the white hauma is a divine tree growing in the lake Verukasha. The fish Karmahai circles protectingly around it and defends it against the toad Ahriman. It gives eternal life, children to women, husbands to girls, and horses to men. In the Minocaird, the tree is called the preparer of the corpse, Spiegel, Iran, Altertumskund, Roman 2, 115. Footnote 503. Ship of the Sun, which accompanies the sun and the soul over the sea of death to the rising. Footnote 504. Brugsch, Ibid, p. 177. Footnote 505. Similarly, Isaiah Lee, 1, look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Further proof is found in A. von Loeys of Menar, Nordkaukasische Steingebirgsigen, Archive für Religionswissenschaft, Roman 13, p. 509. Footnote 506. Grimm, Mythology, I. p. 474. Footnote 507. Des Cruz Christi, Relhist Kirchel Archeol, Untersuchungen, 1875. Footnote 508. The legend of Seth is found in Juvenal, Misters Inedits du Roman 15, Cycle, Part 2, p. 16, quoted from Zockler, Ibid, p. 241. Footnote 509. The guilt is, as always, whenever possible, thrown upon the mother. The Germanic sacred trees are also under the law of an absolute taboo. No leaf may be taken from them, and nothing may be picked from the ground upon which their shadows fall. Footnote 510. According to the German legend Grimm, Volume Roman 2, p. 809, the redeeming hero will be born when the tree, which now grows as a weak shoot from the wall, has become large, and when from its wood the cradle can be made in which the hero can be rocked. The formula reads, a linden shall be planted, which shall bear on high 2 boughs from the wood of which a poi shall be made. The child who will be the first to lie therein is destined to be taken by the sword from life to death, and then salvation will enter in. In the Germanic legends, the appearance of a future event is connected most remarkably with a budding tree. Compare with this the designation of Christ as a branch or a rod. Footnote 511. Herein the motive of the helpful bird is apparent. Angels are really birds. Compare the bird clothing of the souls of the underworld, soul birds. In the Sacrificium Mithriacum, the messenger of the gods, the angel, is a raven, the winged Hermes, etc. Footnote 512. See Frobenius, Ibid. Footnote 513. The close connection between delta epsilon lambda, phi letter 1 F77 sigma, equals dolphin and delta epsilon lambda phi letter 1 F7b sigma equals uterus is emphasized. In Delphi, there is the cavity in the earth, and the tripod delta epsilon lambda phi iota nu letter 1 F77 sigma equals a Delphic table with 3 feet in the form of a dolphin. See in the last chapter Melicertes upon the dolphin and the fiery sacrifice of Melkarth. Footnote 514. See the comprehensive collection of Jones on the nightmare. Footnote 515. Ricklin, Wish Fulfillment and Symbolism in Fairy Tales. Footnote 516. Leisner, Des Rätsel der Sphinx. Footnote 517. Freud, Jabuch, Volume I June, Mental Conflicts in Children, Collected Papers on Analytical Psychology. Footnote 518. Epistola de Ara ad Noveam Reperta, p. 25, quoted by Grimm, Mythology, Volume Roman II. Footnote 519. Even today the country people drive off these nymphs, mother goddesses, Mara, by throwing a bone of the head of a horse upon the roof. Bones of this kind can often be seen throughout the land on the farmhouses of the country people. By night, however, they are believed to ride at the time of the first sleep, and they are believed to tire out their horses by long journeys. Footnote 520. Grimm, Ibid, Volume Roman II, p. 1041. Footnote 521. Compare with that the horses whose tread causes springs to flow. Footnote 522. Compare Hermann, Nord, Myth, p. 64 and Fick, Vergleich Wörterb D. Indogerm Sprake, Volume I. Footnote 523. Parallel is the mantic significance of the Delphic chasm, Mimir's brook, etc., abyss of wisdom, see last chapter. Hippolytos, with whom his stepmother was enamored, was placed after death with the wise nymph, Egeria. Footnote 524. That these matrons should declare by lots whether it would be to their advantage or not to engage in battle. Footnote 525. Example in Birchinger, Jabuch, Volume Roman III, Part 1. Footnote 526. Compare the exotic myths given by Frobenius, Zeitalter des Sonnengottes, where the belly of the whale is clearly the land of death. Footnote 527. One of the fixed peculiarities of the Mar is that he can only get out of the hole through which he came in. This motive belongs evidently as the projected wish motive in the rebirth myth. Footnote 528. According to Gressman, Altorient, Text, und Bild, Volume I, p. 4. Footnote 529. Abyss of Wisdom, Book of Wisdom, Source of Fantasies, see below. Footnote 530. Cleavage of the Mother, see Kyneas. Also rift, chasm equals division of the earth, and so on. Footnote 531. Skapfung und Chaos, Göttingen, 1895, p. 30. Footnote 532. Brugsch Ibid, p. 161. Footnote 533. In a pyramid text, which depicts the battle of the dead pharaoh for the dominance of heaven, it reads, "Heaven weeps, the stars tremble, the guards of the gods tremble and their servants flee, when they see the king rise as a spirit, as a god, who lives upon his fathers and conquers his mothers." Cited by Dieterich. Mithras Liturgy, p. 100. Footnote 534. Book 2, p. 61. Footnote 535. By Ares, the Egyptian Typhon is probably meant. Footnote 536. In the Polynesian Maui myth, the act of the sun hero is very plain. He robs his mother of her girdle. The robbery of the veil in myths of the type of the Swan Maiden has the same significance. In an African myth of Joruba, the sun hero simply ravishes his mother, Frobenius. Footnote 537. The previously mentioned myth of Halirrhodios, who destroyed himself when he wished to cut down the holy tree of Athens, the Moria, contains the same psychology. Also the priestly castration Attis castration, in the service of the Great Mother. The ascetic self-torture in Christianity has its origin, as is self-evident, in these sources because the Christian form of symbol means a very intensive regression to the mother incest. Footnote 538. The tearing off from the tree of life is just this sin. Footnote 539. Compare Kuhn, Herabkunft des Viewers. Footnote 540. Nork, Wörterbuch wie Mistel. Footnote 541. Therefore in England mistletoe boughs were hung up at Christmas, mistletoe as rod of life. Compare Egremont, Volkserotik und Pflanzenwelt. Footnote 542. Just as the tree has the phallic nature as well as a maternal significance, so in myths the demonic old woman, she may be favorable or malicious, often has phallic attributes. For example, a long toe, a long tooth, long lips, long fingers, pendulous breasts, large hands, feet, and so on. This mixture of male and female motive has reference to the fact that the old woman is a libido symbol like the tree, generally determined as maternal. The bisexuality of the libido is expressed in its clearest form in the idea of the three witches, who collectively possessed but one eye and one tooth. This idea is directly parallel to the dream of a patient, who represented her libido as twins, one of which is a box, the other a bottle-like object, for eye and tooth represent male and female genitals. Relative to eye in this connection, see especially the Egyptian myths. Referring to tooth, it is to be observed that Adonis, fecundity, died by a boar's tooth, like Siegfried by Hagen's spear. Compare with this the Veronese Priapus, whose phallus was bitten by a snake. Tooth in this sense, like the snake, is a negative phallus. Footnote 543. Compare Grimm, Volume Roman 2, Chap Roman 4, p. 802. The same motive in another application is found in a Low Saxon legend. Once a young ash tree grew unnoticed in the wood. Each New Year's Eve a white knight upon a white horse rides up to cut down the young shoot. At the same time a black knight arrives and engages him in combat. After a lengthy conflict, the white knight succeeds in overcoming the black knight, and the white knight cuts down the young tree. But sometime the white knight will be unsuccessful. Then the ash will grow, and when it becomes large enough to allow a horse to be tied under it, then a powerful king will come and a tremendous battle will occur, destruction of the world. Footnote 544. Chantapie de la Sauce, Leobuch der Religionsgeschichte, Volume Roman 2 p. 185. Footnote 545. Further examples in Frobenius, Ibid, Passim. Footnote 546. See Jensen, Gilgam Shepos. Footnote 547. In a Schlesian Passionale of the 15th century, Christ dies on the same tree which was connected with Adam's sin. Cited from Zockler, Ibid, p. 241. Footnote 548. For example, animal skins were hung on the sacrificial trees, and afterwards spears were thrown at them. Footnote 549. Geschichte der Amerikanischen Religionen, p. 498. Footnote 550. Stevens, Central America, cited by Muller, Ibid, p. 498. Footnote 551. Zockler des Cruz Christi, p. 34. Footnote 552. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States of North America, Roman 2, 506. Cited by Robertson, Evange, Myths, p. 139. Footnote 553. Rossellini, Monumenti del Egitto etc. Tom 3 Tav, 23. Cited by Robertson, Ibid, p. 142. Footnote 554. Zockler, Ibid, p. 7. In the representation of the birth of a king in Luxor 1 sees the following. The Logos and messenger of the gods, the bird-headed Thoth, makes known to the maiden queen Motmiz that she is to give birth to a son. In the following scene, Neph and Ather hold the crux ansata to her mouth so that she may be impregnated by this in a spiritual, symbolic manner. Sharp, Egyptian Mythology, p. 18. Cited by Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 43. Footnote 555. The statues of the phallic Hermes used as boundary stones were often in the form of a cross with the head pointed W. Payne Knight, Worship of Priapus, p. 30. In Old English the cross is called rod. Footnote 556. Robertson, Ibid, p. 140, mentions the fact that the Mexican priests and sacrificers clothed themselves in the skin of a slain woman and placed themselves with arms stretched out like a cross before the god of war. Footnote 557. Indian Antiquities, Roman 649. Footnote 558. The primitive Egyptian cross form is meant, tau. Footnote 559. Zockler, Ibid, p. 19. The bud is plainly phallic. See the above-mentioned dream of the young woman. Footnote 560. I am indebted for my information about these researches to Professor Feichter of Stuttgart. Footnote 561. Zockler, Ibid, p. 33. Footnote 562. The sacrifice is submerged in the water, that is, in the mother. Footnote 563. Compare later the moon as gathering place of souls, the devouring mother. Footnote 564. Compare here what Abraham has to say in reference to pupilla, dreams and myths. Footnote 565. Retreat of rare upon the heavenly cow. In a Hindu rite of purification, the penitent must creep through an artificial cow in order to be born anew. Footnote 566. Schulze, Psychologie der Nadervölker. Leipzig 1900, p. 338. Footnote 567. Brogsch, Ibid, p. 290. Footnote 568. One need not be amazed at this formula, because it is the animal in us, the primitive forces of which appear in religion. In this connection, Dieterich's words, Mithras Liturgy, p. 108, take on an especially important aspect. The old thoughts come from below in new force in the history of religion. The revolution from below creates a new life of religion in primitive, indestructible forms. Footnote 569. Dispute between Mary and the Cross in R. Morris, Legends of the Holy Rood. London, 1871. Footnote 570. A very beautiful representation of the blood-red sun sinking into the sea. Footnote 571. Jesus appears here as branch and bud in the tree of life. Compare here the interesting reference in Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 51, in regard to Jesus, the Nazarene, a title which he derives from Nazar or Netzer equals branch. Footnote 572. In Greece, the pail of torture, on which the criminal was stretched or punished, was termed letter 1F11 kappa, letter 1F71 tau eta Hecate, the subterranean mother of death. Footnote 573. Dies Edem, Wörterbuch der Romanischen Sprachen, p. 90. Chapter 6. Footnote 574. Witches easily change themselves into horses, therefore the nail marks of the horseshoe may be seen upon their hands. The devil rides on witch horses, priests' cooks are changed after death into horses, etc. Negeline, Zeitschrift des Vereins für Volkskunde, Zei, p. 406. Footnote 575. Just so does the mythical ancient king Tamurat ride upon Ahriman, the devil. Footnote 576. The Shiasses and their foals might belong to the Christian sun myth, because the zodiacal sign Cancer, summer solstice, was designated in antiquity as an ass and its young. Compare Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 19. Footnote 577. Also a centaur. Footnote 578. Compare the exhaustive presentation of this theme in John's, Ross und Reiter. Footnote 579. Sleipnir is 8-footed. Footnote 580. Negeline, Ibid, p. 412. Footnote 581. Negeline, Ibid, p. 419. Footnote 582. I have since learned of a second, exactly similar case. Footnote 583. Come, O Dionysus, in thy temple of Elis, come with the graces into thy holy temple. Come in sacred frenzy with the bull's foot. Footnote 584. Preller, Greitsch, Mythology, II, p. 432. Footnote 585. See further examples in Agremont, Fuss und Schuhsymbolic. Footnote 586. Agremont, Ibid, p. 17. Footnote 587. Negeline, Ibid, p. 386. Footnote 588. Ample proofs of the centaurs as wind gods are to be found in E. H. Mayer. In Dogermanisch Mythen, p. 447. Footnote 589. This is an especial motive, which must have something typical in it. My patient, Psychology of Dementia Precox, p. 165, also declared that her horses had half-moons under their skin, like little curls. In the Songs of Rudra of the Rigveda, of the boar Rudra it is said that his hair was wound up in the shape of shells. Indra's body is covered with eyes. Footnote 590. This change results from a world catastrophe. In mythology, the verdure and the upward striving of the tree of life signify also the turning point in the succession of the ages. Footnote 591. Therefore the lion was killed by Samson, who later harvested the honey from the body. The end of summer is the plenteousness of the autumn. It is a close parallel to the Sacrificium Mithriacum. For Samson, see Steinthal, Die Sage von Simson, Zeitschrift für Volkerpsych, Volume 2. Footnote 592. The present time is indicated by the head of the lion, because his condition is strong and impetuous. Footnote 593. Time is thought by the wickedest people to be a divinity who deprives willing people of essential being. By good men, it is considered to be the cause of the things of the world, but to the wisest and best it does not seem time, but God. Footnote 594. Philo in Genesim, I 100. Cited by Cumont, Texts et Monuments, IP 82. Footnote 595. Spiegel, Iran, Altertumskund, Volume Roman 2, p. 193. In the writings ascribed to Zoroaster, pi epsilon rho letter 1 f7 phi letter 1 f7 b sigma epsilon omega sigma, the anank, the necessity of fate, is represented by the air. Cumont, Ibid, I. p. 87. Footnote 596. Spielrein's patient, Jabuch Roman 3, p. 394 speaks of horses, who eat men, also exhumed bodies. Footnote 597. Negeline, Ibid, p. 416. Footnote 598. Fight, she said, and fight bravely, for I will not give away an inch nor turn my back. Face to face, come on if you are a man. Strike home, do your worst and die. The battle this day is without quarter, till, weary in body and mind, we lie powerless and gasping for breath in each other's arms. Footnote 599. P. Thomas of Villanova Wegener, des Wunderbar Außer und inner Leben der Dienerin Gott's Anna Katharina Emmerich. Dullman, I.W. 1891. Footnote 600. The heart of the Mother of God is pierced by a sword. Footnote 601. Corresponding to the idea in Psalm Roman 11:2. For lo, the wicked bend their bow, they make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privily shoot at the upright in heart. Footnote 602. K. E. Newman, The Speeches of Gautama Buddha, translated from the German collection of the fragments of Sutta of the Pali Canon, München, 1911. Footnote 603. With the same idea of an endogenous pain, Theocritus, 27, 28, calls the birth throes arrows of the Ilithia. In the sense of a wish, the same comparison is found in Jesus Sirach 19, 12. When a word penetrates a fool, it is the same as if an arrow pierced his loins. That is to say, it gives him no rest until it is out. Footnote 604. One might be tempted to say that these were merely figuratively expressed coitus scenes, but that would be a little too strong and an unjustifiable accentuation of the material at issue. We cannot forget that the saints have, figuratively, taught the painful domestication of the brute. The result of this, which is the progress of civilization, has also to be recognized as a motive for this action. Footnote 605. Apuleius, Medem. Book 2, 31, made use of the symbolism of bow and arrow in a very drastic manner. Ubi primum sagittam sivi cupidinis in ama precordia me delapsum excepi, arcum me amen. Ips vigor attendit et opido formido, ni nervus rigoris nimeatate rumpeter. When I pulled out the first arrow of fierce Cupid that had entered into my inmost breast, behold my bow. Its very vigor stretches it, and makes me fear lest the string be broken by the excessive tautness. Footnote 606. Thus the plague-bringing Apollo, In Old High German, arrow is called Strahle, Strahlen equals rays. Footnote 607. Spielrein's patient Jawbuch, Roman 3, p. 371, has also the idea of the cleavage of the earth in a similar connection. Iron is used for the purpose of penetrating into the earth. With iron man can create men. The earth is split, burst open, man is divided, is severed and reunited. In order to make an end of the burial of the living, Jesus Christ calls his disciples to penetrate into the earth. The motive of cleavage is of general significance. The Persian hero Tishtria, who also appeared as a white horse, opens the rain lake and thus makes the earth fruitful. He is called Tur equals arrow. He was also represented as feminine with a bow and arrow. Mithra with his arrow shot the water from the rock so as to end the drought. The knife is sometimes found stuck in the earth. In Mithraic monuments, sometimes it is the sacrificial instrument which kills the bull. Cumont, Ibid, pp. 115, 116, 165. Footnote 608. The result is doubtful. The body borne down by the weight of the forest is carried into empty Tartaros. Amphissides denies this. From out of the midst of the mass, he sees a bird with tawny feathers issue into the liquid air. Footnote 609. Spielrein's patient also states that she has been shot through by God, 3 shots, then came a resurrection of the spirit. This is the symbolism of introversion. Footnote 610. This is also represented mythologically in the legend of Theseus and Perithous, who wish to capture the subterranean Proserpina. With this aim, they enter a chasm in the earth in the grove Colonos in order to get down to the underworld. When they were below, they wished to rest, but being enchanted they hung on the rocks, that is to say, they remained fixed in the mother and were therefore lost for the upper world. Later Theseus was freed by Hercules, revenge of Horus for Osiris, at which time Hercules appears in the role of the death-conquering hero. Footnote 611. This formula applies most directly to dementia praecox. Footnote 612. See Roscher, S.V. Philoctetes S.B., 2318-15. Footnote 613. When the Russian sun hero Oleg stepped on the skull of the slain horse, a serpent came out of it and bit him on the foot. Then he became sick and died. When Indra, in the form of Saina, the falcon, stole the soma drink, Krikanu, the herdsman, wounded him in his foot with his arrow. Rigveda, I. 155, Roman 4, 322. Footnote 614. Similar to the Lord of the Grail who guards the chalice, the mother's symbol. The myth of Philoctetes is taken from a more involved connection, the Hercules myth. Hercules has 2 mothers, the benevolent Alcmene and the pursuing Hera, Lamia, from whose breast he has absorbed immortality. Hercules conquered Hera's serpent while yet in the cradle, that is to say, conquered the terrible mother, the Lamia. But from time to time, Hera sent to him attacks of madness, in one of which he killed his children, Lamia motive. According to an interesting tradition, this deed occurred at the moment when Hercules refused to perform a great act in the service of Eurystheus. As a result of the refusal, the libido, in readiness for the work, regressed in a typical manner to the unconscious mother imago, which resulted in madness, as today, during which Hercules identifies himself with Lamia, Hera, and murders his own children. The Delphic oracle communicates to him the fact that he is named Hercules because he owes his immortal fame to Hera, who through her persecution compelled him to great deeds. It can be seen that the great deed really means the conquering of the mother and through her to win immortality. His characteristic weapon, the club he cuts from the maternal olive tree. Like the sun, he possessed the arrows of Apollo. He conquered the Nemean lion in his cave, which is the signification of the grave in the mother's womb. See the end of this chapter. Then follows the combat with the Hydra, the typical battle with the dragon, the complete conquering of the mother. See below. Following this, the capture of the Ceranian doe, whom he wounded with an arrow in the foot. This is what generally happens to the hero, but here it is reversed. Hercules showed the captured Erymanthian boar to Eurystheus, whereupon the latter in fear crept into a cask. That is, he died. The Stymphalides, the Cretan bull, and the man-devouring horse of Diomedes are symbols of the devastating powers of death, among which the latter's relation to the mother may be recognized especially. The battle for the precious girdle of the Amazon queen Hippolyte permits us to see once more very clearly the shadow of the mother. Hippolyte is ready to give up the girdle, but Hera, changing herself into the form of Hippolyte, calls the Amazons against Hercules in battle. Compare Horus, fighting for the head ornament of Isis, about which there is more later. Chapter 7. The liberation of Hesione results from Hercules journeying downwards with his ship into the belly of the monster, and killing the monster from within after 3 days' labor. Jonah motive, Christ in the tomb or in hell, the victory over death by creeping into the womb of the mother, and its destruction in the form of the mother. The libido in the form of the beautiful maiden again conquered. The expedition to Erythea is a parallel to Gilgamesh, also to Moses, in the Quran, whose goal was the confluence of the two seas. It is the journey of the sun to the western sea, where Hercules discovered the Straits of Gibraltar, to that passage. Faust, and with the ship of Helios set out towards Erythea. There he overcame the gigantic guardian Eurytion, Chumbaba in the Gilgamesh epic, the symbol of the father, then the triune Geryon, a monster of phallic libido symbolism, and at the same time wounded Hera, hastening to the help of Geryon by an arrow shot. Then the robbery of the herd followed. The treasure attained with difficulty is here presented in surroundings which make it truly unmistakable. Hercules, like the sun, goes to death, down into the mother western sea, but conquers the libido attached to the mother and returns with the wonderful kine. He has won back his libido, his life, the mighty possession. We discover the same thought in the robbery of the golden apples of Hesperides, which are defended by the 100-headed dragon. The victory over Cerberus is also easily understood as the victory over death by entrance into the mother, underworld. In order to come to his wife Deianira, he has to undergo a terrible battle with a water god, Aeclus, with the mother. The ferryman Nessus, a centaur, violates Deianira. With his son Eros, Hercules killed this adversary, but Nessus advised Deianira to preserve his poisoned blood as a love charm. When after the insane murder of Iphitus Delphi denied him the speech of the oracle, he took possession of the sacred tripod. The Delphic oracle then compelled him to become a slave of Omphale, who made him like a child. After this, Hercules returned home to Deianira, who presented him with the garment poisoned with Nessus, blood, the Isis snake, which immediately clung so closely to his skin that he in vain attempted to tear it off. The casting of the skin of the aging sun god, serpent, as symbol of rejuvenation. Hercules then ascended the funeral pyre in order to destroy himself by fire like the phoenix, that is to say, to give birth to himself again from his own egg. No one but young Philoctetes dared to sacrifice the god. Therefore Philoctetes received the arrows of the sun, and the libido myth was renewed with this Horus. Footnote 615. Apes also have an instinctive fear of snakes. Footnote 616. How much alive are still such primitive associations is shown by Segantini's picture of the two mothers, cow and calf, mother and child in the same stable. From this symbolism, the surroundings of the birthplace of the Savior are explained. Footnote 617. The myth of Hippolytos shows very beautifully all the typical parts of the problem. His stepmother Phaedra wantonly falls in love with him. He repulses her, she complains to her husband of violation. The latter implores the water god Poseidon to punish Hippolytos. Then a monster comes out of the sea. Hippolytos, horses shy and drag Hippolytos to death, but he is resuscitated by Aesculapius and is placed by the gods with the wise nymph, Egeria, the counselor of Numa Pompilius. Thus the wish is fulfilled, from incest wisdom has come. Footnote 618. Compare Hercules and Omphale. Footnote 619. Compare the reproach of Gilgamesh against Ishtar. Footnote 620. Spielrein's patient is also sick from a snake bite. Jawbuch, Roman 3 p. 385. Footnote 621. The entirely introverted patient of Spielrein uses similar images. She speaks of a rigidity of the soul on the cross, of stone figures, which must be ransomed. I call attention here to the fact that the symbolisms mentioned above are striking examples of Silberer's functional category. They depict the condition of introversion. Footnote 622. W. Gerlit says, the carrying of the bull is one of the difficult letter 1F06 theta lambda alpha services which Mithra performed in the service of freeing humanity, somewhat corresponding, if it is permitted to compare the small with the great, with the carrying of the cross by Christ, Cumont, texts et monuments, I. 72. Surely it is permissible to compare the two acts. Man should be past that period when, in true barbaric manner, he haughtily scorned the strange gods, the de minorum gentium. But man has not progressed that far, even yet. Footnote 623. Robertson, Evangelical Myths, p. 130, gives an interesting contribution to the question of the symbol of the carrying of the cross. Samson carried the pillars of the gates from Gaza and died between the columns of the temple of the Philistines. Hercules, weighted down by his burden, carried his columns to the place Gads, where he also died according to the Syrian version of the legend. The columns of Hercules mark the western point where the sun sinks into the sea. In old art, he was actually represented carrying the two columns under his arms in such a way that they exactly formed a cross. Here we perhaps have the origin of the myth of Jesus, who carries his own cross to the place of execution. It is worth noting that the three synoptics substitute a man of the name of Simon from Cyrene as bearer of the cross. Cyrene is in Libya, the legendary scene upon which Hercules performed the labor of carrying the columns, as we have seen. And Simon, Simson, is the nearest Greek name form for Samson, which in Greek might have been read Simson, as in Hebrew. But in Palestine it was Simon, Simo or Sem, actually a name of a god, who represented the old sun god Semesh, who was identified with Baal, from whose myth the Samson myth has doubtless arisen. The god Simon enjoyed a special honor in Samaria. The cross of Hercules might well be the sun's wheel, for which the Greeks had the symbol of the cross. The sun's wheel upon the bas-relief in the small metropolis at Athens contains a cross, which is very similar to the Maltese cross. See Thiel, Antike Himmelsbilder, 1898, p. 59. Footnote 624. The Greek myth of Ixion, who was bound to the four-spoked wheel, says this almost without disguise. Ixion first murdered his stepfather, but later was absolved from guilt by Zeus and blessed with his favor. But the ingrate attempted to seduce Hera, the mother. Zeus deceived him, however, allowing the goddess of the clouds, Nephel, to assume Hera's form. From this connection, the centaurs have arisen. Ixion boasted of his deed, but Zeus, as a punishment, plunged him into the underworld, where he was bound to a wheel continually whirled around by the wind. Compare the punishment of Francesca da Rimini in Dante and the Penitence by Segantini. Footnote 625. Cited from Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Jogging Roman 2, p. 365. Footnote 626. The symbolism of death appearing in abundance in dreams has been emphasized by Steckel, Spraek des Traums, p. 317. Footnote 627. Compare the Cassius scene above. Part 2. Chapter 1. Footnote 204. This is the way it appears to us from the psychological standpoint. See below. Footnote 205. Samson as sun god. See Steinthal, Die Sage von Simpson, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, Volume Roman 2. Footnote 206. I am indebted for the knowledge of this fragment to Dr. van Ophuijsen of The Hague. Footnote 207. Rudra, properly father of the Maruts, winds, a wind or sun god, appears here as the sole creator god, as shown in the course of the text. The role of creator and fructifier easily belongs to him as wind god. I refer to the observations in Part 1 concerning Anaxagoras and to what follows. Footnote 208. This and the following passages from the Upanishads are quoted from the Upanishads, translated by R. G. S. Mead and J. C. Chattopadhyaya, London 1896. Footnote 209. In a similar manner, the Persian sun god Mithra is endowed with an immense number of eyes. Footnote 210. Whoever has in himself God the Son is immortal like the sun. Compare pt. ICH 5. Footnote 211. Bayard Taylor's translation of Faust is used throughout this book. Translator. Footnote 212. He was given that name because he had introduced the phallic cult into Greece. In gratitude to him for having buried the mother of the serpents, the young serpents cleaned his ears, so that he became clairaudient and understood the language of birds and beasts. Footnote 213. Compare the vase picture of Thebes, where the Kabiri are represented in noble and in caricatured form in Rasher. Lexicon, S. Megalothea. Footnote 214. The justification for calling the dactyly thumbs is given in a note in Pliny. 37, 170, according to which there were in Crete precious stones of iron color and thumb-like shape, which were called Idaean dactyly. Footnote 215. Therefore, the dactylic meter or verse. Footnote 216. See Roscher, Lexicon of Greek and Roman Mythology, S. Dactyly. Footnote 217. According to Jensen, Cosmology, p. 292, Own Z is the educator of men. Footnote 218. Inman, Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism. Footnote 219. Varro identifies the mu epsilon gamma, letter 1F71 lambda omicron iota theta, epsilon omicron, letter 1F77, with the Penates. The Kabiri might be simulacra du virilia castoris, et Pelusis in the harbor of Samothrace. Footnote 220. In Brassii on the Laconian coast, and in Pefnos, some statues only a foot high with caps on their heads were found. Footnote 221. That the monks have again invented cowls seems of no slight importance. Footnote 222. Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, Roman 2, p. 187. Footnote 223. The typical motive of the youthful teacher of wisdom has also been introduced into the Christ myth in the scene of the 12-year-old Jesus in the temple. Footnote 224. Next to this, there is a female figure designated as Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Epsilon Iota Alpha, which means one who brings forth, Orphic. Footnote 225. Roscher, Lexicon, SV Megalothea. Footnote 226. Comrade, fellow reveler. Footnote 227. Roscher, Lexicon, SV Fails. Footnote 228. Compare Freud's evidence, Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, I, p. 188. I must remark at this place that etymologically penis and penates are not grouped together. On the contrary, pi letter 1F73 omicron sigma, pi letter 1F79 sigma upsilon eta, Sanskrit pasa, letter 1E25, Latin penis, were given with the Middle High German vissel penis, and Old High German facial the significance of fetus proles. Walde, Latin etymology, S. penis. Footnote 229. Steckel in his Traumsymbolic has traced out this sort of representation of the genitals, as has Spielrein also in a case of dementia praecox. 1912 Jawbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 369. Footnote 230. The figure of Kappa Rho letter 1F71 tau epsilon iota alpha, the one who brings forth. Placed beside it is surprising in that the libido occupied in creating religion has apparently developed out of the primitive relation to the mother. Footnote 231. In Freud's paper, Psychoanalytische Bemerkungen über einen Fall von Paranoia Uswa. 1912 Jawbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 68, which appeared simultaneously with the first part of my book, he makes an observation absolutely parallel to the meaning of my remarks concerning the libido theory, resulting from the fantasies of the insane Schreber. Schreber's divine rays composed by condensation of sun's rays, nerve fibers and sperma are really nothing else but the libido fixations projected outside and objectively represented, and lend to his delusion a striking agreement with our theory. That the world must come to an end because the ego of the patient attracts all the rays to himself. That later, during the process of reconstruction, he must be very anxious lest God sever the connection of the rays with him. These, and certain other peculiarities of Schreber's delusion, sound very like the foregoing endopsychic perceptions, on the assumption of which I have based the interpretation of paranoia. Footnote 232. Tusculenarum questionum, lib. Roman 4. Footnote 233. From the good proceed desire and joy, joy having reference to some present good, and desire to some future one. But joy and desire depend upon the opinion of good, as desire being inflamed and provoked is carried on eagerly toward what has the appearance of good, and joy is transported and exults on obtaining what was desired. For we naturally pursue those things that have the appearance of good and avoid the contrary, Wherefore, as soon as anything that has the appearance of good presents itself, nature incites us to endeavor to obtain it. Now where this strong desire is consistent and founded on prudence, it is by the Stoics called biolysis, and the name which we give it is volition, and this they allow to none but their wise men, and define it thus. Volition is a reasonable desire. But whatever is incited too violently in opposition to reason, that is a lust or an unbridled desire which is discoverable in all fools. The Tusculan Disputation, Cicero, page 403. Footnote 234. Pro Quint 14. Footnote 235. Libido is used for arms and military horses rather than for dissipations and banquets. Footnote 236. Walda, Latin Etymological Dictionary, 1910. See Libet. Liberi children is grouped together with libet by Nazari, Riv, D. Phil, Roman 36, 573. Could this be proven, then Liber, the Italian god of procreation, undoubtedly connected with Liberi, would also be grouped with Libet. Libitina is the goddess of the dead, who would have nothing in common with Lubentina and Lubentia, attribute of Venus, which belongs to Libet. The name is as yet unexplained. Compare the later comments in this work. Liber equals to pour, to sacrifice, and is supposed to have nothing to do with Liber. The etymology of libido shows not only the central setting of the idea, but also the connection with the German Lieb, love. We are obliged to say under these circumstances that not only the idea, but also the word libido is well chosen for the subject under discussion. Footnote 237. A corrected view on the conservation of energy, in the light of the theory of cognition, might offer the comment that this picture is the projection of an endopsychic perception of the equivalent transformations of the libido. Chapter 2. Footnote 238. Freud, Three Contributions to the Sexual Theory, p. 29, translation by Brill. In a non-sexual impulse, originating from impulses of motor sources, we can distinguish a contribution from a stimulus-receiving organ, such as the skin, mucous membrane, and sensory organs. This we shall here designate as an erogenous zone. It is that organ the stimulus of which bestows on the impulse the sexual character. Footnote 239. Freud, Ibid, p. 14. One definite kind of contiguity, consisting of mutual approximation of the mucous membranes of the lips in the form of a kiss, has among the most civilized nations received a sexual value, though the parts of the body concerned do not belong to the sexual apparatus, but form the entrance to the digestive tract. Footnote 240. See Freud, Ibid. Footnote 241. An old view which Mobius endeavored to bring again to its own. Among the newcomers it is Fouillet, Wundt, Bennick, Spencer, Ribot, and others who grant the psychologic primate to the impulse system. Footnote 242. Freud, Ibid, p. 25. I must repeat that these psychoneuroses, as far as my experience goes, are based on sexual motive powers. I do not mean that the energy of the sexual impulse contributes to the forces supporting the morbid manifestations, symptoms, but I wish distinctly to maintain that this supplies the only constant and the most important source of energy in the neurosis, so that the sexual life of such persons manifests itself either exclusively, preponderantly, or partially in these symptoms. Footnote 243. That scholasticism is still firmly rooted in mankind is only too easily proven, and an illustration of this is the fact that not the least of the reproaches directed against Freud is that he has changed certain of his earlier conceptions. Woe to those who compel mankind to learn anew. Les savants ne sont pas curieux. Footnote 244. Jawbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 65. Footnote 245. Schreber's case is not a pure paranoia in the modern sense. Footnote 246. Also in Der Inhalt der Psychos, 1908. Footnote 247. Compare Jung, The Psychology of Dementia Praecox, p. 114. Footnote 248. For example, in a frigid woman who, as a result of a specific sexual repression, does not succeed in bringing the libido sexualis to the husband, the parent imago is present, and she produces symptoms which belong to that environment. Footnote 249. Similar transgression of the sexual sphere might also occur in hysterical psychoses. That indeed is included with the definition of the psychosis and means nothing but a general disturbance of adaptation. Footnote 250. Die psychosexuellen Differenzen der Historie und der Dementia Precox. Zentralblatt für Nervenheilkunde und Psychiatrie, 1908. Footnote 251. Interjection und Übertragung, Jahrbuch, Volume I, p. 422. Footnote 252. See Avenarius, Menschlich Weltbegriff, p. 25. Footnote 253. Welt als Will und Vorstellung, Volume I, p. 54. Footnote 254. Theogony. Footnote 255. Compare Roscher, Lexicon, p. 2248. Footnote 256. Drews, Plotinus, Jena 1907, p. 127. Footnote 257. Ibid, p. 132. Footnote 258. One substance in three forms. Footnote 259. Ibid, p. 135. Footnote 260. Plotinus, Enneads, Roman 2:5-3. Footnote 261. Plotinus, Enneads, Roman 4:8-3. Footnote 262. Enneads, Roman 3:5-9. Footnote 263. Ibid, p. 141. Footnote 264. Naturally, this does not mean that the function of reality owes its existence to the differentiation in procreative instincts exclusively. I am aware of the undetermined great part played by the function of nutrition. Footnote 265. Malthusianism is the artificial setting forth of the natural tendency. Footnote 266. For instance, in the form of procreation, as in general of the will. Footnote 267. Freud, in his work on paranoia, has allowed himself to be carried over the boundaries of his original conception of libido by the facts of this illness. He there uses libido even for the function of reality, which cannot be reconciled with the standpoint of the three contributions. Footnote 268. Bleuler arrives at this conclusion from the ground of other considerations, which I cannot always accept. See Bleuler, Dementia Precox, in Aschaffenberg's Handbuch der Psychiatrie. Footnote 269. See Jung, Kritik über Bleuler, zur Theorie des schizophrenen Negativismus. Jahrbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 469. Footnote 270. Spielrein, über den psychologischen Inhalt eines Falls von Schizophrenie. Jahrbuch, Volume Roman 3, p. 329. Footnote 271. His researches are in my possession, and their publication is in preparation. Footnote 272. Honegger made use of this example in his lecture at the Private Psychoanalytic Congress in Nuremberg, 1910. Footnote 273. Spielrein, Ibid, pp. 338, 353, 387. For soma as the effusion of the seed, see what follows. Footnote 274. Compare Berthelot, Les Alchimistes Grecs and Spielrein, Ibid, p. 353. Footnote 275. I cannot refrain from observing that this vision reveals the original meaning of alchemy. A primitive magic power for generation, that is to say, a means by which children could be produced without the mother. Footnote 276. Spielrein, Ibid, pp. 338, 345. Footnote 277. I must mention here those Indians who create the first people from the union of a sword hilt and a shuttle. Footnote 278. Ibid, p. 399. Chapter 5, Symbolism of the Mother and of Rebirth. The vision following the creation of the hero is described by Miss Miller as a throng of people. This representation is known to us from dream interpretation as being, above all, the symbol of mystery. Freud thinks that this choice of symbol is determined on account of its possibility of representing the idea. The bearer of the mystery is placed in opposition to the multitude of the ignorant. The possession of the mystery cuts one off from intercourse with the rest of mankind. For a very complete and smooth rapport with the surroundings is of great importance for the management of the libido, and the possession of a subjectively important secret generally creates a great disturbance. It may be said that the whole art of life shrinks to the one problem of how the libido may be freed in the most harmless way possible. Therefore, the neurotic derives special benefit in treatment when he can at last rid himself of his various secrets. The symbol of the crowd of people, chiefly the streaming and moving mass, is, as I have often seen, substituted for the great excitement in the unconscious, especially in persons who are outwardly calm. The vision of the throng develops further, horses emerge, a battle is fought. With Silberer, I might accept the significance of this vision as belonging, first of all, in the functional category, because fundamentally the conception of the intermingling crowds is nothing but the symbol of the present onrush of the mass of thought, likewise the battle, and possibly the horses, which illustrate the movement. The deeper significance of the appearance of the horses will be seen for the first time in the further course of our treatment of the mother symbolism. The following vision has a more definite and significantly important character. Miss Miller sees a city of dreams, Cité de Rêves. The picture is similar to one she saw a short time before on the cover of a magazine. Unfortunately, we learn nothing further about it. One can easily imagine under this Cité de Rêves a fulfilled wish dream, that is to say, something very beautiful and greatly longed for, a sort of heavenly Jerusalem, as the poet of the Apocalypse has dreamed it. The city is a maternal symbol, a woman who fosters the inhabitants as children. It is therefore intelligible that the two mother goddesses, Rhea and Cybele, both wear the wall crown. The Old Testament treats the cities of Jerusalem, Babel, etc., as women, Isaiah Roman 47, 1-5. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal, uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. That thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. Sit thou silent, and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the lady of the kingdoms. Jeremiah says of Babel, I 12. Your mother shall be sore confounded, she that bare you shall be ashamed. Strong, unconquered cities are virgins, colonies are sons and daughters, cities are also whores. Isaiah says of Tyre, Roman 23, 16. Take an harp, go about the city, thou harlot, thou hast been forgotten. And how does it come to pass that the virtuous city has become an harlot? We come across a similar symbolism in the myth of OEDIPUS, the mythical king who rules in Egyptian Thebes and whose wife was appropriately named Thebe. The Boeotian Thebes founded by Cadmus received on that account a surname, Ogygen. This surname was also given to the Great Flood, as it was called Ogygen because it occurred under Ogyges. This coincidence will be found later on to be hardly accidental. The fact that the city and the wife of Ogyges bear the same name indicates that somewhere a relation must exist between the city and the woman, which is not difficult to understand, for the city is identical with the woman. We meet a similar idea in Hindu lore where Indra appears as the husband of Urvara, but Urvara means the fertile land. In a similar way, the occupancy of a country by the king was understood as marriage with the plowed land. Similar representations must have prevailed in Europe as well. Princes had to guarantee, for example, a good harvest at their accession. The Swedish king Demaldi was actually killed on account of the failure of the harvest, Unglinga Saga 18. In the Rama saga, the hero Rama marries Sita, the furrow of the field. To the same group of ideas belongs the Chinese custom of the emperor plowing a furrow at his ascension to the throne. This idea of the soil being feminine also embraces the idea of continual companionship with the woman, of physical communication. Shiva, the phallic god, is, like Mahadeva and Parvati, male and female. He has even given one half of his body to his consort Parvati as a dwelling place. Inman gives us a drawing of a Pundite of Ardhanariyaswara. One half of the god is masculine, the other half feminine, and the genitals are in continuous cohabitation. The motive of continuous cohabitation is expressed in a well-known lingam symbol, which is to be found everywhere in Indian temples. The base is a female symbol, and within that is the phallus. The symbol approaches very closely the Grecian mystic phallic basket and chests. Compare with this the Eleusinian mysteries. The chest or box is here a female symbol, that is, the mother's womb. This is a very well-known conception in the old mythologies. The chest, basket or little basket, with its precious contents, was thought of as floating on the water. A remarkable inversion of the natural fact that the child floats in the amniotic fluid and that this is in the uterus. This inversion brings about a great advantage for sublimation, for it creates enormous possibilities of application for the myth-weaving fantasy, that is to say, for the annexation to the sun cycle. The sun floats over the sea like an immortal god, which every evening is immersed in the maternal water and is born again renewed in the morning, Frobenius says. Perhaps in connection with the blood-red sunrise, the idea occurs that here a birth takes place, the birth of a young son. The question then arises inevitably, whence comes the paternity? How has the woman become pregnant? And since this woman symbolizes the same idea as the fish, which means the sea, because we proceed from the assumption that the sun descends into the sea as well as arises from it, thus the curious primitive answer is that this sea has previously swallowed the old sun. Consequently, the resulting myth is that the woman, sea, has formerly devoured the sun and now brings a new son into the world, and thus she has become pregnant. All these seagoing gods are sun symbols. They are enclosed in a chest or an ark for the night journey on the sea, Frobenius, often together with a woman, again an inversion of the actual situation, but in support of the motive of continuous cohabitation, which we have met above. During the night journey on the sea, the sun god is enclosed in the mother's womb, oftentimes threatened by dangers of all kinds. Instead of many individual examples, I will content myself with reproducing the scheme which Frobenius has constructed from numberless myths of this sort. Illustration: to devour west-east WE movement. Sea journey, heat hair to slip out to open to land, sea journey to set on fire or to cut off the heart. Frobenius gives the following legend to illustrate this. A hero is devoured by a water monster in the west to devour. The animal carries him within him to the east sea journey. Meanwhile, he kindles a fire in the belly of the monster to set on fire, and since he feels hungry, he cuts off a piece of the hanging heart to cut off the heart. Soon after, he notices that the fish glides upon the dry land to land. He immediately begins to cut open the animal from within outwards to open, then he slides out to slip out. In the fish's belly, it had been so hot that all his hair had fallen out, heat hair. The hero frequently frees all who were previously devoured to devour all, and all now slide out, slip out. A very close parallel is Noah's journey during the flood, in which all living creatures die. Only he and the life guarded by him are brought to a new birth. In a Melopolynesian legend, Frobenius, it is told that the hero in the belly of the kingfish took his weapon and cut open the fish's belly. He slid out and saw a splendor, and he sat down and reflected. "I wonder where I am," he said. Then the sun rose with a bound and turned from one side to the other. The sun has again slipped out. Frobenius mentions from the Ramayana the myth of the ape Hanuman, who represents the sun hero. The sun in which Hanuman hurries through the air throws a shadow upon the sea. The sea monster notices this, and through this draws Hanuman toward itself. When the latter sees that the monster is about to devour him, he stretches out his figure immeasurably. The monster assumes the same gigantic proportions. As he does that, Hanuman becomes as small as a thumb, slips into the great body of the monster, and comes out on the other side. In another part of the poem, it is said that he came out from the right ear of the monster, like Rabelais Gargantua, who also was born from the mother's ear. Hanuman thereupon resumes his flight and finds a new obstacle in another sea monster, which is the mother of Rahis, the sun-devouring demon. The latter draws Hanuman's shadow to her in the same way. Hanuman again has recourse to the earlier stratagem, becomes small and slips into her body, but hardly is he there than he grows to a gigantic mass, swells up, tears her, kills her, and in that way makes his escape. Thus we understand why the Indian firebringer Madarikvan is called the one swelling in the mother. The ark, little box, chest, cask, vessel, etc. is a symbol of the womb, just as is the sea, into which the sun sinks for rebirth. From this circle of ideas, we understand the mythologic statements about Oedipus. He it is who possesses the mother, the city who is united with the mother. Therefore under him came the great flood, for it is a typical fragment of the sun myth that the hero, when united with the woman attained with difficulty, is exposed in a cask and thrown into the sea, and then lands for a new life on a distant shore. The middle part, the night journey on the sea in the ark, is lacking in the tradition of OEDIPUS. But the rule in mythology is that the typical parts of a myth can be united in all conceivable variations, which adds greatly to the extraordinary difficulty of the interpretation of a particular myth without knowledge of all the others. The meaning of this cycle of myths mentioned here is clear. It is the longing to attain rebirth through the return to the mother's womb, that is to say, to become as immortal as the sun. This longing for the mother is frequently expressed in our holy scriptures. I recall particularly the place in the Epistle to the Galatians where it is said, Romans 4:26. 26, but Jerusalem which is above is free, which is the mother of us all. 27, for it is written, Rejoice, thou barren that beareth not, break forth and cry, thou that travailest not. For the desolate hath many more children than she which hath an husband. 28, now we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of promise. 29, but as he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the Spirit, even so it is now. 30, nevertheless, what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, for the son of a bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of a free woman. 31, so then, brethren, we are not children of the bondwoman, but of the free. Chapter 5. 1. Stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free. The Christians are the children of the city above, a symbol of the mother, not sons of the earthly city mother, who is to be cast out. For those born after the flesh are opposed to those born after the Spirit, who are not born from the mother in the flesh, but from a symbol for the mother. One must again think of the Indians at this point, who say the first people proceeded from the sword hilt and a shuttle. The religious thought is bound up with the compulsion to call the mother no longer mother, but city, source, sea, etc. This compulsion can be derived from the need to manifest an amount of libido bound up with the mother, but in such a way that the mother is represented by or concealed in a symbol. The symbolism of the city we find well developed in the Revelations of John, where two cities play a great part, one of which is insulted and cursed by him, the other greatly desired. We read in Revelation, Romans 17:1. 1. Come hither. I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth on many waters. 2. With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sit on a scarlet-colored beast, full of the names of blasphemy, and having 7 heads and 10 horns. 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet colors, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. 6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with a great admiration. Here follows an interpretation of the vision unintelligible to us, from which we can only emphasize the point that the 7 heads of the dragon means the 7 hills upon which the woman sits. This is probably a distinct allusion to Rome, the city whose temporal power oppressed the world at the time of the Revelation. The waters upon which the woman, the mother, sits are peoples and throngs and nations and tongues. This also seems to refer to Rome, for she is the mother of peoples and possessed all lands. Just as in common speech, for example, colonies are called daughters, so the people subject to Rome are like members of a family subject to the mother. In another version of the picture, the kings of the people, namely the fathers, commit fornication with this mother. Revelation continues, Romans 18:2. 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Thus this mother does not only become the mother of all abominations, but also in truth the receptacle of all that is wicked and unclean. The birds are images of souls, therefore, this means all souls of the condemned and evil spirits. Thus the mother becomes Hecate, the underworld, the city of the damned itself. We recognize easily in the ancient idea of the woman on the dragon the above-mentioned representation of Echnida, the mother of the infernal horrors. Babylon is the idea of the terrible mother, who seduces all people to whoredom with devilish temptation and makes them drunk with her wine. The intoxicating drink stands in the closest relation to fornication, for it is also a libido symbol, as we have already seen in the parallel of fire and sun. After the fall and curse of Babylon, we find in Revelation, Romans 19, 6-7, the hymn which leads from the under half to the upper half of the mother, where now everything is possible which would be impossible without the repression of incest. 6. Alleluia, the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. 7. Let us be glad and rejoice, and give honor to him. For the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. 8. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white. For the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. 9. And he saith unto me, Right, blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. The Lamb is the Son of Man who celebrates his marriage with the woman. Who the woman is remains obscure at first, but Revelation, Romans 21, 9, shows us which woman is the bride, the Lamb's wife. 9. Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. 10. And he carried me away in the Spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. It is evident from this quotation, after all that goes before, that the city, the heavenly bride, who is here promised to the Son, is the mother. In Babylon, the impure maid was cast out, according to the epistle to the Galatians, so that here in heavenly Jerusalem the mother bride may be attained the more surely. It bears witness to the most delicate psychologic perception that the fathers of the Church who formulated the canons preserved this bit of the symbolic significance of the Christ mystery. It is a treasure house for the fantasies and myth materials which underlie primitive Christianity. The further attributes which were heaped upon the heavenly Jerusalem make its significance as mother overwhelmingly clear. 1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. 2. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of nations. 3. And there shall be no more curse. In this quotation, we come upon the symbol of the waters, which we found in the mention of Oedipus in connection with the city. The maternal significance of water belongs to the clearest symbolism in the realm of mythology, so that the ancients could say, letter 1F20, theta letter 1F71, lambda alpha sigma sigma alpha, tau letter 1F6, sigma gamma, epsilon nu letter 1F73, sigma epsilon omega sigma sigma letter 1F7b, mu beta omicron, lambda omicron nu. From water comes life. Therefore, of the two gods which here interest us the most, Christ and Mithra, the latter was born beside a river, according to representations, while Christ experienced his new birth in the Jordan. Moreover, he is born from the pi eta gamma letter 1F75, the sempiterni fons amoris, the mother of God, who by the heathen Christian legend was made a nymph of the spring. The spring is also found in Mithricism. A Pannonian dedication reads, Fonti Peroni. An inscription in Apulia is dedicated to the Fons Eterni. In Persia, Ardvikura is the well of the water of life. Ardvikura Anahita is a goddess of water and love, just as Aphrodite is born from foam. The Neo-Persians designate the planet Venus and a nubile girl by the name Nahid. In the temples of Anaides, there existed prostitute hierodules, harlots. In the Sakian, in honor of Anaides, there occurred ritual combats as in the festival of the Egyptian Ares and his mother. In the Vedas, the waters are called Matratama, the most maternal. All that is living rises as does the sun, from the water, and at evening plunges into the water. Born from the springs, the rivers, the seas, at death man arrives at the waters of the Styx in order to enter upon the night journey on the sea. The wish is that the black water of death might be the water of life. That death, with its cold embrace, might be the mother's womb, just as the sea devours the sun, but brings it forth again out of the maternal womb, Jonah motive. Life believes not in death. In the flood of life, in the torrent of deeds, I toss up and down, I am blown to and fro, cradle and grave, an eternal sea, a changing web, a glowing life. Goethe, Faust. That Xi letter 1F7b lambda omicron nu zeta omega letter 1F6 sigma. The wood of life, or the tree of life, is a maternal symbol would seem to follow from the previous deductions. The etymologic connection of letter 1F55 omicron, letter 1F55 lambda epsilon, upsilon letter 1F31 letter 1F79 sigma, in the Indo-Germanic root suggests the blending of the meanings in the underlying symbolism of mother and of generation. The tree of life is probably, first of all, a fruit-bearing genealogical tree, that is, a mother image. Countless myths prove the derivation of man from trees. Many myths show how the hero is enclosed in the maternal tree, thus dead Osiris in the column, Adonis in the myrtle, etc. Numerous female divinities were worshipped as trees, from which resulted the cult of the holy groves and trees. It is of transparent significance when Attis castrates himself under a pine tree, i.e. he does it because of the mother. Goddesses were often worshipped in the form of a tree or of a wood. Thus Juno of Thespes was a branch of a tree, Juno of Samos was a board, Juno of Argus was a column. The Carian Diana was an uncut piece of wood. Athene of Lindus was a polished column. Tertullian calls Ceres of Pharos, Rudi's palace et in form lignum sine effigy. Athenaeus remarks of Latona at Dalos that she is Xi letter 1F50, lambda goda nu omicron nu letter 1F0 form u omicron rho phi omicron u, a shapeless piece of wood. Tertullian calls an Attic palace crucis stipes, a wooden pail or mast. The wooden pail is phallic, as the name suggests, phi letter 1F71 lambda eta sigma, palus. The phi alpha lambda letter 1F79 sigma is a pail, a ceremonial lingam carved out of figwood, as are all Roman statues of Priapus. Phi letter 1F71 lambda omicron sigma means a projection or centerpiece on the helmet, later called kappa letter 1FF6 nu omicron sigma, just as letter 1F00 nu alpha phi alpha lambda alpha nu tau letter 1F77 alpha sigma iota sigma signifies bald-headedness on the forepart of the head. And phi alpha lambda alpha kappa rho letter 1F79 sigma signifies bald-headedness in regard to the phi letter 1F71 lambda omicron sigma kappa letter 1FF6 nu omicron sigma of the helmet. A semi-phallic meaning is given to the upper part of the head as well. Phi letter 1F71 lambda eta nu omicron sigma has, besides phi alpha lambda letter 1F79 sigma, the significance of wooden, phi alpha lambda letter 1F71 gamma omega mu alpha, cylinder, phi letter 1F71 lambda alpha gamma xi, a round beam. The Macedonian battle array, distinguished by its powerful impetus, is called phi letter 1F71 lambda alpha gamma xi. Moreover, the finger joint is called phi letter 1F71 lambda alpha gamma xi. Phi letter 1F71 lambda alpha goda nu alpha, or phi letter 1F71 lambda alpha goda nu alpha is a whale. Now phi alpha lambda letter 1F79 sigma appears with the meaning shining, brilliant. The Indo-Germanic root is bale equals to bulge, to swell. Who does not think of Faust? It grows, it shines, increases in my hand. That is primitive libido symbolism, which shows how immediate is the connection between phallic libido and light. The same relations are found in the Rigveda in Rudra's utterances. Rigveda 1, 114-3. May we obtain your favor, thou man ruling, O urinating Rudra. I refer here to the previously mentioned phallic symbolism of Rudra in the Upanishads. 4. We call for help below to the flaming Rudra, to the one bringing the sacrifice, him who encircles and wanders, wandering in the vault of heaven, to the seer. 33:5. He who opens up the sweet, who listens to our calls, the ruddy one, with the beautiful helmet, may he not give us over to the powers of jealousy. 6. I have been rejoiced by the bull connected with Marat, the supplicating one with strong force of life. 8. Sound the powerful song of praise to the ruddy bull, to the white shining one. Worship the flaming one with honor, we sing of the shining being Rudra. May Rudra's missile, arrow, not be used on us, may the great displeasure of the shining one pass us by. Unbend the firm bow or hard arrow. For the princes, thou who blessest with the waters of thy body generative strength, be gracious to our children and grandchildren. In this way, we pass from the realm of mother symbolism imperceptibly into the realm of male phallic symbolism. This element also lies in the tree, even in the family tree, as is distinctly shown by the medieval family trees. From the first ancestor, there grows upward, in the place of the membrum virile, the trunk of the great tree. The bisexual symbolic character of the tree is intimated by the fact that in Latin trees have a masculine termination and a feminine gender. The feminine, especially the maternal, meaning of the forest, and the phallic significance of trees in dreams is well known. I mention an example. It concerns a woman who had always been nervous, and who, after many years of marriage, became ill as a result of the typical retention of the libido. She had the following dream after she had learned to know a young man of many engaging free opinions who was very pleasing to her. She found herself in a garden where stood a remarkable exotic tree with strange red fleshy flowers or fruits. She picked them and ate them. Then, to her horror, she felt that she was poisoned. This dream idea may easily be understood by means of the antique or poetic symbolism, so I can spare information as to the analytic material. The double significance of the tree is readily explained by the fact that such symbols are not to be understood, anatomically, but psychologically as libido symbols. Therefore, it is not permissible to interpret the tree on account of its similar form as directly phallic. It can also be called a woman or the uterus of the mother. The uniformity of the significance lies alone in the similarity to the libido. One loses one's way in one cul-de-sac after another by saying that this is the symbol substituted for the mother and that for the penis. In this realm, there is no fixed significance of things. The only reality here is the libido, for which all that is perishable is merely a symbol. It is not the physical actual mother, but the libido of the son, the object of which was once the mother. We take mythologic symbols much too concretely and wonder at every step about the endless contradictions. These contradictions arise only because we constantly forget that in the realm of fantasy, feeling is all. Whenever we read, therefore, his mother was a wicked sorcerer, the translation is as follows. The son is in love with her, namely, he is unable to detach his libido from the mother imago. He therefore suffers from incestuous resistance. The symbolism of water and trees, which are met with as further attributes in the symbol of the city, also refer to that amount of libido which unconsciously is fastened to the mother imago. In certain parts of Revelation, the unconscious psychology of religious longing is revealed, namely, the longing for the mother. The expectation of revelation ends in the mother. Kappa alpha letter 1F76 pi letter 1FB6, nu kappa alpha tau letter 1F71 theta epsilon mu alpha omicron letter 1F50, kappa letter 1F14 sigma tau alpha iota letter 1F14 tau iota, and there shall be no more curse. There shall be no more sins, no repression, no disharmony with one's self, no guilt, no fear of death, and no pain of separation more. Thus Revelation echoes that same radiant mystical harmony, which was caught again 2,000 years later, and expressed poetically in the last prayer of Dr. Marianus. Penitents look up elate, where she beams salvation, gratefully to blessed fate grow, in recreation be our souls as they have been dedicate to thee. Virgin, Holy, Mother, Queen, Goddess, gracious be. Goethe, Faust. One principal question arises at the sight of this beauty and greatness of feeling, that is, whether the primary tendency compensated by religion is not too narrowly understood as incestuous. I have previously observed in regard to this that I consider the resistance opposed to libido as in a general way coincident with the incest prohibition. I must leave open for the present the definition of the psychological incest conception. However, I will here emphasize the point that it is most especially the totality of the son myth, which proves to us that the fundamental basis of the incestuous desire does not aim at cohabitation, but at the special thought of becoming a child again, of turning back to the parent's protection, of coming into the mother once more in order to be born again. But incest stands in the path to this goal, that is to say, the necessity of in some way again gaining entrance into the mother's womb. One of the simplest ways would be to impregnate the mother, and to reproduce one's self identically. But here the incest prohibition interferes. Therefore, the myths of the son, or of rebirth teem with all possible proposals as to how incest can be evaded. A very simple method of avoidance is to transform the mother into another being, or to rejuvenate her after birth has occurred, to have her disappear again, or have her change back. It is not incestuous cohabitation which is desired, but the rebirth, which now is attained most readily through cohabitation. But this is not the only way, although perhaps the original one. The resistance to the incest prohibition makes the fantasy inventive. For example, it was attempted to impregnate the mother by means of a magic charm of fertility to wish for a child. Attempts in this respect remain in the stage of mythical fantasies, but they have one result, and that is the exercise of the fantasy which gradually produces paths through the creation of fantastic possibilities, in which the libido, taking an active part, can flow off. Thus the libido becomes spiritualized in an imperceptible manner. The power, which always wishes evil, thus creates a spiritual life. Therefore, in religions, this course is now raised to a system. On that account, it is exceedingly instructive to see how religion takes pains to further these symbolic transferences. The New Testament furnishes us with an excellent example in regard to this. Nicodemus, in the speech regarding rebirth, cannot forbear understanding the matter very realistically. John Roman 3:4. For, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? But Jesus endeavors to raise into purity the sensuous view of Nicodemus's mind molded in materialistic heaviness, and announces to him, really the same, and yet not the same. 5. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. 6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. 7. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. 8. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit. To be born of water means simply to be born from the mother's womb. To be born of the Spirit means to be born from the fructifying breath of the wind. This we learn from the Greek text, where spirit and wind are expressed by the same word. Pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 mu alpha. Tau letter 1 f7 8 gamma, epsilon nu eta mu letter 1 f7 3, nu omicron nu letter 1 f10 kappa, tau letter 1 fc6, sigma alpha rho kappa omicron sigma letter 1 f7 1, rho psi, letter 1 f10 sigma tau odinu. Kappa alpha letter 1 f7 6, tau letter 1 f7 8, gamma epsilon nu eta mu letter 1 f7 3, nu omicron nu letter 1 f10 kappa, tau omicron letter 1 fe6, pi nu epsilon letter 1 f7b, mu alpha tau omicron sigma, pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6, mu letter 1 f7 1, letter 1 f10 sigma tau odinu. Tau letter 1 f7 8, pi nu epsilon letter 1 fe6 mu alpha. Letter 1 f4 5 pi omicron epsilon theta letter 1 f7 3, lambda epsilon iota pi nu epsilon letter 1 fd6, etc. This symbolism rose from the same need as that which produced the Egyptian legend of the vultures, the mother symbol. They were only females and were fertilized by the wind. One recognizes very clearly the ethical demand as the foundation of these mythologic assertions. Thou must say of the mother that she was not impregnated by a mortal in the ordinary way, but by a spiritual being in an unusual manner. This demand stands in strict opposition to the real truth. Therefore, the myth is a fitting solution. One can say it was a hero who died and was born again in a remarkable manner, and in this way attained immortality. The need which this demand asserts is evidently a prohibition against a definite fantasy concerning the mother. A son may naturally think that a father has generated him in a carnal way, but not that he himself impregnated the mother, and so caused himself to be born again into renewed youth. This incestuous fantasy, which for some reason possesses an extraordinary strength, and therefore appears as a compulsory wish, is repressed and, conforming to the above demand under certain conditions, expresses itself again, symbolically, concerning the problem of birth, or rather concerning individual rebirth from the mother. In Jesus' challenge to Nicodemus, we clearly recognize this tendency. Think not carnally, or thou art carnal, but think symbolically, then art thou spirit. It is evident how extremely educative and developing this compulsion toward symbolism can be. Nicodemus would remain fixed in low commonplaces if he did not succeed in raising himself through symbols above this repressed incestuous desire. As a righteous Philistine of culture, he probably was not very anxious for this effort, because men seem really to remain satisfied in repressing the incestuous libido, and at best, to express it by some modest religious exercises. Yet it seems to be important, on the other side, that man should not merely renounce and repress, and thereby remain firmly fixed in the incestuous bond, but that he should redeem those dynamic forces which lie bound up in incest, in order to fulfill himself. For man needs his whole libido to fill out the boundaries of his personality, and then, for the first time, he is in a condition to do his best. The paths by which man may manifest his incestuously fixed libido seem to have been pointed out by the religious mythologic symbols. On this account, Jesus teaches Nicodemus, "Thou thinkest of thy incestuous wish for rebirth, but thou must think that thou art born from the water, and that thou art generated by the breath of the wind, and in this way thou shalt share in eternal life." Thus the libido which lies inactive in the incestuous bond, repressed, and in fear of the law and the avenging Father God, can be led over into sublimation through the symbol of baptism, birth from water, and of generation, spiritual birth, through the symbol of the descent of the Holy Ghost. Thus man becomes a child again and is born into a circle of brothers and sisters, but his mother is the communion of the saints, the Church, and his circle of brothers and sisters is humanity, with whom he is united anew in the common inheritance of the primitive symbol. It seems that at the time in which Christianity had its origin, this process was especially necessary. For that period, as the result of the incredible contrast between slavery and the freedom of the citizens and masters, had entirely lost the consciousness of the common bond of mankind. One of the next and most essential reasons for the energetic regression to the infantile in Christianity, which goes hand in hand with the revival of the incest problem, was probably to be found in the far-reaching depreciation of women. At that time, sexuality was so easily attainable that the result could only be a very excessive depreciation of the sexual object. The existence of personal values was first discovered by Christianity, and there are many people who have not discovered it even in the present day. However, the depreciation of the sexual object hinders the outflow of that libido which cannot be satisfied by sexual activity because it belongs to an already desexualized higher order. If it were not so, a Don Juan could never be neurotic, but the contrary is the case. For how might those higher valuations be given to a worthless, despised object? Therefore, the libido, after having seen a Helen in every woman for so long a time, sets out on a search for the difficult to obtain, the worshipped, but perhaps unattainable, goal, and which in the unconscious is the mother. Therefore the symbolic needs, based on the incest resistance, arise again in an increased degree, which promptly transforms the beautiful sinful world of the Olympian gods into incomprehensible, dreamlike, dark mysteries, which, with their accessions of symbols and obscure meaningful texts, remove us very far from the religious feelings of that Roman Greco world. When we see how much trouble Jesus took to make acceptable to Nicodemus the symbolic perception of things, that is to say, really a repression and veiling over of the actual facts, and how important it was for the history of civilization in general that people thought and still think in this way, then we understand the revolt which is raised everywhere against the psychologic discovery of the true background of the neurotic or normal symbolism. Always and everywhere we encounter the odious realm of sexuality, which represents to all righteous people of today something defiled. However, less than 2,000 years have passed since the religious cult of sexuality was more or less openly in full bloom. To be sure, they were heathen and did not know better, but the nature of religious power does not change from cycle to cycle. If one has once received an effectual impression of the sexual contents of the ancient cults, and if one realizes oneself that the religious experience, that is, the union with the God of antiquity, was understood by antiquity as a more or less concrete coitus, then truly one can no longer fancy that the motor forces of a religion have suddenly become wholly different since the birth of Christ. Exactly the same thing has occurred as with the hysteric who at first indulges in some quite unbeautiful, infantile sexual manifestations and afterwards develops a hyperesthetic negation in order to convince every one of his special purity. Christianity, with its repression of the manifest sexual, is the negative of the ancient sexual cult. The original cult has changed its tokens. One only needs to realize how much of the gay paganism, even to the inclusion of unseemly gods, has been taken into the Christian church. Thus the old indecent Priapus celebrated a gay festival of resurrection in St. Typhon, also partly in the physicians SDS, Cosma and Damian, who graciously condescended to accept the memorabilia in wax at their festival. Saint Phallus of old memories emerges again to be worshipped in country chapels, to say nothing of the rest of the paganism. There are those who have not yet learned to recognize sexuality as a function equivalent to hunger, and who, therefore, consider it as disgraceful that certain taboo institutions, which were considered as asexual refuges, are now recognized as overflowing with sexual symbolism. Those people are doomed to the painful realization that such is still the case, in spite of their great revolt. One must learn to understand that, opposed to the customary habit of thought, psychoanalytic thinking reduces and resolves those symbolic structures which have become more and more complicated through countless elaboration. This means a course of reduction which would be an intellectual enjoyment if the object were different. But here it becomes distressing, not only aesthetically, but apparently also ethically, because the repressions which are to be overcome have been brought about by our best intentions. We must commence to overcome our virtuousness with the certain fear of falling into baseness on the other side. This is certainly true, for virtuousness is always inwardly compensated by a great tendency towards baseness. And how many profligates are there who inwardly preserve a mawkish virtue and moral megalomania? Both categories of men turn out to be snobs when they come in contact with analytic psychology, because the moral man has imagined an objective and cheap verdict on sexuality, and the unmoral man is entirely unaware of the vulgarity of his sexuality and of his incapacity for an unselfish love. One completely forgets that one can most miserably be carried away, not only by a vice, but also by a virtue. There is a fanatic, orgiastic self-righteousness, which is just as base, and which entails just as much injustice and violence as a vice. At this time, when a large part of mankind is beginning to discard Christianity, it is worthwhile to understand clearly why it was originally accepted. It was accepted in order to escape at last from the brutality of antiquity. As soon as we discard it, licentiousness returns, as impressively exemplified by life in our large modern cities. This step is not a forward step, but a backward one. It is as with individuals who have laid aside one form of transference and have no new one. Without fail, they will occupy regressively the old path of transference, to their great detriment, because the world around them has since then essentially changed. He who is repelled by the historical and philosophical weakness of the Christian dogmatism and the religious emptiness of an historical Jesus, of whose person we know nothing and whose religious value is partly Talmudic, partly Hellenic wisdom, and discards Christianity, and therewith Christian morality, is certainly confronted with the ancient problem of licentiousness. Today the individual still feels himself restrained by the public hypocritical opinion, and therefore prefers to lead a secret, separate life, but publicly to represent morality. It might be different if men in general all at once found the moral mask too dull, and if they realized how dangerously their beasts lie in wait for each other, and then truly a frenzy of demoralization might sweep over humanity. This is the dream, the wish dream of the morally limited man of today. He forgets necessity, which strangles men and robs them of their breath, and which with a stern hand interrupts every passion. It must not be imputed to me that I am wishing to refer the libido back by analytical reduction to the primitive, almost conquered, stages, entirely forgetting the fearful misery this would entail for humanity. Indeed, some individuals would let themselves be transported by the old-time frenzy of sexuality, from which the burden of guilt has been removed, to their own greatest detriment. But these are the ones who under other circumstances would have prematurely perished in some other way. However, I well know the most effectual and most inexorable regulator of human sexuality. This is necessity. With this leaden weight, human lust will never fly too high. Today there are countless neurotics who are so simply because they do not know how to seek happiness in their own manner. They do not even realize where the lack lies. And besides these neurotics, there are many more normal people, and precisely people of the higher type, who feel restricted and discontented. For all these reduction to the sexual elements should be undertaken, in order that they may be reinstated into the possession of their primitive self, and thereby learn to know and value its relation to the entire personality. In this way, alone can certain requirements be fulfilled and others be repudiated as unfit because of their infantile character. In this way, the individual will come to realize that certain things are to be sacrificed, although they are accomplished, but in another sphere. We imagine that we have long renounced, sacrificed, and cut off our incest wish, and that nothing of it is left. But it does not occur to us that this is not true, but that we unconsciously commit incest in another territory. In religious symbols, for example, we come across incest. We consider the incestuous wish vanished and lost, and then rediscover it in full force in religion. This process or transformation has taken place unconsciously in secular development. Just as in Part 1 it is shown that a similar unconscious transformation of the libido is an ethically worthless pose, and with which I compared the Christianity of early Roman antiquity, where evidently licentiousness and brutality were strongly resisted, so here I must remark in regard to the sublimation of the incestuous libido, that the belief in the religious symbol has ceased to be an ethical ideal. But it is an unconscious transformation of the incest wish into symbolic acts and symbolic concepts which cheat men, as it were, so that heaven appears to them as a father and earth as a mother, and the people upon it children and brothers and sisters. Thus man can remain a child for all time and satisfy his incest wish all unawares. This state would doubtless be ideal if it were not infantile, and therefore merely a one-sided wish, which maintains a childish attitude. The reverse is anxiety. Much is said of pious people who remain unshaken in their trust in God and wander unswervingly safe and blessed through the world. I have never seen this chitter yet. It is probably a wish figure. The rule is great uncertainty among believers, which they drown with fanatical cries among themselves or among others. Moreover, they have religious doubts, moral uncertainty, doubts of their own personality, feelings of guilt, and, deepest of all, great fear of the opposite aspect of reality, against which the most highly intelligent people struggle with all their force. This other side is the devil, the adversary, or, expressed in modern terms, the corrective of reality of the infantile world picture, which has been made acceptable through the predominating pleasure principle. But the world is not a garden of God, of the Father, but a place of terrors. Not only is heaven no father and earth no mother, and the people not brothers nor sisters, but they represent hostile, destroying powers, to which we are abandoned the more surely, the more childishly and thoughtlessly we have entrusted ourselves to the so-called fatherly hand of God. One should never forget the harsh speech of the first Napoleon that the good God is always on the side of the heaviest artillery. The religious myth meets us here as one of the greatest and most significant human institutions which, despite misleading symbols, nevertheless gives man assurance and strength, so that he may not be overwhelmed by the monsters of the universe. The symbol, considered from the standpoint of actual truth, is misleading indeed, but it is psychologically true, because it was and is the bridge to all the greatest achievements of humanity. But this does not mean to say that this unconscious way of transformation of the incest wish into religious exercises is the only one or the only possible one. There is also a conscious recognition and understanding with which we can take possession of this libido, which is bound up in incest, and transformed into religious exercises so that we no longer need the stage of religious symbolism for this end. It is thinkable that instead of doing good to our fellow men, for the love of Christ, we do it from the knowledge that humanity, even as ourselves, could not exist if, among the herd, the one could not sacrifice himself for the other. This would be the course of moral autonomy, of perfect freedom, when man could without compulsion wish that which he must do, and this from knowledge, without delusion through belief in the religious symbols. It is a positive creed which keeps us infantile and, therefore, ethically inferior. Although of the greatest significance from the cultural point of view and of imperishable beauty from the aesthetic standpoint, this delusion can no longer ethically suffice humanity striving after moral autonomy. The infantile and moral danger lies in belief in the symbol, because through that we guide the libido to an imaginary reality. The simple negation of the symbol changes nothing, for the entire mental disposition remains the same. We merely remove the dangerous object. But the object is not dangerous. The danger is our own infantile mental state, for love of which we have lost something very beautiful and ingenious through the simple abandonment of the religious symbol. I think belief should be replaced by understanding. Then we would keep the beauty of the symbol, but still remain free from the depressing results of submission to belief. This would be the psychoanalytic cure for belief and disbelief. The vision following upon that of the city is that of a strange fir tree with gnarled branches. This vision does not seem extraordinary to us after all that we have learned of the tree of life, and its associations with the city and the waters of life. This especial tree seems simply to continue the category of the mother symbols. The attribute, strange, probably signifies, as in dreams, a special emphasis, that is, a special underlying complex material. Unfortunately, the author gives us no individual material for this. As the tree already suggested in the symbolism of the city is particularly emphasized through the further development of Miss Miller's visions here, I find it necessary to discuss at some length the history of the symbolism of the tree. It is well known that trees have played a large part in the cult myth from the remotest times. The typical myth tree is the tree of paradise or of life, which we discover abundantly used in Babylonian and also in Jewish lore. And in pre-Christian times, the pine tree of Attis, the tree or trees of Mithra, in Germanic mythology, Yggdrasil, and so on. The hanging of the Attis image on the pine tree, the hanging of Marsyas, which became a celebrated artistic motive, the hanging of Odin, the Germanic hanging sacrifices, indeed, the whole series of hanged gods, teaches us that the hanging of Christ on the cross is not a unique occurrence in religious mythology, but belongs to the same circle of ideas as others. In this world of imagery, the cross of Christ is the tree of life, and equally the wood of death. This contrast is not astounding. Just as the origin of man from trees was a legendary idea, so there were also burial customs, in which people were buried in hollow trees. From that the German language retains even now the expression Totenbaum, tree of death, for a coffin. Keeping in mind the fact that the tree is predominantly a mother symbol, then the mystic significance of this manner of burial can be in no way incomprehensible to us. The dead are delivered back to the mother for rebirth. We encounter this symbol in the Osiris myth, handed down by Plutarch, which is, in general, typical in various aspects. Rhea is pregnant with Osiris, at the same time also with Isis. Osiris and Isis mate even in the mother's womb, motive of the night journey on the sea with incest. Their son is Araris, later called Horus. It is said of Isis that she was born in absolute humidity. Tau epsilon tau, letter 1 F71, rho tau, letter 1 FC3, delta, letter 1 F72, tau, letter 1 FC6, nu, letter 1 F34, sigma iota nu, letter 1 F10 nu, pi alpha nu, letter 1 F7b, gamma rho omicron iota sigma gamma, epsilon nu, letter 1 F73, sigma theta alpha iota. It is said of Osiris that a certain Pamels in Thebes heard a voice from the temple of Zeus while drawing water, which commanded him to proclaim that Osiris was born mu, letter 1 F73, gamma alpha sigma beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon, letter 1 F7a, sigma epsilon, letter 1 F50, epsilon rho gamma, letter 1 F73, tau eta sigma, letter 1 F44 sigma iota rho, ota sigma. In honor of this, the Pamelian were celebrated. They were similar to the Phalophorian. Pamels is a phallic demon, similar to the original Dionysus. The myth reduced reads, Osiris and Isis were generated by Phallus from the water mother womb in the ordinary manner. Cronos had made Rhea pregnant, the relation was secret, and Rhea was his sister. Helios, however, observed it and cursed the relation. Osiris was killed in a crafty manner by the god of the underworld, Typhon, who locked him in a chest. He was thrown into the Nile, and so carried out to sea. Osiris, however, mated in the underworld with his second sister, Nephthys, motive of the night journey to the sea with incest. One sees here how the symbolism is developed. In the mother womb, before the outward existence, Osiris commits incest. In death, the second intrauterine existence, Osiris again commits incest. Both times with a sister who is simply substituted for the mother as a legal, uncensured symbol, since the marriage with a sister in early antiquity was not merely tolerated, but was really commended. Zarathustra also recommended the marriage of kindred. This form of myth would be impossible today, because cohabitation with the sister, being incestuous, would be repressed. The wicked Typhon entices Osiris craftily into a box or chest. this distortion of the true state of affairs is transparent. The original sin caused men to wish to go back into the mother again, that is, the incestuous desire for the mother, condemned by law, is the ruse supposedly invented by Typhon. The fact is, the ruse is very significant. Man tries to sneak into rebirth through subterfuge in order to become a child again. An early Egyptian hymn even raises an accusation against the mother Isis because she destroys the sun god Re by treachery. It was interpreted as the ill will of the mother towards her son that she banished and betrayed him. The hymn describes how Isis fashioned a snake, put it in the path of Re, and how the snake wounded the sun god with a poisonous bite, from which wound he never recovered, so that finally he had to retire on the back of the heavenly cow. But this cow is the cow-headed goddess, just as Osiris is the bull Apis. The mother is accused as if she were the cause of man flying to the mother in order to be cured of the wound which she had herself inflicted. This wound is the prohibition of incest. Man is thus cut off from the hopeful certainty of childhood and early youth, from all the unconscious, instinctive happenings which permit the child to live as an appendage of his parents, unconscious of himself. There must be contained in this many sensitive memories of the animal age, where there was not any thou shalt and thou shalt not, but all was just simple occurrence. Even yet, a deep animosity seems to live in man because a brutal law has separated him from the instinctive yielding to his desires and from the great beauty of the harmony of the animal nature. This separation manifested itself, among other things, in the incest prohibition and its correlates, laws of marriage, etc. Therefore, pain and anger relate to the mother, as if she were responsible for the domestication of the sons of men. In order not to become conscious of his incest wish, his backward harking to the animal nature, the son throws all the burden of the guilt on the mother, from which arises the idea of the terrible mother. The mother becomes for him a specter of anxiety, a nightmare. After the completed night journey to the sea, the chest of Osiris was cast ashore by Byblos and lay in the branches of an erica, which grew around the coffin and became a splendid tree. The king of the land had the tree placed as a column under his roof. During this period of Osiris's absence, the winter solstice, the lament customary during thousands of years for the dead god and his return occurs, and its epsilon letter 1F55 rho epsilon sigma iota sigma is a feast of joy. A passage from the mournful quest of Isis is especially noteworthy. She flutters like a swallow lamenting around the column, which encloses the god sleeping in death. This same motive returns in the Kifosser saga. Later on, Typhon dismembers the corpse and scatters the pieces. We come upon the motive of dismemberment in countless sun myths, namely, the inversion of the idea of the composition of the child in the mother's womb. In fact, the mother Isis collects the pieces of the body with the help of the jackal-headed Anubis. She finds the corpse with the help of dogs. Here the nocturnal devourers of bodies, the dogs and jackals, become the assistants of the composition, of the reproduction. The Egyptian vulture owes its symbolic meaning as mother to this necrophagic habit. In Persian antiquity, the corpses were thrown out for the dogs to devour, just as today in the Indian funeral pyres, the removal of the carcasses is left to the vultures. Persia was familiar with the custom of leading a dog to the bed of one dying, whereupon the latter had to present the dog with a morsel. The custom, on its surface, evidently signifies that the morsel is to belong to the dog, so that he will spare the body of the dead, precisely as Cerberus was soothed by the honey cakes which Hercules gave to him in the journey to hell. But when we bear in mind the jackal-headed Anubis who rendered his good services in the gathering together of the dismembered Osiris, and the mother significance of the vulture, then the question arises whether something deeper was not meant by this ceremony. Kreuzer has also concerned himself with this idea, and has come to the conclusion that the astral form of the dog ceremony, that is, the appearance of Sirius, the dog star, at the period of the sun's highest position, is related to this in that the introduction of the dog has a compensatory significance, death being thereby made, reversedly, equal to the sun's highest position. This is quite in conformity with psychologic thought, which results from the very general fact that death is interpreted as entrance into the mother's womb, rebirth. This interpretation would seem to be supported by the otherwise enigmatic function of the dog in the Sacrificium Mithriacum. In the monuments, a dog always leaps up upon the bull killed by Mithra. However, This sacrifice is probably to be interpreted through the Persian legend, as well as through the monument, as the moment of the highest fecundity. The most beautiful expression of this is seen upon the magnificent Mithra relief of Hetternheim. Upon one side of a large stone slab, formerly probably rotating, is seen the stereotyped overthrowing and sacrifice of the bull. But upon the other side stands Sol, with a bunch of grapes in his hand, Mithra with the cornucopia, the dataphors with fruits, corresponding to the legend that all fecundity proceeds from the dead bull of the world, fruits from the horns, wine from its blood, grain from the tail, cattle from its sperma, leek from its nose, and so on. Sylvanus stands above this scene with the animals of the forest arising from him. The significance suspected by Kreuzer might very easily belong to the dog in this connection. Let us now turn back to the myth of Osiris. In spite of the restoration of the corpse accomplished by Isis, the resuscitation succeeds only incompletely in so far as the phallus of Osiris cannot again be produced, because it was eaten by the fishes. The power of life was wanting. Osiris as a phantom once more impregnated Isis, but the fruit is Harpocrates, who was feeble in tau omicron letter 1 fd6 sigma kappa letter 1 f71 tau omega theta epsilon nu gamma upsilon letter 1 f77 omicron iota sigma in the lower limbs. That is, corresponding to the significance of gamma upsilon letter 1 fd6 omicron nu at the feet. Here, as is plainly evident, foot is used in the phallic meaning. This incurability of the setting sun corresponds to the incurability of Rare in the above-mentioned older Egyptian sun hymn. Osiris, although only a phantom, now prepares the young sun, his son Horus, for a battle with Typhon, the evil spirit of darkness. Osiris and Horus correspond to the father-son symbolism mentioned in the beginning, which symbolic figure, corresponding again to the above formulation, is flanked by the well-formed and ugly figures of Horus and Harpocrates, the latter appearing mostly as a cripple, often represented distorted to a mere caricature. He is confused in the tradition very much with Horus, with whom he also has the name in common. Horpycrud, as his real name reads, is composed from crud, child, and hor, from the adjective hri equals up on top, and signifies the upcoming child as the rising sun, and opposed to Osiris, who personifies the setting sun, the sun of the west. Thus Osiris and Horpycrud or Horus are one being, both husband and son of the same mother, Hathorisis. The Chnum-Ra, the sun god of Lower Egypt, represented as a ram, has at his side, as the female divinity of the land, Hatmihit, who wears the fish on her head. She is the mother and wife of Binebdid, Ram, local name of Chnum-Ra. In the hymn of Hibis, Amun-Ra was invoked. Thy Chumram dwells in Mendes, united as the quadruple god Thmuis. He is the phallus, the lord of the gods. The bull of his mother rejoices in the cow, Ahit, the mother and man fructifies through his semen. In further inscriptions, Hatmihit was directly referred to as the mother of Mendes. Mendes is the Greek form of Binebdid, ram. She is also invoked as the good, with the additional significance of Tonofert, or young woman. The cow as symbol of the mother is found in all possible forms and variations of Hathorisis, and also in the female nun. Parallel to this is the primitive goddess Nit or Neith, the protoplasm which, related to the Hindu Atman, is equally of masculine and feminine nature. Nun is, therefore, invoked as Ammon, the original water, which is in the beginning. He is also designated as the father of fathers, the mother of mothers. To this corresponds the invocation to the female side of Nun Ammon, of Nit or Neith. Nit, the ancient, the mother of God, the mistress of Esne, the father of fathers, the mother of mothers, who is the beetle and the vulture, the being in its beginning. Nit, the ancient, the mother who bore the light god, Ra, who bore first of all, when there was nothing which brought forth. The cow, the ancient, which bore the sun, and then laid the germ of gods and men. The word Nun has the significance of young, fresh, new, also the oncoming waters of the Nile flood. In a transferred sense, Nun was also used for the chaotic primitive waters, in general for the primitive generating matter which was personified by the goddess Nunit. From her nut sprang the goddess of heaven, who was represented with a starry body, and also as the heavenly cow with a starry body. When the sun god, little by little, retires on the back of the heavenly cow, just as poor Lazarus returns into Abraham's bosom, each has the same significance. they return into the mother in order to rise as Horus. Thus it can be said that in the morning the goddess is the mother, at noon the sister wife, and in the evening again the mother, who receives the dying in her lap, reminding us of the Pieta of Michelangelo. As shown by the illustration from Diderot's Iconography Creation, this thought has been transferred as a whole into Christianity. Thus the fate of Osiris is explained. He passes into the mother's womb, the chest, the sea, the tree, the column of Astartes. He is dismembered, reformed, and reappears again in his son, Horpycrud. Before entering upon the further mysteries which the beautiful myth reveals to us, there is still much to be said about the symbol of the tree. Osiris lies in the branches of the tree, surrounded by them, as in the mother's womb. The motive of embracing and entwining is often found in the sun myths, meaning that it is the myth of rebirth. A good example is the Sleeping Beauty, also the legend of the girl who is enclosed between the bark and the trunk, but who is freed by a youth with his horn. The horn is of gold and silver, which hints at the sunbeam in the phallic meaning. Compare the previous legend of the horn. An exotic legend tells of the sun hero, how he must be freed from the plant entwining around him. A girl dreams of her lover who has fallen into the water. She tries to save him, but first has to pull seaweed and seagrass from the water. Then she catches him. In an African myth, the hero, after his act, must first be disentangled from the seaweed. In a Polynesian myth, the hero's ship was encoiled by the tentacles of a gigantic polyp. Rare's ship is encoiled by a night serpent on its night journey on the sea. In the poetic rendering of the history of Buddha's birth by Sir Edwin Arnold, The Light of Asia, p. 5, the motive of an embrace is also found. Queen Maya stood at noon, her days fulfilled under a palso in the palace grounds, a stately trunk, straight as a temple shaft, with crown of glossy leaves and fragrant blooms, and knowing the time come, for all things new, the conscious tree bent down its boughs to make a bower about Queen Maya's majesty, and earth put forth 1,000 sudden flowers to spread a couch. While ready for the bath, the rock hard by gave out a limpid stream of crystal flow. So brought she forth the child. We come across a very similar motive in the cult legend of the Samian Hera. Yearly it was claimed that the image disappeared from the temple, was fastened somewhere on the seashore on a trunk of a lygos tree and wound about with its branches. There it was found, and was treated with wedding cake. This feast is undoubtedly a letter 1F31 epsilon rho letter 1F78 sigma gamma, letter 1F71 mu omicron sigma, ritual marriage, because in Samos there was a legend that Zeus had first had a long-continued secret love relation with Hera. In Plataea and Argus, the marriage procession was represented with bridesmaids, marriage feast, and so on. The festival took place in the wedding month, gamma alpha mu eta lambda iota letter 1F7d nu, beginning of February. But in Plataea, the image was previously carried into a lonely place in the wood, approximately corresponding to the legend of Plutarch that Zeus had kidnapped Hera and then had hidden her in a cave of Cytheron. According to our deductions, previously made, we must conclude from this that there is still another train of thought, namely, the magic charm of a rejuvenation, which is condensed in the hieroskimos. The disappearance and hiding in the wood, in the cave, on the seashore, entwined in a willow tree, points to the death of the sun and rebirth. The early springtime gamma alpha mu eta lambda iota, letter 1F7d nu, the time of marriage, in February fits in with that very well. In fact, Pausanias informs us that the Argivian Hera became a maiden again by a yearly bath in the spring of Canathos. The significance of the bath is emphasized by the information that in the Plataean cult of Heracleia, Tritonian nymphs appeared as water carriers. In a tale from the Iliad, where the conjugal couch of Zeus upon Mount Ida is described, it is said, "The son of Saturn spake, and took his wife into his arms, while underneath the pair, the sacred earth threw up her freshest herbs, the dewy lotos and the crocus flower, and thick and soft the hyacinth. All these upbore them from the ground. Upon this couch they lay, while o'er them a bright golden cloud gathered and shed its drops of glistening dew, so slumbered on the heights of Gargarus the All-Father overcome by sleep and love, and held his consort in his arms." Trans by W.C. Bryant. Drexler recognizes in this description an unmistakable allusion to the Garden of the Gods on the extreme western shore of the ocean, an idea which might have been taken from a pre-Homeric hieroskimos hymn. This western land is the land of the setting sun, whither Hercules, Gilgamesh, etc., hasten with the sun, in order to find their immortality, where the sun and the maternal sea unite in an eternally rejuvenating intercourse. Our supposition of a condensation of the hieroscomos with the myth of rebirth is probably confirmed by this. Pausanias mentions a related myth fragment where the statue of Artemis Orthia is also called Lygodsma, chained with willows, because it was found in a willow tree. This tale seems to be related to the general Greek celebration of hieroscomos with the above-mentioned customs. The motive of the devouring, which Frobenius has shown to be a regular constituent of the sun myths, is closely related to this, also metaphorically. The whale dragon, mother's womb, always devours the hero. The devouring may also be partial instead of complete. A 6-year-old girl, who goes to school unwillingly, dreams that her leg is encircled by a large red worm. She had a tender interest for this creature, contrary to what might be expected. An adult patient, who cannot separate from an older friend on account of an extraordinarily strong mother transference, dreams that she had to get across some deep water, typical idea. With this friend, her friend fell in mother transference. She tries to drag her out and almost succeeds, but a large crab seizes on the dreamer by the foot and tries to pull her in. Etymology also confirms this conception. There is an Indo-Germanic root velu, vel, with the meaning of encircling, surrounding, turning. From this is derived Sanskrit val, valati equals to cover, to surround, to encircle, to encoil, symbol of the snake. Valley equals creeping plant, uluta equals boa constrictor equals Latin volutus, Lithuanian velu, velti equals wickeln, to roll up. Church Slavonian velina equals Old High German, wella equals well, wave, or billow. To the root velu also belongs the root vlvo, with the meaning cover, corium, womb. The serpent, on account of its casting its skin, is an excellent symbol of rebirth. Sanskrit ulva, ulba has the same meaning, Latin vulva, volvula, vulva. To velu also belongs the root ulvara, with the meaning of fruitful field, covering, or husk of plants, sheath. Sanskrit urvara equals sown field. Zend urvara equals plant. See the personification of the plowed furrow. The same root vel has also the meaning of wallen, to undulate. Sanskrit ulmuka equals conflagration. Letter 3dd alpha lambda letter 1f73 alpha, letter 3dd letter 1f73 lambda alpha, Gothic violin equals wallen, to undulate. Old High German and Middle High German walm equals heat, glow. It is typical that in the state of involution, the hair of the sun hero always falls out from the heat. Further, the root vel is found with the meaning to sound and to will, to wish, libido. The motive of encoiling is mother symbolism. This is verified by the fact that the trees, for example, bring forth again, like the whale in the legend of Jonah. They do that very generally. Thus in the Greek legend, the mu epsilon lambda letter 1f77 alpha iota, nu letter 1f7b, mu phi alpha iota of the ash trees are the mothers of the race of men of the Iron Age. In northern mythology, Asker, the ash tree, is the primitive father. His wife Imbla is the Imzige, the active one, and not, as was earlier believed, the aspen. Asker probably means, in the first place, the phallic spear of the ash tree. Compare the Sabine custom of parting the bride's hair with the lance. The Bundihesh symbolizes the first people, Meskia and Meskian, as the tree Rievas, one part of which places a branch in a hole of the other part. The material which, according to the northern myth, was animated by the god when he created men is designated as Traer equals wood, tree. I recall also letter 1f55 lambdita equals wood, which in Latin is called materia. In the wood of the world ash, Yggdrasil, a human pair hid themselves at the end of the world, from whom sprang the race of the renewed world. The Noah motive is easily recognized in this conception, the night journey on the sea. At the same time, in the symbol of Yggdrasil, a mother idea is again apparent. At the moment of the destruction of the world ash becomes the guardian mother, the tree of death and life. 1. Letter 1f10 gamma kappa, letter 1f79, lambda pi iota omicron nu. This function of rebirth of the world ash also helps to elucidate the representation met with in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is called the Gate of Knowledge of the Soul of the East. I am the pilot in the holy keel. I am the steersman who allows no rest in the ship of Ra. I know that tree of emerald green from whose midst Ra rises to the height of the clouds. Ship and tree of the dead, death ship and death tree, are here closely connected. The conception is that Ra, born from the tree, ascends, Osiris in the Erica. The representation of the sun god Mithra is probably explained in the same way. He is represented upon the Hedernheim relief, with half his body arising from the top of a tree. In the same way, numerous other monuments show Mithra half embodied in the rock and illustrate a rock birth, similar to men. Frequently, there is a stream near the birthplace of Mithra. This conglomeration of symbols is also found in the birth of Ashanes, the first Saxon king, who grew from the Harz rocks, which are in the midst of the wood near a fountain. Here we find all the mother symbols united: earth, wood, water, three forms of tangible matter. We can wonder no longer that in the Middle Ages the tree was poetically addressed with the title of honor, mistress. Likewise, it is not astonishing that the Christian legend transformed the tree of death, the cross, into the tree of life, so that Christ was often represented on a living and fruit-bearing tree. This reversion of the cross symbol to the tree of life, which even in Babylon was an important and authentic religious symbol, is also considered entirely probable by Zockler, an authority on the history of the cross. The pre-Christian meaning of the symbol does not contradict this interpretation. On the contrary, its meaning is life. The appearance of the cross in the sun worship, here the cross with equal arms, and the swastika cross as representative of the sun's rays, as well as in the cult of the goddess of love, Isis with the crux ansata, the rope, the speculum veneris female sign, etc., in no way contradicts the previous historical meaning. The Christian legend has made abundant use of this symbolism. The student of medieval history is familiar with the representation of the cross growing above the grave of Adam. The legend was that Adam was buried on Golgotha. Seth had planted on his grave a branch of the paradise tree, which became the cross and tree of death of Christ. We all know that through Adam's guilt, sin and death came into the world, and Christ through his death has redeemed us from the guilt. To the question in what had Adam's guilt consisted, it is said that the unpardonable sin to be expiated by death was that he dared to pick a fruit from the paradise tree. The results of this are described in an Oriental legend. One to whom it was permitted to cast one look into paradise after the fall saw the tree there and the four streams. But the tree was withered, and in its branches lay an infant. The mother had become pregnant. This remarkable legend corresponds to the Talmudic tradition that Adam, before Eve, already possessed a demon wife, by name Lilith, with whom he quarreled for mastership. But Lilith raised herself into the air through the magic of the name of God and hid herself in the sea. Adam forced her back with the help of 3 angels. Lilith became a nightmare, a lamia, who threatened those with child and who kidnapped the newborn child. The parallel myth is that of the lamias, the specters of the night, who terrified the children. The original legend is that Lamia enticed Zeus, but the jealous Hera, however, caused Lamia to bring only dead children into the world. Since that time, the raging Lamia is the persecutor of children, whom she destroys wherever she can. This motive frequently recurs in fairy tales, where the mother often appears directly as a murderess or as a devourer of men. A German paradigm is the well-known tale of Hansel and Gretel. Lamia is actually a large, voracious fish, which establishes the connection with the whale dragon myth so beautifully worked out by Frobenius, in which the sea monster devours the sun hero for rebirth, and where the hero must employ every stratagem to conquer the monster. Here again, we meet with the idea of the terrible mother in the form of the voracious fish, the mouth of death. In Frobenius, there are numerous examples where the monster has devoured not only men, but also animals, plants, an entire country, all of which are redeemed by the hero to a glorious rebirth. The lamias are typical nightmares, the feminine nature of which is abundantly proven. Their universal peculiarity is that they ride upon their victims. Their counterparts are the spectral horses which bear their riders along in a mad gallop. One recognizes very easily in these symbolic forms the type of anxious dream which, as Ricklin shows, has already become important for the interpretation of fairy tales through the investigation of Leisner. The typical writing takes on a special aspect through the results of the analytic investigation of infantile psychology. The 2 contributions of Freud and myself have emphasized, on one side, the anxiety significance of the horse, on the other side, the sexual meaning of the fantasy of riding. When we take these experiences into consideration, we need no longer be surprised that the maternal, Yggdrasil is called in German, the frightful horse. Canagiator says of nightmares, Abigunt es Nymphes, matters dies, meras, hodi rustici oscapitis equini tectis injecto, cugismodi ossa per hes terras in rusticorum villis crebra est animadverter. Noct autumn ad concubia equiter credunter, et equos fatigaire ad longinqua itinera. The connection of nightmare and horse seems at first glance to be present also etymologically, nightmare and mare. The Indo-Germanic root for mare is mark. Mare is the horse English mare, Old High German mara male horse and mariha female horse, Old Norse mare mara equals nightmare, Anglo-Saxon mire mara. The French kochmer comes from calcare equals to tread, to step of iterative meaning therefore, to tread or press down. It was also said of the cock who stepped upon the hen. This movement is also typical for the nightmare, therefore it is said of King Van Lande, Mara trad han, the Mara trod on him in sleep even to death. A synonym for nightmare is the troll or treader. This movement, calcare, is proven again by the experience of Freud and myself with children, where a special infantile sexual significance is attached to stepping or kicking. The common Aryan root mar means to die, therefore, mara the dead or death. From this results Mohr's mu letter 1f79 rho omicron sigma equals fate, also mu omicron letter 1f d6 rho alpha. As is well known, the Norns sitting under the world dash personify fate like Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. With the Celts, the conception of the fates probably passes into that of matters and matrony, which had a divine significance among the Germans. A well-known passage in Julius Caesar, De Bello Gallico, I. 50, informs us of this meaning of the mother. Ut matters familias aerum sordibus et vaticinationibus declarant, utrum prolium committee ex usu esset, necni. In Slav mara means witch, palm. Mora equals demon, nightmare, more or more Swiss German means so, also as an insult. The Bohemian Mura means nightmare and evening moth sphinx. This strange connection is explained through analysis where it often occurs that animals with movable shells, Venus shell, or wings are utilized for very transparent reasons as symbols of the female genitals. The Sphingina are the twilight moths. They, like the nightmare, come in the darkness. Finally, it is to be observed that the sacred olive tree of Athens is called mu omicron rho letter 1f77 alpha. That was derived from mu letter 1f79 rho omicron sigma. Halorodios wished to cut down the tree, but killed himself with the axe in the attempt. The sound resemblance of mere with mere equals C and Latin mare equals C is remarkable, although etymologically accidental. Might it refer back to the great primitive idea of the mother, who, in the first place, meant to us our individual world and afterwards became the symbol of all worlds? Goethe said of the mothers, "They are encircled by images of all creatures." The Christians, too, could not refrain from reuniting their Mother of God with water. Ave Maris Stella is the beginning of a hymn to Mary. Then again, it is the horses of Neptune which symbolize the waves of the sea. It is probably of importance that the infantile word mama, mother's breast, is repeated in its initial sound in all possible languages, and that the mothers of two religious heroes are called Mary and Maya. That the mother is the horse of the child is to be seen most plainly in the primitive custom of carrying the child on the back or letting it ride on the hip. Odin hung on the whirl-dash, the mother, his horse of terror. The Egyptian sun god sits on the back of his mother, the heavenly cow. We have already seen that, according to Egyptian conceptions, Isis, the mother of God, played an evil trick on the sun god with the poisonous snake. Also, Isis behaved treacherously toward her son Horus in Plutarch's tradition. That is, Horus vanquished the evil Typhon, who murdered Osiris treacherously. Terrible mother equals Typhon. Isis, however, set him free again. Horus thereupon rebelled, laid hands on his mother, and tore the regal ornaments from her head, whereupon Hermes gave her a cow's head. Then Horus conquered Typhon a second time. Typhon, in the Greek legend, is a monstrous dragon. Even without this confirmation, it is evident that the Battle of Horus is the typical battle of the sun hero with the whale dragon. Of the latter, we know that it is a symbol of the dreadful mother, of the voracious jaws of death, where men are dismembered and ground up. Whoever vanquishes this monster has gained a new or eternal youth. For this purpose one must, in spite of all dangers, descend into the belly of the monster, journey to hell, and spend some time there. Imprisonment by night in the sea. The battle with the night serpent signifies, therefore, the conquering of the mother, who is suspected of an infamous crime, that is, the betrayal of the son. A full confirmation of the connection comes to us through the fragment of the Babylonian epic of the creation, discovered by George Smith, mostly from the library of Assurbanipal. The period of the origin of the text was probably in the time of Hammurabi, 2000 BC. We learn from this account of creation that the sun god E, the son of the depths of the waters and the god of wisdom, had conquered Apsu. Apsu is the creator of the great gods. He existed in the beginning in a sort of trinity with Tiamat, the mother of gods, and Mumu, his vizier. E conquered the father, but Tiamat plotted revenge. She prepared herself for battle against the gods. Mother Huber, who created everything, procured invincible weapons, gave birth to giant snakes with pointed teeth, relentless in every way, filled their bellies with poison instead of blood, furious gigantic lizards, clothed them with horrors. Let them swell with the splendor of horror, formed them rearing, whoever sees them shall die of terror. Their bodies shall rear without turning to escape. She arrayed the lizards, dragons and lxxxix, a men, hurricanes, mad dogs, scorpion men, mighty storms, fishmen and rams. With relentless weapons, without fear of conflict, powerful are Tiamat's commands, irresistible are they. After Tiamat had powerfully done her work, she conceived evil against the gods, her descendants. In order to revenge Apsu, Tiamat did evil. When he now heard this thing, he became painfully anxious. Sorrowfully he sat himself. He went to the father, his creator, Ansar, to relate to him all that Tiamat plotted. Tiamat, our mother, has taken an aversion to us, has prepared a riotous mob, furiously raging. The gods finally opposed Marduk, the god of spring, the victorious sun, against the fearful host of Tiamat. Marduk prepared for battle. Of his chief weapon, which he created, it is said, he created the evil wind, lxxxix, the south storm and the hurricane, the fourth wind, the seventh wind, the whirlwind and the harmful wind. Then let he loose the winds, which he had created, the seven. To cause confusion within Tiamat, they followed behind him. Then the Lord took up the cyclone, his great weapon. For his chariot he mounted the storm wind, the incomparable, the terrible one. His chief weapon is the wind and a net, with which he will entangle Tiamat. He approaches Tiamat and challenges her to a combat. Then Tiamat and Marduk, the wise one of the gods, came together, rising for the fight, approaching to the battle. Then the Lord spread out his net and caught her. He let loose the lxxxix in his train at her face. Then Tiamat now opened her mouth as wide as she could. He let the lxxxix rush in so that her lips could not close. With the raging winds he filled her womb. Her inward parts were seized, and she opened wide her mouth. He touched her with the spear, dismembered her body. He slashed her inward parts and cut out her heart, subdued her and put an end to her life. He threw down her body and stepped upon it. After Marduk slew the mother, he devised the creation of the world. There the Lord rested contemplating her body, then divided he the colossus, planning wisely. He cut it apart like a flat fish, into two parts, one half he took, and with it he covered the heavens. In this manner, Marduk created the universe from the mother. It is clearly evident that the killing of the mother dragon here takes place under the idea of a wind fecundation with negative accompaniments. The world is created from the mother, that is to say, from the libido taken away from the mother through sacrifice. We shall have to consider this significant formula more closely in the last chapter. The most interesting parallels to this primitive myth are to be found in the literature of the Old Testament, as Gunkel has brilliantly pointed out. It is worthwhile to trace the psychology of these parallels. Isaiah 9. 9. Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of the Lord. Awake as in the ancient days, in the generation of old. Art thou not it that hath cut Rahab and wounded the dragon? 10. Art thou not it which hath dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that hath made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over? The name of Rahab is frequently used for Egypt in the Old Testament, also dragon. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 7 calls Egypt the silent Rahab, and means therefore something evil and hostile. Rahab is the well-known whore of Jericho, who later, as the wife of Prince Salma, became the ancestress of Christ. Here Rahab appeared as the old dragon, as Tiamat, against whose evil power Marduk or Jehovah marched forth. The expression, the ransomed, refers to the Jews freed from bondage, but it is also mythological, for the hero again frees those previously devoured by the whale. Frobenius. Psalm lxxxix 10. Thou hast broken Rahab in pieces, as one that is slain. Job Roman 26:12-13. He divideth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smiteth through the proud. By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens, his hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Gunkel places Rahab as identical with chaos, that is, the same as Tiamat. Gunkel translates the breaking to pieces as violation. Tiamat or Rahab as the mother is also the whore. Gilgamesh treats Ishtar in this way when he accuses her of whoredom. This insult towards the mother is very familiar to us from dream analysis. The dragon Rahab appears also as Leviathan, the water monster, maternal sea. Psalm lxxxix 13. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. 14. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. 15. Thou didst cleave the fountain and the flood. Thou didst dry up mighty rivers. While only the phallic meaning of the Leviathan was emphasized in the first part of this work, we now discover also the maternal meaning. A further parallel is Isaiah Roman 27:1. In that day the Lord with his cruel and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. We come upon a special motive in Job, chapter Roman 41:1. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook in his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Numerous parallels to this motive are to be found among exotic myths in Frobnius, where the maternal sea monster was also fished for. The comparison of the mother, libido, with the elementary powers of the sea and the powerful monsters born by the earth show how invincibly great is the power of that libido, which we designate as maternal. We have already seen that the incest prohibition prevents the son from reproducing himself through the mother. But this must be done by the god, as is shown with remarkable clearness and candor in the pious Egyptian mythology, which has preserved the most ancient and simple concepts. Thus Chnum, the molder, the potter, the architect, molds his egg upon the potter's wheel, for he is the immortal growth, the reproduction of himself and his own rebirth, the creator of the egg which emerged from the primitive waters. In the Book of the Dead it says, I am the sublime falcon, the sun god, which has come forth from his egg. Another passage in the Book of the Dead reads, I am the creator of none, who has taken his place in the underworld. My nest is not seen, and my egg is not broken. A further passage reads, That great and noble God and his egg, who is his own originator of that which has arisen from him. Therefore the god Nagagiur is also called the Great Cackler. Book of the Dead. I cackle like a goose and I whistle like a falcon. The mother is reproached with the incest prohibition as an act of willful maliciousness by which she excludes the son from immortality. Therefore, a god must at least rebel, overpower, and chastise the mother. Compare Adam and Lilith above. The overpowering signifies incestuous rape. Herodotus has preserved for us a valuable fragment of this religious fantasy. And how they celebrate their feast to Isis in the city of Busiris, I have already previously remarked. After the sacrifice, all of them, men and women, full 10,000 people, begin to beat each other. But it would be sin for me to mention for whom they do beat each other. But in Paparmus they celebrated the sacrifice with holy actions, as in the other places. About the time when the sun sets, some few priests are busy around the image. Most of them stand at the entrance with wooden clubs, and others who would fulfill a vow, more than 1,000 men, also stand in a group with wooden cudgels opposite them. Now on the eve of the festival, they take the image out in a small and gilded temple into another sacred edifice. Then the few who remain with the image draw a four-wheeled chariot upon which the temple stands with the image which it encloses. But the others who stand in the anterooms are not allowed to enter. Those under a vow, who stand by the god, beat them off. Now occurs a furious battle with clubs, in which they bruise each other's bodies, and as I believe, many even die from their wounds. Notwithstanding this, the Egyptians consider that none die. The natives claim that this festival gathering was introduced for the following reason. In this sanctuary lived the mother of Ares. Now Ares was brought up abroad, and when he became a man, he came to have intercourse with his mother. The servants of his mother who had seen him did not allow him to enter peacefully, but prevented him, at which he fetched people from another city, who mistreated the servants and had entrance to his mother. Therefore, they asserted that this slaughter was introduced at the feast for Ares. It is evident that the pious here fight their way to a share in the mystery of the raping of the mother. This is the part which belongs to them, while the heroic deed belongs to the god. By Ares is meant the Egyptian Typhon, as we have good reasons to suppose. Thus Typhon represents the evil longing for the mother with which other myth forms reproach the mother, according to the well-known example. The death of Balder, quite analogous to the death of Osiris, attack of sickness of Rare, because of the wounding by the branch of the mistletoe, seems to need a similar explanation. It is recounted in the myth how all creatures were pledged not to hurt Balder, save only the mistletoe, which was forgotten, presumably because it was too young. This killed Balder. Mistletoe is a parasite. The female piece of wood in the fire-boring ritual was obtained from the wood of a parasitical or creeping plant, the fire mother. The mare rests upon Marentak, in which Grimm suspects the mistletoe. The mistletoe was a remedy against barrenness. In Gaul, the druid alone was allowed to climb the holy oak amid solemn ceremonies after the completed sacrifice, in order to cut off the ritual mistletoe. This act is a religiously limited and organized incest. That which grows on the tree is the child, which man might have by the mother. Then man himself would be in a renewed and rejuvenated form, and precisely this is what man cannot have, because the incest prohibition forbids it. As the Celtic custom shows, the act is performed by the priest only with the observation of certain ceremonies. The hero god and the redeemer of the world, however, do the unpermitted, the superhuman thing, and through it purchase immortality. The dragon, who must be overcome for this purpose, means, as must have been for some time clearly seen, the resistance against the incest. Dragon and serpent, especially with the characteristic accumulation of anxiety attributes, are the symbolic representations of anxiety which correspond to the repressed incest wish. It is, therefore, intelligible when we come across the tree with the snake again and again. In paradise, the snake even tempts to sin. The snake or dragon possesses in particular the meaning of treasure guardian and defender. The phallic, as well as the feminine, meaning of the dragon indicates that it is again a symbol of the sexual neutral, or bisexual, libido, that is to say, a symbol of the libido in opposition. In this significance, the black horse, Apausha, the demon of opposition, appears in the old Persian song, Tishtria, where it obstructs the sources of the rain lake. The white horse Tishtria makes two futile attempts to vanquish Apausha. At the third attempt, with the help of Ahura Mazda, he is successful. Whereupon the sluices of heaven open, and a fruitful rain pours down upon the earth. In this song, one sees very beautifully in the choice of symbol how libido is opposed to libido, will against will, the discordance of primitive man with himself, which he recognizes again in all the adversity and contrasts of external nature. The symbol of the tree encoiled by the serpent may also be translated as the mother defended from incest by resistance. This symbol is by no means rare upon Mithraic monuments. The rock encircled by a snake is to be comprehended similarly, because Mithra is one born from a rock. The menace of the newborn by the snake, Mithra, Hercules, is made clear through the legend of Lilith and Lamia. Python, the dragon of Leto, and Poin, who devastates the land of Crotopus, are sent by the father of the newborn. This idea indicates the localization, well known in psychoanalysis, of the incest anxiety in the father. The father represents the active repulse of the incest wish of the son. The crime, unconsciously wished for by the son, is imputed to the father under the guise of a pretended murderous purpose, this being the cause of the mortal fear of the son for the father, a frequent neurotic symptom. In conformity with this idea, the monster to be overcome by the young hero is frequently a giant, the guardian of the treasure or the woman. A striking example is the giant Chambaba in the Gilgamesh epic, who protected the garden of Ishtar. He is overcome by Gilgamesh, whereby Ishtar is won. Thereupon, she makes erotic advances towards Gilgamesh. This data should be sufficient to render intelligible the role of Horus in Plutarch, especially the violent usage of Isis. Through overpowering the mother, the hero becomes equal to the son. He reproduces himself. He wins the strength of the invincible sun, the power of eternal rejuvenation. We thus understand a series of representations from the Mithraic myth on the Hedernheim relief. There we see, first of all, the birth of Mithra from the top of the tree. The next representation shows him carrying the conquered bull, comparable to the monstrous bull overcome by Gilgamesh. This bull signifies the concentrated significance of the monster, the father, who is giant and dangerous animal embodies the incest prohibition, and agrees with the individual libido of the sun hero, which he overcomes by self-sacrifice. The third picture represents Mithra, when he grasps the head ornament of the sun, the nimbus. This act recalls to us, first of all, the violence of Horus towards Isis. Secondly, the Christian basic thought that those who have overcome attain the crown of eternal life. On the fourth picture, Sol kneels before Mithra. These last two representations show plainly that Mithra has taken to himself the strength of the sun, so that he becomes the lord of the sun as well. He has conquered his animal nature, the bull. The animal knows no incest prohibition. Man is therefore man because he conquers the incest wish, that is, the animal nature. Thus Mithra has sacrificed his animal nature, the incest wish, and with that has overcome the mother, that is to say, the terrible death-bringing mother. A solution is already anticipated in the Gilgamesh epic through the formal renunciation of the horrible Ishtar by the hero. The overcoming of the mother in the Mithraic sacrifice, which had almost an ascetic character, took place no longer by the archaic overpowering, but through the renunciation, the sacrifice of the wish. The primitive thought of incestuous reproduction through entrance into the mother's womb had already been displaced, because man was so far advanced in domestication that he believed that the eternal life of the son is reached, not through the perpetration of incest, but through the sacrifice of the incest wish. This important change expressed in the Mithraic mystery finds its full expression for the first time in the symbol of the crucified God. A bleeding human sacrifice was hung on the tree of life for Adam's sins. The firstborn sacrifices its life to the mother when he suffers, hanging on the branch, a disgraceful and painful death, a mode of death which belongs to the most ignominious forms of execution, which Roman antiquity had reserved for only the lowest criminal. Thus the hero dies, as if he had committed the most shameful crime. He does this by returning into the birth-giving branch of the tree of life, at the same time paying for his guilt with the pangs of death. The animal nature is repressed most powerfully in this deed of the highest courage and the greatest renunciation. Therefore, a greater salvation is to be expected for humanity, because such a deed alone seems appropriate to expiate Adam's guilt. As has already been mentioned, the hanging of the sacrifice on the tree is a generally widespread ritual custom, Germanic examples being especially abundant. The ritual consists in the sacrifice being pierced by a spear. Thus it is said of Odin, Edda, Havamel. I know that I hung on the windswept tree 9 nights through, wounded by a spear, dedicated to Odin I myself to myself. The hanging of the sacrifice to the cross also occurred in America prior to its discovery. Muller mentions the Fedravarian manuscript, a Mexican hieroglyphic codex, at the conclusion of which there is a colossal cross, in the middle of which there hangs a bleeding divinity. Equally interesting is the cross of Palenque. Up above is a bird, on either side 2 human figures, who look at the cross and hold a child against it either for sacrifice or baptism. The old Mexicans are said to have invoked the favor of Centiautles, the daughter of heaven and the goddess of wheat, every spring by nailing upon the cross a youth or a maiden and by shooting the sacrifice with arrows. The name of the Mexican cross signifies tree of our life or flesh. An effigy from the island of Philae represents Osiris in the form of a crucified god, wept over by Isis and Nephthys, the sister consort. The meaning of the cross is certainly not limited to the tree of life, as has already been shown. Just as the tree of life has also a phallic sub-meaning, as libido symbol, so there is a further significance to the cross than life and immortality. Muller uses it as a sign of rain and of fertility, because it appears among the Indians distinctly as a magic charm of fertility. It goes without saying, therefore, that it plays a role in the sun cult. It is also noteworthy that the sign of the cross is an important sign for the keeping away of all evil, like the ancient gesture of Manafika. The phallic amulets also serve the same purpose. Zockler appears to have overlooked the fact that the phallic crux ansata is the same cross which has flourished in countless examples in the soil of antiquity. Copies of this crux ansata are found in many places, and almost every collection of antiquities possesses one or more specimens. Finally, it must be mentioned that the form of the human body is imitated in the cross as of a man with arms outspread. It is remarkable that in early Christian representations Christ is not nailed to the cross, but stands before it with arms outstretched. Morris gives a striking basis for this interpretation when he says, "It is a fact not less remarkable than well attested, that the Druids in their groves were accustomed to select the most stately and beautiful tree as an emblem of the deity they adored, and cutting off the side branches, they affixed 2 of the largest of them to the highest part of the trunk, in such a manner that those branches extended on each side like the arms of a man, and together with the body presented the appearance of a huge cross. And in the bark in several places was also inscribed the letter tau, tau. The tree of knowledge of the Hindu Dshana sect assumes human form. It was represented as a mighty, thick trunk in the form of a human head, from the top of which grew out 2 longer branches hanging down at the sides, and 1 short, vertical, uprising branch crowned by a bud or blossom-like thickening. Robertson, in his Evangelical Myths, mentions that in the Assyrian system there exists the representation of the divinity in the form of a cross, in which the vertical beam corresponds to a human form and the horizontal beam to a pair of conventionalized wings. Old Grecian idols such, for example, as were found in large numbers in Aegina have a similar character, in a moderately long head and arms slightly raised, wing-shaped, and in front distinct breasts. I must leave it an open question as to whether the symbol of the cross has any relation to the 2 pieces of wood in the religious fire production, as is frequently claimed. It does appear, however, as if the cross symbol actually still possessed the significance of union, for this idea belongs to the fertility charm, and especially to the thought of eternal rebirth, which is most intimately bound up with the cross. The thought of union, expressed by the symbol of the cross, is met within Timaeus of Plato, where the world soul is conceived as stretched out between heaven and earth in the form of an lxxxix, hence in the form of a St. Andrew's cross. When we now learn, furthermore, that the world soul contains in itself the world as a body, then this picture inevitably reminds us of the mother. Dialogues of Plato, Jowett, Volume Roman 2, page 528. And in the center he put the soul, which he diffused through the whole, and also spread over all the body round about, and he made one solitary and only heaven, a circle moving in a circle, having such excellence as to be able to hold converse with itself, and needing no other friendship or acquaintance. Having these purposes in view, he created the world to be a blessed God. This highest degree of inactivity and freedom from desire, symbolized by the being enclosed within itself, signifies divine blessedness. The only human prototype of this conception is the child in the mother's womb, or rather more, the adult man in the continuous embrace of the mother, from whom he originates. Corresponding to this mythologic philosophic conception, the enviable Diogenes inhabited a tub, thus giving mythologic expression to the blessedness and resemblance to the divine in his freedom from desire. Plato says as follows of the bond of the world soul to the world body. Now God did not make the soul after the body, although we have spoken of them in this order. For when he put them together, he would never have allowed that the elder should serve the younger. But this is what we say at random, because we ourselves too are very largely affected by chance. Whereas he made the soul in origin and excellence prior to and older than the body, to be the ruler and mistress, of whom the body was to be the subject. It seems conceivable from other indications that the conception of the soul in general is a derivative of the mother imago, that is to say, a symbolic designation for the amount of libido remaining in the mother imago. Compare the Christian representation of the soul as the bride of Christ. The further development of the world soul in Timaeus takes place in an obscure fashion in mystic numerals. When the mixture was completed, the following occurred. This entire compound he divided lengthways into 2 parts, which he joined to one another at the center like the figure of an X. This passage approaches very closely the division and union of Atman, who, after the division, is compared to a man and a woman who hold each other in an embrace. Another passage is worth mentioning. After the entire union of the soul had taken place, according to the master's mind, he formed all that is corporeal within this, and joined it together so as to penetrate it throughout. Moreover, I refer to my remarks about the maternal meaning of the word soul in Plotinus, in Chapter 2. A similar detachment of the symbol of the cross from a concrete figure we find among the Muskogean Indians, who stretch above the surface of the water, pond or stream, 2 ropes crosswise, and at the point of intersection throw into the water fruits, oil, and precious stones as a sacrifice. Here the divinity is evidently the water, not the cross, which designates the place of sacrifice only through the point of intersection. The sacrifice at the place of union indicates why this symbol was a primitive charm of fertility, why we meet it so frequently in the pre-Christian era among the goddesses of love, mother goddesses, especially among the Egyptians in Isis and the sun god. We have already discussed the continuous union of these 2 divinities. As the cross Tau, crux ansata, always recurs in the hand of Tum, the supreme god, the hegemon of the Ennead, it may not be superfluous to say something more of the destination of Tum. The Tum of On Heliopolis bears the name, the father of his mother. What that means needs no explanation. Juices or Nebet-Hotbit, the goddess joined to him, was called sometimes the mother, sometimes the daughter, sometimes the wife of the god. The day of the beginning of autumn is designated in the Heliopolitan inscriptions as the festival of the goddess Jusisit, as the arrival of the sister for the purpose of uniting with her father. It is the day in which the goddess Manet completes her work, so that the god Osiris may enter into the left eye, by which the moon is meant. The day is also called the filling up of the sacred eye with its needs. The heavenly cow with the moon eye, the cow-headed Isis takes to herself in the autumn equinox the seed which procreates Horus. Moon is keeper of the seed. The eye evidently represents the genitals, as in the myth of Indra, who had to bear spread over his whole body the likeness of Yoni, vulva, on account of a Bathsheba outrage, but was so far pardoned by the gods that the disgraceful likeness of Yoni was changed into eyes. The pupil in the eye is a child. The great god becomes a child again. He enters the mother's womb in order to renew himself. In a hymn it is said, "Thy mother, the heavens, stretches forth her arms to thee." In another place it is said, "Thou shinest, O Father of the gods, upon the back of thy mother, daily thy mother takes thee in her arms. When thou illuminatest the dwelling of night, thou unitest with thy mother, the heavens." The Tum of Pidum Heliopolis not only bears the crux ansata as a symbol, but also has this sign as his most frequent surname, that is, Anchai or Anchai, which means life or the living. He is chiefly honored as the demon serpent Agatho, of whom it is said, "The holy demon serpent Agatho goes forth from the city Nezi." The snake, on account of casting its skin, is the symbol of renewal, as is the scarabaeus, a symbol of the sun, of whom it is said that he, being of masculine sex only, reproduces himself. The name Chnum, another name for Tum, always meaning the sun god, comes from the verb chinum, which means to bind together, to unite. Chnum appears chiefly as the potter, the molder of his egg. The cross seems, therefore, to be an extraordinarily condensed symbol. Its supreme meaning is that of the tree of life, and therefore is a symbol of the mother. The symbolization in a human form is, therefore, intelligible. The phallic forms of the crux ansata belong to the abstract meaning of life and fertility, as well as to the meaning of union, which we can now very properly interpret as cohabitation with the mother for the purpose of renewal. It is therefore not only a very touching, but also a very significant naive symbolism when Mary, in an Old English lament of the Virgin, accuses the cross of being a false tree, which unjustly and without reason destroyed the pure fruit of her body, her gentle birdling, with a poisonous draught, the draught of death, which is destined only for the guilty descendants of the sinner Adam. Her son was not a sharer in that guilt. Compare with this the cunning of Isis with the fatal draught of love. Mary laments, "Cross, thou art the evil stepmother of my son, so high hast thou hung him that I cannot even kiss his feet. Cross, thou art my mortal enemy, thou hast slain my little blue bird." The Holy Cross answers, "Woman, I thank thee for my honor. Thy splendid fruit, which now I bear, shines as a red blossom. Not alone to save thee, but to save the whole world this precious flower blooms in thee." Santa Crux says of the relation to each other of the two mothers, Isis in the morning and Isis in the evening, "Thou hast been crowned as Queen of Heaven on account of the child, which thou hast borne. but I shall appear as the shining relic to the whole world at the day of judgment. I shall then raise my lament for thy divine Son innocently slain upon me. Thus the murderous mother of death unites with the mother of life in bringing forth a child. In their lament for the dying God, and as outward token of their union, Mary kisses the cross and is reconciled to it. The naive Egyptian antiquity has preserved for us the union of the contrasting tendencies in the mother idea of Isis. Naturally, this imago is merely a symbol of the libido of the son for the mother, and describes the conflict between love and incest resistance. The criminal incestuous purpose of the son appears projected as criminal cunning in the mother imago. The separation of the son from the mother signifies the separation of man from the generic consciousness of animals, from that infantile archaic thought characterized by the absence of individual consciousness. It was only the power of the incest prohibition which created the self-conscious individual, who formerly had been thoughtlessly one with the tribe, and in this way alone did the idea of individual and final death become possible. Thus through the sin of Adam death came into the world. This, as is evident, is expressed figuratively, that is, in contrast form. The mother's defense against the incest appears to the son as a malicious act, which delivers him over to the fear of death. This conflict faces us in the Gilgamesh epic in its original freshness and passion, where also the incest wish is projected onto the mother. The neurotic who cannot leave the mother has good reasons. The fear of death holds him there. It seems as if no idea and no word were strong enough to express the meaning of this. Entire religions were constructed in order to give words to the immensity of this conflict. This struggle for expression, which continued down through the centuries, certainly cannot have its source in the restricted realm of the vulgar conception of incest. Rather, one must understand the law which is ultimately expressed as incest prohibition, as coercion to domestication, and consider the religious systems as institutions which first receive, then organize and gradually sublimate, the motor forces of the animal nature not immediately available for cultural purposes. We will now return to the visions of Miss Miller. Those now following need no further detailed discussion. The next vision is the image of a purple bay. The symbolism of the sea connects smoothly with that which precedes. One might think here an addition of the reminiscences of the Bay of Naples, which we came across in Part 1. In the sequence of the whole, however, we must not overlook the significance of the bay. In French, it is called une baie, which probably corresponds to a bay in the English text. It might be worthwhile here to glance at the etymological side of this idea. Bay is generally used for something which is open, just as the Catalonian word baitia, bai, comes from badar, to open. In French, bayer means to have the mouth open to gape. Another word for the same is mirbusin, bay or gulf, Latin sinus, and a third word is golf, gulf, which in French stands in closest relation to goofer equals abyss. Golf is derived from kappa letter 1F79 lambda pi omicron sigma, which also means bosom and womb, mother womb, also vagina. It can also mean a fold of a dress or pocket. It may also mean a deep valley between high mountains. These expressions clearly show what primitive ideas lie at their base. They render intelligible Goethe's choice of words at that place, where Faust wishes to follow the sun with winged desire in order in the everlasting day, to drink its eternal light. The mountain chain with all its gorges deep would then no more impede my godlike motion. And now before mine eyes expands the ocean, with all its bays, in shining sleep. Faust's desire, like that of every hero, inclines towards the mysteries of rebirth, of immortality. Therefore, his course leads to the sea, and down into the monstrous jaws of death, the horror and narrowness of which at the same time signify the new day. Out on the open ocean speeds my dreaming, the glassy flood before my feet is gleaming, a new day beckons to a newer shore, a fiery chariot borne on buoyant pinions sweeps near me now. I soon shall ready be to pierce the ether's high, unknown dominions, to reach new spheres of pure activity, this godlike rapture, this supreme existence. Yes, let me dare those gates to fling asunder, which every man would fain go slinking by. 'Tis time, through deeds this word of truth to thunder, that with the height of God's man's dignity may vie, nor from that gloomy gulf to shrink affrighted, where fancy doth herself to self-born pangs compel, to struggle toward that pass benighted, around whose narrow mouth flame all the fires of hell. To take this step with cheerful resolution, though nothingness should be the certain swift conclusion. It sounds like a confirmation when the succeeding vision of Miss Miller's is une falaise à pic, a steep, precipitous cliff. Compare Goofer. The entire series of individual visions is completed, as the author observes, by a confusion of sounds, somewhat resembling wama wama. This has a very primitive, barbaric sound. Since we learn from the author nothing of the subjective roots of this sound, nothing is left us but the suspicion that this sound might be considered, taken in connection with the whole, as a slight mutilation of the well-known call mama. Chapter 6: The Battle for Deliverance from the Mother. There now comes a pause in the production of visions by Miss Miller. Then, the activity of the unconscious is resumed very energetically. A forest with trees and bushes appears. After the discussions in the preceding chapter, there is need only of a hint that the symbol of the forest coincides essentially with the meaning of the holy tree. The holy tree is found generally in a sacred forest enclosure or in the Garden of Paradise. The sacred grove often takes the place of the taboo tree and assumes all the attributes of the latter. The erotic symbolism of the garden is generally known. The forest, like the tree, has mythologically a maternal significance. In the vision which now follows, the forest furnishes the stage upon which the dramatic representation of the end of Chuantopel is played. This act, therefore, takes place in or near the mother. First, I will give the beginning of the drama as it is in the original text, up to the first attempt at sacrifice. At the beginning of the next chapter, the reader will find the continuation, the monologue, and the sacrificial scene. The drama begins as follows. The personage Chuantopel came from the south on horseback, around him a cloak of vivid colors, red, blue, and white. An Indian in a costume of doe skin, covered with beads and ornamented with feathers advances, squats down and prepares to let fly an arrow at Chuantopel. The latter presents his breast in an attitude of defiance, and the Indian, fascinated by that sight, slinks away and disappears within the forest. The hero, Chuantopel, appears on horseback. This fact seems of importance because, as the further course of the drama shows, see Chapter 8, the horse plays no indifferent role, but suffers the same death as the hero and is even called faithful brother by the latter. These allusions point to a remarkable similarity between horse and rider. There seems to exist an intimate connection between the two, which guides them to the same destiny. We already have seen that the symbolization of the libido and resistance through the terrible mother in some places runs parallel with the horse. Strictly speaking, it would be incorrect to say that the horse is, or means, the mother. The mother idea is a libido symbol, and the horse is also a libido symbol, and at some points the two symbols intersect in their significances. The common feature of the two ideas lies in the libido, especially in the libido repressed from incest. The hero and the horse appear to us in this setting like an artistic formation of the idea of humanity with its repressed libido, whereby the horse acquires the significance of the animal unconscious, which appears domesticated and subjected to the will of man. Agni upon the ram, Wotan upon Sleipnir, Ahura upon Angramaniu, Jawi upon the monstrous seraph, Christ upon the ass, Dionysus upon the ass, Mithra upon the horse, men upon the human-footed horse, Freyr upon the golden-bristled boar, etc., are parallel representations. The chargers of mythology are always invested with great significance. They very often appear anthropomorphized. Thus, men's horse has human forelegs, Balaam's ass, human speech. The retreating bull, upon whose back Mithra springs in order to strike him down, is, according to a Persian legend, actually the god himself. The mock crucifix of the Palatine represents the crucified with an ass's head, perhaps in reference to the ancient legend that in the Temple of Jerusalem the image of an ass was worshipped. As Drosselbart, horse's mane, Wotan is half human, half horse. An old German riddle very prettily shows this unity between horse and horseman. Who are the two who travel to Thing? Together they have 3 eyes, 10 feet, and 1 tail, and thus they travel over the land. Legends ascribe properties to the horse, which psychologically belong to the unconscious of man. Horses are clairvoyant and clairaudient. They show the way when the lost wanderer is helpless. They have mantic powers. In the Iliad, the horse prophesies evil. They hear the words which the corpse speaks when it is taken to the grave, words which men cannot hear. Caesar learned from his human-footed horse probably taken from the identification of Caesar with the Phrygian men, that he was to conquer the world. An ass prophesied to Augustus the victory of Actium. The horse also sees phantoms. All these things correspond to typical manifestations of the unconscious. Therefore, it is perfectly intelligible that the horse, as the image of the wicked animal component of man, has manifold connections with the devil. The devil has a horse's foot, in certain circumstances a horse's form. At crucial moments, he suddenly shows a cloven foot, proverbial, in the same way as in the abduction of Hatting, Sleipnir suddenly looked out from behind Wotan's mantle. Just as the nightmare rides on the sleeper, so does the devil, and therefore, it is said that those who have nightmares are ridden by the devil. In Persian lore, the devil is the steed of God. The devil, like all evil things, represents sexuality. Witches have intercourse with him, in which case he appears in the form of a goat or horse. The unmistakably phallic nature of the devil is communicated to the horse as well. Hence this symbol occurs in connections where this is the only meaning which would furnish an explanation. It is to be mentioned that Loki generates in the form of a horse, just as does the devil when in horse's form, as an old fire god. Thus the lightning was represented theriomorphically as a horse. An uneducated hysteric told me that as a child she had suffered from extreme fear of thunder, because every time the lightning flashed, she saw immediately afterwards a huge black horse reaching upwards as far as the sky. It is said in a legend that the devil, as the divinity of lightning, casts a horse's foot, lightning, upon the roofs. In accordance with the primitive meaning of thunder as fertilizer of the earth, the phallic meaning is given both to lightning and the horse's foot. In mythology, the horse's foot really has the phallic function as in this dream. An uneducated patient who originally had been violently forced to coitus by her husband very often dreams, after separation, that a wild horse springs upon her and kicks her in the abdomen with his hind foot. Plutarch has given us the following words of a prayer from the Dionysus orgies. Letter 1 F10, lambda theta epsilon letter 1 FD6, nu letter 1 F25 rho meg sigma, delta iota letter 1 F79, nu upsilon sigma epsilon letter 1 F04 lambda iota omicron nu letter 1 F10 sigma, nu alpha letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F01 gamma, nu letter 1 F78, nu sigma letter 1 F7a, nu chi alpha rho letter 1 F77 tau, epsilon sigma sigma iota nu letter 1 F10 sigma. Nu alpha letter 1 F78, nu tau letter 1 FF7, beta omicron letter 1 F73, letter 1 FF3, pi omicron delta letter 1 F76, theta letter 1 F7b omega nu. Letter 1 F04 xi iod epsilon tau alpha letter 1 Fe6, rho epsilon. Letter 1 F04 xi iod epsilon tau alpha letter 1 Fe6, rho epsilon. Pegasus with his foot strikes out of the earth the spring Hippocrene. Upon a Corinthian statue of Bellerophon, which was also a fountain, the water flowed out from the horse's hoof. Balder's horse gave rise to a spring through his kick. Thus the horse's foot is the dispenser of fruitful moisture. A legend of Lower Austria, told by Jehans, informs us that a gigantic man on a white horse is sometimes seen riding over the mountains. This means a speedy rain. In the German legend, the goddess of birth, Frau Hall, appears on horseback. Pregnant women near confinement are prone to give oats to a white horse from their aprons and to pray him to give them a speedy delivery. It was originally the custom for the horse to rub against the woman's genitals. The horse, like the ass, had in general the significance of a priapic animal. Horses' tracks are idols dispensing blessing and fertility. Horses' tracks established a claim and were of significance in determining boundaries, like the priaps of Latin antiquity. Like the phallic dactyly, a horse opened the mineral riches of the Harz Mountains with his hoof. The horseshoe, an equivalent for horse's foot, brings luck and has apotropaic meaning. In the Netherlands, an entire horse's foot is hung up in the stable to ward against sorcery. The analogous effect of the phallus is well known, hence the phalli at the gates. In particular, the horse's leg turned lightning aside, according to the principle similia similibus. Horses also symbolize the wind, that is to say, the tertium comparationis is again the libido symbol. The German legend recognizes the wind as the wild huntsman in pursuit of the maiden. Stormy regions frequently derive their names from horses, as the White Horse Mountain of the Lunneburger Heath. The centaurs are typical wind gods and have been represented as such by Böcklin's artistic intuition. Horses also signify fire and light. The fiery horses of Helios are an example. The horses of Hector are called Xanthos, yellow, bright, Podargos, swift-footed, Lampos, shining, and Aethon, burning. A very pronounced fire symbolism was represented by the mystic quadriga mentioned by Dio Chrysostomus. The supreme god always drives his chariot in a circle. 4 horses are harnessed to the chariot. The horse driven on the periphery moves very quickly. He has a shining coat and bears upon it the signs of the planets and the zodiac. This is a representation of the rotary fire of heaven. The second horse moves more slowly and is illuminated only on one side. The third moves still more slowly, and the fourth rotates around himself. But once the outer horse set the second horse on fire with his fiery breath, and the third flooded the fourth with his streaming sweat. Then the horses dissolve and pass over into the substance of the strongest and most fiery, which now becomes the charioteer. The horses also represent the 4 elements. The catastrophe signifies the conflagration of the world and the deluge, whereupon the division of the god into many parts ceases, and the divine unity is restored. Doubtless, the quadriga may be understood astronomically as a symbol of time. We already saw in the first part that the Stoic representation of fate is a fire symbol. It is therefore a logical continuation of the thought, when time, closely related to the conception of destiny, exhibits this same libido symbolism. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad I.1 says, "The morning glow verily is the head of the sacrificial horse, the sun his eye, the wind his breath, the all-spreading fire his mouth, the year is the belly of the sacrificial horse. The sky is his back, the atmosphere the cavern of his body, the earth the vault of his belly. The poles are his sides, in between the poles his ribs, the seasons his limbs, the months and fortnights his joints. Days and nights are his feet, stars his bones, clouds his flesh. The food he digests is the deserts, the rivers are his veins, the mountains his liver and lungs, the herbs and trees his hair. The rising sun is his forepart, the setting sun his afterpart. The ocean is his kinsman, the sea his cradle." The horse undoubtedly here stands for a time symbol, and also for the entire world. We come across in the Mithraic religion a strange god of time, Aeon, called Chronos or Deus Leontophalos, because his stereotyped representation is a lion-headed man who, standing in a rigid attitude, is encoiled by a snake, whose head projects forward from behind over the lion's head. The figure holds in each hand a key, on the chest rests a thunderbolt, upon his back are the 4 wings of the wind. In addition to that, the figure sometimes bears the zodiac on his body. Additional attributes are a cock and implements. In the Carolingian Psalter of Utrecht, which is based upon ancient models, the Siculamean is represented as a naked man with a snake in his hand. As is suggested by the name of the divinity, he is a symbol of time, most interestingly composed from libido symbols. The lion, the zodiac sign of the greatest summer heat, is the symbol of the most mighty desire. "My soul roars with the voice of a hungry lion," says Mechthild of Magdeburg. In the Mithra mystery, the serpent is often antagonistic to the lion, corresponding to that very universal myth of the battle of the sun with the dragon. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Tum is even designated as a he-cat, because as such he fought the snake, Apophis. The encoiling also means the engulfing, the entering into the mother's womb. Thus time is defined by the rising and setting of the sun, that is to say, through the death and renewal of the libido. The addition of the cock again suggests time, and the addition of implements suggests the creation through time. Durare creatris, Bergson. Oromazds and Ahriman were produced through zero anakarana, the infinitely long duration. Time, this empty and purely formal concept, is expressed in the mysteries by transformations of the creative power, the libido. Macrobius says, "Leonis capite monstrator praesens tempus, quia conditio ejus valida fervens gest." Philo of Alexandria has a better understanding. "Tempus ab hominibus pessimis putitor Deus, volentibus ens essential abscondir. Pravis hominibus tempus putitor causa rerum mundi, sapientibus viro, et optimus non tempus sed Deus." In Fergusi, time is often the symbol of fate, the libido nature of which we have already learned to recognize. The Hindu text mentioned above includes still more. Its symbol of the horse contains the whole world. His kinsman and his cradle is the sea, the mother, similar to the world soul, the maternal significance of which we have seen above. just as Aeon represents the libido in an embrace, that is to say, in the state of death and of rebirth, so here the cradle of the horse is the sea, i.e. the libido is in the mother, dying and rising again, like the symbol of the dying and resurrected Christ, who hangs like ripe fruit upon the tree of life. We have already seen that the horse is connected through Yggdrasil with the symbolism of the tree. The horse is also a tree of death. Thus in the Middle Ages the funeral pyre was called St. Michael's horse, and the Neo-Persian word for coffin means wooden horse. The horse has also the role of psychopompos. He is the steed to conduct the souls to the other world. Horsewomen fetch the souls, Valkyries. Neo-Greek songs represent Charon on a horse. These definitions obviously lead to the mother symbolism. The Trojan horse was the only means by which the city could be conquered, because only he who has entered the mother and been reborn is an invincible hero. The Trojan horse is a magic charm, like the Nodfer, which also serves to overcome necessity. The formula evidently reads, "In order to overcome the difficulty, thou must commit incest, and once more be born from thy mother." It appears that striking a nail into the sacred tree signifies something very similar. The Stock im Eisen in Vienna seems to have been such a palladium. Still another symbolic form is to be considered. Occasionally the devil rides upon a three-legged horse. The goddess of death, Hel in time of pestilence, also rides upon a three-legged horse. The gigantic ass, which is three-legged, stands in the heavenly rain lake Verukasha. His urine purifies the water of the lake, and from his roar all useful animals become pregnant and all harmful animals miscarry. The triad further points to the phallic significance. The contrasting symbolism of Hel is blended into one conception in the ass of Verukasha. The libido is fructifying as well as destroying. These definitions, as a whole, plainly reveal the fundamental features. The horse is a libido symbol, partly of phallic, partly of maternal significance, like the tree. It represents the libido in this application, that is, the libido repressed through the incest prohibition. In the Miller drama, an Indian approaches the hero, ready to shoot an arrow at him. Chiwantopol, however, with a proud gesture, exposes his breast to the enemy. This idea reminds the author of the scene between Cassius and Brutus in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. A misunderstanding has arisen between the two friends when Brutus reproaches Cassius for withholding from him the money for the legions. Cassius, irritable and angry, breaks out into the complaint. "Come, Antony and young Octavius, come revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes, there is my dagger, and here my naked breast, within a heart dearer than Plutus, mine, richer than gold. If that thou be'st a Roman, take it forth, I that denied thee gold will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar, for I know when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovedst him better than ever thou lovedst Cassius." The material here would be incomplete without mentioning the fact that this speech of Cassius shows many analogies to the agonized delirium of Cyrano. Compare Part 1. Only Cassius is far more theatrical and overdrawn. Something childish and hysterical is in his manner. Brutus does not think of killing him, but administers a very chilling rebuke in the following dialogue. "Brutus, sheathe your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again. Cassius, hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill-tempted vexeth him? Brutus, when I spoke that, I was ill-tempted too. Cassius, do you confess so much? Give me your hand. Brutus, and my heart too. Cassius, O Brutus. Brutus, what's the matter? Cassius, have not you love enough to bear with me, when that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful? Brutus, yes, Cassius, and from henceforth when you are over earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides and leave you so. The analytic interpretation of Cassius's irritability plainly reveals that at these moments he identifies himself with the mother, and his conduct, therefore, is truly feminine, as his speech demonstrates most excellently. For his womanish love-seeking and desperate subjection under the proud masculine will of Brutus calls forth the friendly remark of the latter, that Cassius is yoked with a lamb, that is to say, has something very weak in his character, which is derived from the mother. One recognizes in this without any difficulty the analytic hallmarks of an infantile disposition, which, as always, is characterized by a prevalence of the parent imago, here the mother imago. An infantile individual is infantile because he has freed himself insufficiently, or not at all, from the childish environment, that is, from his adaptation to his parents. Therefore, on one side, he reacts falsely towards the world, as a child towards his parents, always demanding love and immediate reward for his feelings. On the other side, on account of the close connection to the parents, he identifies himself with them. The infantile individual behaves like the father and mother. He is not in a condition to live for himself and to find the place to which he belongs. Therefore, Brutus very justly takes it for granted that the mother chides in Cassius, not he himself. The psychologically valuable fact which we gather here is the information that Cassius is infantile and identified with the mother. The hysterical behavior is due to the circumstance that Cassius is still, in part, a lamb and an innocent and entirely harmless child. He remains, as far as his emotional life is concerned, still far behind himself. This we often see among people who, as masters, apparently govern life and fellow creatures. They have remained children in regard to the demands of their love nature. The figures of the Miller dramas, being children of the creator's fantasy, depict, as is natural, those traits of character which belong to the author. The hero, the wish figure, is represented as most distinguished, because the hero always combines in himself all wished-for ideals. Cyrano's attitude is certainly beautiful and impressive. Cassius's behavior has a theatrical effect. Both heroes prepare to die effectively, in which attempt Cyrano succeeds. This attitude betrays a wish for death in the unconscious of our author, the meaning of which we have already discussed at length as the motive for her poem of the moth. The wish of young girls to die is only an indirect expression, which remains a pose, even in case of real death, for death itself can be a pose. Such an outcome merely adds beauty and value to the pose under certain conditions. That the highest summit of life is expressed through the symbolism of death is a well-known fact, for creation beyond one's self means personal death. The coming generation is the end of the preceding one. This symbolism is frequent in erotic speech. The lascivious speech between Lucius and the wanton servant-maid in Apuleius, Metamorphoses, lib. Roman 2, 32, is one of the clearest examples. Prolayer inquit et fortiter prolayer, nec enim tibi sedum, nec terga vortem, communis in aspectum, si ver ease dirige, et grasser naviter, et oxide moriturus. Hodierna pugna non habet missionum. Simul ambo quoruimus inter mutuos amplexis animas anhelantes. This symbolism is extremely significant, because it shows how easily a contrasting expression originates and how equally intelligible and characteristic such an expression is. The proud gesture with which the hero offers himself to death may very easily be an indirect expression, which challenges the pity or sympathy of the other, and thus is doomed to the calm analytic reduction to which Brutus proceeds. The behavior of Chiuntopol is also suspicious, because the Cassius scene which serves as its model betrays indiscreetly that the whole affair is merely infantile, and one which owes its origin to an overactive mother imago. When we compare this piece with the series of mother symbols brought to light in the previous chapter, we must say that the Cassius scene merely confirms once more what we have long supposed, that is to say, that the motor power of these symbolic visions arises from an infantile mother transference, that is to say, from an undetached bond to the mother. In the drama, the libido, in contradistinction to the inactive nature of the previous symbols, assumes a threatening activity, a conflict becoming evident, in which the one part threatens the other with murder. The hero, as the ideal image of the dreamer, is inclined to die. He does not fear death. In accordance with the infantile character of this hero, it would most surely be time for him to take his departure from the stage, or, in childish language, to die. Death is to come to him in the form of an arrow wound. Considering the fact that heroes themselves are very often great archers or succumb to an arrow wound, Saint Sebastian, as an example, it may not be superfluous to inquire into the meaning of death through an arrow. We read in the biography of the stigmatized nun Catherine Emmerich the following description of the evidently neurotic sickness of her heart. When only in her novitiate, she received as a Christmas present from the Holy Christ a very tormenting heart trouble for the whole period of her nun's life. God showed her inwardly the purpose. It was on account of the decline of the spirit of the order, especially for the sins of her fellow sisters. But what rendered this trouble most painful was the gift which she had possessed from youth, namely, to see before her eyes the inner nature of man as he really was. She felt the heart trouble physically as if her heart was continually pierced by arrows. These arrows, and this represented the still worse mental suffering, she recognized as the thoughts, plots, secret speeches, misunderstandings, scandal, and uncharitableness, in which her fellow sisters, wholly without reason and unscrupulously, were engaged against her and her God-fearing way of life. It is difficult to be a saint, because even a patient and long-suffering nature will not readily bear such a violation and defends itself in its own way. The companion of sanctity is temptation, without which no true saint can live. We know from analytic experience that these temptations can pass unconsciously, so that only their equivalents would be produced in consciousness in the form of symptoms. We know that it is proverbial that heart and smart, hers and schmers, rhyme. It is a well-known fact that hysterics put a physical pain in place of a mental pain. The biographer of Emmerich has comprehended that very correctly. Only her interpretation of the pain is, as usual, projected. It is always the others who secretly assert all sorts of evil things about her, and this, she pretended, gave her the pains. The case, however, bears a somewhat different aspect. The very difficult renunciation of all life's joys, this death before the bloom, is generally painful, and especially painful are the unfulfilled wishes and the attempts of the animal nature to break through the power of repression. The gossip and jokes of the sisters very naturally center around these most painful things, so that it must appear to the saint as if her symptoms were caused by this. Naturally, again, she could not know that gossip tends to assume the role of the unconscious, which, like a clever adversary, always aims at the actual gaps in our armor. A passage from Gautama Buddha embodies this idea. A wish earnestly desired produced by will, and nourished when gradually it must be thwarted, burrows like an arrow in the flesh. The wounding and painful arrows do not come from without through gossip, which only attacks externally, but they come from ambush, from our own unconscious. This, rather than anything external, creates the defenseless suffering. It is our own repressed and unrecognized desires which fester like arrows in our flesh. In another connection, this was clear to the nun, and that most literally. It is a well-known fact, and one which needs no further proof to those who understand, that these mystic scenes of union with the Savior generally are intermingled with an enormous amount of sexual libido. Therefore, it is not astonishing that the scene of the stigmata is nothing but an incubation through the Savior, only slightly changed metaphorically, as compared with the ancient conception of unio mystica, as cohabitation with the God. Emmerich relates the following of her stigmatization. I had a contemplation of the sufferings of Christ, and implored him to let me feel with him his sorrows, and prayed 5 paternosters to the honor of the 5 sacred wounds. Lying on my bed with outstretched arms, I entered into a great sweetness and into an endless thirst for the torments of Jesus. Then I saw a light descending upon me. It came obliquely from above. It was a crucified body, living and transparent, with arms extended, but without a cross. The wounds shone brighter than the body. They were 5 circles of glory, coming forth from the whole glory. I was enraptured, and my heart was moved with great pain, and yet with sweetness from longing to share in the torments of my Savior. And my longings for the sorrows of the Redeemer increased more and more on gazing on his wounds, and passed from my breast, through my hands, sides, and feet to his holy wounds. Then from the hands, then from the sides, then from the feet of the figure threefold shining red beams ending below in an arrow, shot forth to my hands, sides, and feet. The beams, in accordance with the phallic fundamental thought, are threefold, terminating below in an arrow point. Like Cupid, the sun, too, has its quiver, full of destroying or fertilizing arrows, sun rays, which possess phallic meaning. On this significance evidently rests the Oriental custom of designating brave sons as arrows and javelins of the parents. To make sharp arrows is an Arabian expression for to generate brave sons. The Psalms declare lxxxix 4. Like as the arrows in the hands of the giant, even so are the young children. Compare with this the remarks previously made about boys. Because of this significance of the arrow, it is intelligible why the Scythian king Ariance, when he wished to prepare a census, demanded an arrowhead from each man. A similar meaning attaches equally to the lance. Men are descended from the lance because the ash is the mother of lances. Therefore, the men of the Iron Age are derived from her. The marriage custom to which Ovid alludes, comet Virginias hasta recurva comas, fastorum lib. Roman 2, 560, has already been mentioned. Caeneus issued a command that his lance be honored. Pindar relates in the legend of this Caeneus. He descended into the depths, splitting the earth with a straight foot. He is said to have originally been a maiden named Caeneus, who, because of her complacence, was transformed into an invulnerable man by Poseidon. Ovid pictures the battle of the Lapithae with the invulnerable Caeneus, how at last they covered him completely with trees because they could not otherwise touch him. Ovid says at this place, Exitus in dubio est. Alii sub inania corpus tartara, detrusum, silvarum mole ferabant abnuit ampicides. Medioc ex agur fulvis vidit avum pennies liquidas exire sub auras. Roscher considers this bird to be the golden plover, Charadrius pluvialis, which borrows its name from the fact that it lives in the Chi alpha rho letter 1F71 delta rho alpha, a crevice in the earth. By his song, he proclaims the approaching rain. Caeneus was changed into this bird. We see again in this little myth the typical constituents of the libido myth: original bisexuality, immortality, invulnerability, through entrance into the mother, splitting the mother with the foot, and to become covered up, and resurrection as a bird of the soul and a bringer of fertility, ascending sun. When this type of hero causes his lance to be worshipped, it probably means that his lance is a valid and equivalent expression of himself. From our present standpoint, we understand in a new sense that passage in Job, which I mentioned in chapter 4 of the first part of this book. He has set me up for his mark. His archers compass me round about, he cleaveth my reins asunder, and doth not spare. He poureth out my gall upon the ground. He breaketh me with breach upon breach, he runneth upon me like a giant. Job Romans 16. Now we understand this symbolism as an expression for the soul torment caused by the onslaught of the unconscious desires. The libido festers in his flesh. A cruel god has taken possession of him and pierced him with his painful libidian projectiles, with thoughts, which overwhelmingly pass through him. As a dementia praecox patient once said to me during his recovery, "Today a thought suddenly thrust itself through me." This same idea is found again in Nietzsche in Zarathustra. The magician, stretched out, shivering like one half-dead whose feet are warmed, shaken, alas, by unknown fevers, trembling from the icy pointed arrows of frost, hunted by thee, O thought unutterable. Veiled, horrible one, thou huntsman behind the clouds, struck to the ground by thee, thou mocking eye that gazeth at me from the dark. Thus do I lie bending, writhing, tortured with all eternal tortures, smitten by thee, crudest huntsman, thou unfamiliar god. Smite deeper, smite once more, pierce through and rend my heart. What meaneth this torturing with blunt-toothed arrows? Why gazeth thou again, never weary of human pain, with malicious, god-lightning eyes thou wilt not kill, but torture, torture. No long-drawn-out explanation is necessary to enable us to recognize in this comparison the old, universal idea of the martyred sacrifice of God, which we have met previously in the Mexican sacrifice of the cross and in the sacrifice of Odin. This same conception faces us in the oft-repeated martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, where, in the delicate glowing flesh of the young god, all the pain of renunciation which has been felt by the artist has been portrayed. An artist always embodies in his artistic work a portion of the mysteries of his time. In a heightened degree, the same is true of the principal Christian symbol, the crucified one pierced by the lance, the conception of the man of the Christian era tormented by his wishes, crucified and dying in Christ. This is not torment which comes from without, which befalls mankind, but that he himself is the hunter, murderer, sacrificer, and sacrificial knife is shown us in another of Nietzsche's poems, wherein the apparent dualism is transformed into the soul conflict through the use of the same symbolism. O Zarathustra, most cruel Nimrod, whilom hunter of God, the snare of all virtue, an arrow of evil, now hunted by thyself, thine own prey pierced through thyself, now alone with thee twofold in thine own knowledge mid 100 mirrors false to thyself, Mid 100 memories uncertain, ailing with each wound, shivering with each frost, caught in thine own snares, self-knower, self-hangman. Why didst thou strangle thyself with the noose of thy wisdom? Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself? The deadly arrows do not strike the hero from without, but it is he himself who, in disharmony with himself, hunts, fights, and tortures himself. Within himself will has turned against will, libido against libido. Therefore, the poet says, pierced through thyself, that is to say, wounded by his own arrow. Because we have discerned that the arrow is a libido symbol, the idea of penetrating or piercing through consequently becomes clear to us. It is a phallic act of union with oneself, a sort of self-fertilization, introversion. Also a self-violation, a self-murder. Therefore, Zarathustra may call himself his own hangman, like Odin, who sacrifices himself to Odin. The wounding by one's own arrow means, first of all, the state of introversion. What this signifies we already know. The libido sinks into its own depths, a well-known comparison of Nietzsche's, and finds there below, in the shadows of the unconscious, the substitute for the upper world which it has abandoned. The world of memories, mid 100 memories, the strongest and most influential of which are the early infantile memory pictures. It is the world of the child, this paradise-like state of earliest childhood, from which we are separated by a hard law. In this subterranean kingdom slumber sweet feelings of home and the endless hopes of all that is to be. As Heinrich in The Sunken Bell, by Gerhard Hauptmann, says in speaking of his miraculous work, there is a song lost and forgotten, a song of home, a love song of childhood, brought up from the depths of the fairy, well known to all, but yet unheard. However, as Mephistopheles says, the danger is great. These depths are enticing, they are the mother and death. When the libido leaves the bright upper world, whether from the decision of the individual or from decreasing life force, then it sinks back into its own depths, into the source from which it has gushed forth, and turns back to that point of cleavage, the umbilicus, through which it once entered into this body. This point of cleavage is called the mother, because from her comes the source of the libido. Therefore, when some great work is to be accomplished, before which weak man recoils, doubtful of his strength, his libido returns to that source, and this is the dangerous moment, in which the decision takes place between annihilation and new life. If the libido remains arrested in the wonder kingdom of the inner world, then the man has become for the world above a phantom, then he is practically dead or desperately ill. But if the libido succeeds in tearing itself loose and pushing up into the world above, then a miracle appears. This journey to the underworld has been a fountain of youth, and new fertility springs from his apparent death. This train of thought is very beautifully gathered into a Hindu myth. Once upon a time, Vishnu sank into an ecstasy introversion, and during this state of sleep bore Brahma, who, enthroned upon the lotus flower, arose from the navel of Vishnu, bringing with him the Vedas, which he diligently read. Birth of creative thought from introversion. But through Vishnu's ecstasy, a devouring flood came upon the world. Devouring through introversion, symbolizing the danger of entering into the mother of death. A demon, taking advantage of the danger, stole the Vedas from Brahma and hid them in the depths. Devouring of the libido. Brahma roused Vishnu, and the latter, transforming himself into a fish, plunged into the flood, fought with the demon, battled with the dragon, conquered him, and recaptured the Vedas. Treasure obtained with difficulty. Self-concentration and the strength derived therefrom correspond to this primitive train of thought. It also explains numerous sacrificial and magic rites, which we have already fully discussed. Thus, the impregnable Troy falls because the besiegers creep into the belly of a wooden horse, for he alone is a hero who is reborn from the mother, like the sun. But the danger of this venture is shown by the history of Philoctetes, who was the only one in the Trojan expedition who knew the hidden sanctuary of Chryse, where the Argonauts had sacrificed already, and where the Greeks planned to sacrifice in order to assure a safe ending to their undertaking. Chryse was a nymph upon the island of Chryse, according to the account of the scholiasts in Sophocles' Philoctetes. This nymph loved Philoctetes, and cursed him because he spurned her love. This characteristic projection, which is also met with in the Gilgamesh epic, should be referred back, as suggested, to the repressed incest wish of the son, who is represented through the projection as if the mother had the evil wish, for the refusal of which the son was given over to death. In reality, however, the son becomes mortal by separating himself from the mother. His fear of death, therefore, corresponds to the repressed wish to turn back to the mother, and causes him to believe that the mother threatens or pursues him. The teleological significance of this fear of persecution is evident. It is to keep son and mother apart. The curse of cries is realized in so far that lxxxix, according to one version, when approaching his altar, injured himself in his foot with one of his own deadly poisonous arrows. Or, according to another version, this is better and far more abundantly proven, was bitten in his foot by a poisonous serpent. From then on he is ailing. This very typical wound, which also destroyed Rare, is described in the following manner in an Egyptian hymn. The ancient of the gods moved his mouth, he cast his saliva upon the earth, and what he spat fell upon the ground. With her hands Isis kneaded that and the soil which was about it together. From that she created a venerable worm and made him like a spear. She did not twist him living around her face, but threw him coiled upon the path, upon which the great god wandered at ease through all his lands. The venerable god stepped forth radiantly. The gods who served Pharaoh accompanied him, and he proceeded as every day. Then the venerable worm stung him. The divine god opened his mouth, and the voice of his majesty echoed even to the sky, and the gods exclaimed, "Behold!" Thereupon he could not answer, his jaws chattered, all his limbs trembled, and the poison gripped his flesh, as the Nile seizes upon the land. In this hymn Egypt has again preserved for us a primitive conception of the serpent's sting. The aging of the autumn sun as an image of human senility is symbolically traced back to the mother through the poisoning by the serpent. The mother is reproached, because her malice causes the death of the sun god. The serpent, the primitive symbol of fear, illustrates the repressed tendency to turn back to the mother, because the only possibility of security from death is possessed by the mother as the source of life. Accordingly, only the mother can cure him, sick unto death, and therefore the hymn goes on to depict how the gods were assembled to take counsel. And Isis came with her wisdom, her mouth is full of the breath of life, her words banish sorrow, and her speech animates those who no longer breathe, she said. What is that? What is that, divine Father? Behold, a worm has brought you sorrow. Tell me thy name, divine Father, because the man remains alive who is called by his name. Whereupon Rare replied, I am he who created heaven and earth and piled up the hills and created all beings thereon. I am he who made the water and caused the great flood, who produced the bull of his mother, who is the procreator, etc. The poison did not depart, it went further. The great god was not cured. Then said Isis to Rare, Thine is not the name thou hast told me. Tell me true that the poison may leave thee, for he whose name is spoken will live. Finally, Rare decides to speak his true name. He is approximately healed, imperfect composition of Osiris, but he has lost his power, and finally he retreats to the heavenly cow. The poisonous worm is, if one may speak in this way, a negative phallus, a deadly, not an animating, form of libido, therefore a wish for death instead of a wish for life. The true name is soul and magic power, hence a symbol of libido. What Isis demands is the retransference of the libido to the mother goddess. This request is fulfilled literally, for the aged god turns back to the divine cow, the symbol of the mother. This symbolism is clear from our previous explanations. The onward urging, living libido which rules the consciousness of the son demands separation from the mother. The longing of the child for the mother is a hindrance on the path to this, taking the form of a psychologic resistance, which is expressed empirically in the neurosis by all manners of fears, that is to say, the fear of life. The more a person withdraws from adaptation to reality and falls into slothful inactivity, the greater becomes his anxiety, cum grano salis, which everywhere besets him at each point as a hindrance upon his path. The fear springs from the mother, that is to say, from the longing to go back to the mother, which is opposed to the adaptation to reality. This is the way in which the mother has become apparently the malicious pursuer. Naturally, it is not the actual mother, although the actual mother, with the abnormal tenderness with which she sometimes pursues her child, even into adult years, may gravely injure it through a willful prolonging of the infantile state in the child. It is rather the mother imago, which becomes the lamia. The mother imago, however, possesses its power solely and exclusively from the son's tendency not only to look and to work forwards, but also to glance backwards to the pampering sweetness of childhood, to that glorious state of irresponsibility and security with which the protecting mother care once surrounded him. The retrospective longing acts like a paralyzing poison upon the energy and enterprise, so that it may well be compared to a poisonous serpent which lies across our path. Apparently, it is a hostile demon which robs us of energy, but, in reality, it is the individual unconscious, the retrogressive tendency of which begins to overcome the conscious forward striving. The cause of this can be, for example, the natural aging which weakens the energy, or it may be great external difficulties, which cause man to break down and become a child again, or it may be, and this is probably the most frequent cause, the woman who enslaves the man so that he can no longer free himself and becomes a child again. It may be of significance also that Isis, as sister wife of the sun god, creates the poisonous animal from the spittle of the god, which is perhaps a substitute for sperma, and therefore is a symbol of libido. She creates the animal from the libido of the god. That means she receives his power, making him weak and dependent, so that by this means she assumes the dominating role of the mother. Mother transference to the wife. This part is preserved in the legend of Samson, in the role of Delilah, who cut off Samson's hair, the sun's rays, thus robbing him of his strength. Any weakening of the adult man strengthens the wishes of the unconscious. Therefore, the decrease of strength appears directly as the backward striving towards the mother. There is still to be considered one more source of the reanimation of the mother imago. We have already met it in the discussion of the mother scene in Faust. That is to say, the willed introversion of a creative mind, which, retreating before its own problem and inwardly collecting its forces, dips at least for a moment into the source of life, in order there to wrest a little more strength from the mother for the completion of its work. It is a mother-child play with oneself, in which lies much weak self-admiration and self-adulation, among 100 mirrors, Nietzsche, a narcissus state, a strange spectacle perhaps for profane eyes. The separation from the mother imago, the birth out of oneself, reconciles all conflicts through the sufferings. This is probably meant by Nietzsche's verse. Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself? A sick man now sick of a serpent's poison, a captive now whom the hardest destiny befell in thine own pit, bowed down as thou workest encaved within thyself, burrowing into thyself, helpless, stiff, a corpse, overwhelmed with 100 burdens, overburdened by thyself. A wise man, a self-knower, the wise Zarathustra, thou soughtest the heaviest burden and foundest thou thyself. The symbolism of this speech is of the greatest richness. He is buried in the depths of self, as if in the earth, really a dead man who has turned back to Mother Earth, a Cainius, piled with 100 burdens and pressed down to death, the one who groaning bears the heavy burden of his own libido, of that libido which draws him back to the mother. Who does not think of the Tauriphoria of Mithra, who took his bull, according to the Egyptian hymn, the bull of his mother, that is, his love for his mother, the heaviest burden upon his back, and with that entered upon the painful course of the so-called transitus. This path of passion led to the cave, in which the bull was sacrificed. Christ, too, had to bear the cross, the symbol of his love for the mother, and he carried it to the place of sacrifice where the lamb was slain in the form of the god, the infantile man, a self-executioner, and then to burial in the subterranean sepulchre. That which in Nietzsche appears as a poetical figure of speech is really a primitive myth. It is as if the poet still possessed a dim idea or capacity to feel and reactivate those imperishable phantoms of long-past worlds of thought in the words of our present-day speech, and in the images which crowd themselves into his fantasy. Hauptmann also says, poetic rendering is that which allows the echo of the primitive word to resound through the form. The sacrifice, with its mysterious and manifold meaning, which is rather hinted at than expressed, passes unrecognized in the unconscious of our author. The arrow is not shot, the hero Chuantopol is not yet fatally poisoned and ready for death through self-sacrifice. We now can say, according to the preceding material, this sacrifice means renouncing the mother, that is to say, renunciation of all bonds and limitations which the soul has taken with it from the period of childhood into the adult life. From various hints of Miss Miller's, it appears that at the time of these fantasies, she was still living in the circle of the family, evidently at an age which was in urgent need of independence. That is to say, man does not live very long in the infantile environment or in the bosom of his family without real danger to his mental health. Life calls him forth to independence, and he who gives no heed to this hard call, because of childish indolence and fear, is threatened by a neurosis. And once the neurosis has broken out, it becomes more and more a valid reason to escape the battle with life, and to remain for all time in the morally poisoned infantile atmosphere. The fantasy of the arrow wound belongs in this struggle for personal independence. The thought of this resolution has not yet penetrated the dreamer. On the contrary, she rather repudiates it. After all the preceding, it is evident that the symbolism of the arrow wound, through direct translation, must be taken as a coitus symbol. The oxide moriturus attains by this means the sexual significance belonging to it. Chiuntopal naturally represents the dreamer. But nothing is attained, and nothing is understood through one's reduction to the coarse sexual, because it is a commonplace that the unconscious shelters coitus wishes, the discovery of which signifies nothing further. The coitus wish under this aspect is really a symbol for the individual demonstration of the libido separated from the parents, of the conquest of an independent life. This step towards a new life means, at the same time, the death of the past life. Therefore, Chiuntopal is the infantile hero, the son, the child, the lamb, the fish, who is still enchained by the fetters of childhood and who has to die as a symbol of the incestuous libido, and with that sever the retrogressive bond. For the entire libido is demanded for the battle of life, and there can be no remaining behind. The dreamer cannot yet come to this decision, which will tear aside all the sentimental connections with father and mother, and yet it must be made in order to follow the call of the individual destiny.